Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Alrighty. Enough of that already. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me today. We're just switching from exercise mode to live stream mode. Takes just a couple things just to make sure that we suddenly don't have like a Taylor Swift music going in the background instead of our intro music. But we're good. Mrs. R.A. literally was moving out of the screen as we went live. that was how quick it was. Thank you. Big shout out to Mrs. R.A. for letting me crowd her out of the studio this morning and shorten her exercise time. But she's amazing. Love her to death. Let's see. We have a few things to get ready for this morning. I know it's early. First of all, good morning. It's really early. This is probably the earliest we've been live in a long time, in a very, very long time. So I apologize for that. I wish I was one set in the schedule because I would start a little bit later than we did right now. And Miss, I'll ask Mrs. R if she wants to do exercise ground zero on her channel. Lee, I'll ask her that. She is very impressive that she's able to every morning get up and have the willpower to exercise. I know some of you. I'm looking at you, Reverend. You know who you are. That run miles and miles every day, and I'm not there. I used to be. I used to run cross country. I used to love it, but I'm not there right now. But all right, we have a few things to get ready. First of all, let's see. Where's helps if I turn on my computer, right? All right, where are we at today? Where are we at? Not there.
I'm not a camel.
Definitely not that. Not this one. Where's? Here we are. There we are. Okay, connected.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible.
Sample user, thank you very much. No, not sample user. You're not first. We have Paula Mack. Paula Mack, thank you very much for being first in chat today. Paula, I think you've won before. I think if I flip back through the court records, we can find that you have a criminal record for being first in chat before. So congratulations. I think this is at least your second time.
Forest for the trees.
If not more so. But congratulations being first in chat. We are going to punish you as we do every first in chat individual with internet ownership, and you're responsible for everything IP related worldwide. That's the maintenance, the upkeep, training. People will call you just to figure out how to change their clock on their microwave because it's still flashing the wrong hour from daylight savings. Expect those calls today. Paula, congratulations on that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I love that in your picture you're wearing our hoodie.
Is that correct?
This is my prison escape hoodie. Thank you very much, Paula. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome. I hope you have a fantastic day with the internet. All right, we do probably have at least one birthday. At least one. Now I heard a rumor that Cachette may have a birthday this weekend, is like Friday. Is that
stolen as well?
Does somebody want to out Cachette on that front? Let's see. Jenny R, you have a birthday tomorrow. We're going to sing to you today then because we're not sure if we're going to have a live stream tomorrow, it being a holiday. Let's see. So Jenny R is on the list. Anyone else who has a birthday?
There's a lawsuit.
Let's see. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Cachette has a birthday tomorrow. We're going to have to sing to Cachette. Let's sing to Jenny and Cachette. We're going to do that. Is there anyone else we need to sing to? Oh, let's see. Banshee, Carla Braggs have birthdays today. Cachette and Jenny have birthdays tomorrow. So that gives us 4. Banshee and Carla. We're going to sing in the order. Sorry, because Jenny and Cachette are going to go on the end because you guys are going to sing with me. You have to get the names right. Banshee and Carla. And then Jenny and Cachette. We're going to fit all these into one verse, so you got to say it a little bit quick when you get there. Is everybody warmed up and ready to sing together? If possible, if you're watching on your phone, this would be a great morning to go out and sing at full volume on your front porch, just so you can actually hear each other outdoors in the neighborhood. I think your neighbors you'll be surprised how many neighbors are walking out with their phones right now, singing as well. So go ahead and do that today. That would be great. But we're going to celebrate the birthdays for Banshee, Carla Braggs. We're just going to say Carla, Cachette, and Jenny. All right. La 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 la. Everybody now. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Banshee, Carla, Jenny, and Cachette. Happy birthday to you. I'd give that an 8 out of 10. That was okay. It helps to not do the hump day yell right before singing. And also having drunk water. I think that's the secret. Sing first, then do the hump day cheer on Wednesdays to make the birthday song go a little bit better. To all those that are celebrating their happy birthday today, please know we are celebrating here with you, and we're grateful that you're able to spend this special day with us. And for your birthday, I'm going to give you an 85% chance that we have a verdict today. So, Natalie, happy birthday, Natalie, as well. Sophia says, I feel a verdict coming. I feel it. It may happen today. It may happen. Did you have a party last night with your family? It'll probably be this weekend. We had a bunch of meetings. I literally, as soon as we stopped the live stream, I had to go to a meeting. My wife was running a little an activity for some girls. They were doing a little get together and game, so she ran to that. 2 of my boys went to go play volleyball with a group of friends. It was like we just scattered the house. Just all the cars, everyone just boom, everyone was gone. So we'll have to celebrate this weekend, but we are super excited. Definitely going to celebrate. All right, we just have a couple minutes here, 5 more minutes. I'm watching the Zoom. The Zoom is not up yet, so I've got that. I'll be logged in as soon as it happens. As soon as it happens. Golden Hermit, today's my 40th birthday. Congratulations, Golden Hermit. That is awesome. Congratulations on that. Michelle says, I'm calling the verdict within 2 hours. Okay, if that's the case, I think they had it yesterday and they decided to sleep on it. They're like, hey, I think we're good with this. Everyone just think about it overnight. Come back. We'll do another vote. Just say everyone's still on the same page. Yes, check the box. Call the judge. I think maybe that'll happen. That would be exciting if that's what happens. Do you by any chance have a meeting today? If you leave, a verdict will come in. I don't. I have to. I've got to get with a couple friends locally who are trying to set up a live stream from their store. So I want to get with Sarah on that to get that set up, to see if we can help her out with some equipment so she can go live from her store. We've sort of had 2 steps forward, 1 step back with some other stuff in that she's been involved with. So. We're excited to move forward on that. And she's the one who's the hardware to homestead and homestead to hardware, I guess, which depending on which way you look at it. But she has the amazing cows, if you follow her on TikTok. All right, Magical Mary says, does the jury know they potentially have another mini trial to do after this? I hope so. I hope they're not waiting until the end of the day to say, okay, and we're done. Right on time. Here's what we know. The judge has told this jury, today's the day. This is the end. We want to be done by today. You've got plenty of time to deliberate. You should be able to reach a conclusion by today. I'm not sure if they're able to. If there's a holdout, obviously they've got a problem. But we'll see. We'll see. Thank you, everybody, by the way. I've seen a lot of the 50K stuff in there. Thank you very much. I'm super excited to have reached this amazing milestone with you because of all of you. And I can't thank you enough. Yesterday was amazing. I don't think I deserve it, but I will tell you, thank you. That being said, it's let's see. All right, it's not my birthday today, but I did watch your stream on my birthday. That counts, Bradley. Happy belated birthday to you. They want their free lunch. Whatever it is, it must be good if they're holding out for the lunch. Okay, so here's where we are. We are moments away, actually like 3 moments away, I think. Let me check my notes. Let's see, 7:45, we're starting. 8 o'clock, the lawyer's supposed to be there. 8:10, the jury is supposed to start deliberating. That's the schedule that we had from yesterday from the judge. So it's going to be just a minute until that happens. Courtney Meek says, I have a meeting in office today. My bet is they'll come back with a verdict in the middle of said meeting. Courtney, you've discovered the secret to watching true crime. It's that things happen, and the best things happen when you're not available to be there. I don't know how it works. It's like there's got to be a name for this sort of law for why it happens. Golden Girl, thank you so much. Says I missed the 50K party. Congratulations. Thank you, Golden Girl. You've been with us quite a while. Almost, I think you're an OG. You're one of the OGs for sure. I'm trying to remember all the original OGs, and it was a wonderful group. Let's see, they probably got hungry for food from Dr. C's wife's restaurant. I wonder if they actually went there. That would be really, really funny if they did. Let's see. See if there's placeholders from anybody up yet. I'm not seeing theirs. Let's check the other one. Okay, refresh. Not seeing theirs. See, nobody has a feed up. It's so early. And honestly, you guys, cameramen are not known for their early morning alertness. So the judge starting early might throw everything into a tailspin. Ella Cole says, did you end up watching the Maya documentary with Mrs. R.A. last night? No, we did not. We had the meetings that went every which way. We still have not seen that yet. Let's see. My birthday's on the 22nd. Time flies. You've got a little bit. It's the 9th today, so you've got like 21 days. Or wait. I did the math way wrong on that. I think it's 12 days. 13 days. 9, 13, 22. Not 13. 13's my final answer. I'm going to phone a friend and call that as my final answer. Math is hard, guys. Math is hard. I have the last day of a conference today, so it's definitely going to be a jury day. Susie LPZ says, thank you for your coverage and thoughts on this. I'm glad I found you, or worse, I would be watching a boring coverage of this through another channel and no feedback. That's wonderful that you're here. I'm glad you were able to join us. Mr. Anderson has a calculator you can use. Thank you. He does have one ready. Can't wait for your take after you view the Take Care of Maya documentary. That will come once this is all over. I think if I can find some time to do that. Michelle set the alarm to be here. You're prompt. We're hoping the judge is prompt. I'm going to let you know just as soon as I get something. But right now there's nothing available. Hold tight. Okay, I'm showing as far as deliberation time, we're at, let's do the math here, 704 minutes, almost 705 minutes. Where does that put us for all of you with a calculator? Oh, it's Golden Girl's birthday today? Golden Girl, it's your birthday today? Amy R., welcome to the gallery. Wonderful having you as a new member this morning. Thank you. Come on in. Make sure you take a seat by typing ! seat. We have a reserved seating for members. Let's see. Thank you. Not packing anymore. Been here since the beginning. Not packing more yet. Yes. Just under 12 hours. So at 7:20, it would be 12 hours, right? 720 minutes. Mary says, I just got up. I'm exhausted. This trial has killed me. We're going to have to look for a trial on the West Coast just to let us sleep in every morning and give those who are on the West Coast a little bit of a break. Not yoga. She's more high intensity stuff. She's a go-getter. Okay. Keeping an eye on the court here. I'm a little bit distracted. I don't want to miss a second of it, so give me just a second here. Oh, we have a phone call coming in. Who's this?
Call from Legal My Briefs.
Legal My Briefs. How are you doing this morning? This is Recovery Addict.
Good morning, Scott. Happy verdict day.
We hope so. We've got our fingers crossed, right?
Yeah. You know what I wanted to say?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to say that I don't understand how there can be 9 weeks of testimony and documents and proofs, and videos and depositions, and then they're given a deadline to make a decision. That boggles my mind.
2.5 days. Hurry, make a decision.
Yeah. So they've said all along, you have all the time in the world. The jury can take as long as they want to make up their minds and decide. But now we're going to tell you that by 4 o'clock we're out of here.
Yep, it's crazy. It's crazy that they're doing this. That they have this deadline to decide after so much information. So much information is coming.
And honestly, they shouldn't have booked the courtroom with Judge Carroll immediately following. I think that was a big mistake.
Yeah, well, they do what the judges have what they call trial periods, right? So they block out blocks of calendar, and so they try to see how much time is this trial going to take, and then when we'll be done, how soon can we start the next trial period for the next trials? And so they judge it like that, and so beforehand they try to tell they go to the plaintiffs and defense and say, how long are you going to take on your side? How long are you going to take on your side? And they're like eyeballing. They're saying, well, I'm thinking, let's see, a couple expert witnesses, these testimonies depend on cross, and it's sort of like a up in the air number. This one went long. Okay, so they pushed it and pushed it, and they did have some buffer in there, but it was only about a day or so. And now we've got this new trial period beginning, like literally someone else's trial is supposed to start on Monday in this courtroom with this judge. And if we don't get a verdict here today, all that gets pushed because now we've got, you can't just say, sorry, the jury didn't get it done in time. Try again later. You can't do that.
I can't even buy a piece of furniture with a deadline.
Yeah. I'm getting the buffer sound. Yeah. Hang on one second. I think we might have something happening. All right. Thank you very much, Legal My Briefs. We'll see you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, bye now.
All right. Let's see. Where did my Zoom go? We're still waiting. I agree. Zoom is up. Just 1 second. Judge is logging things in. We'll just see if we can get a feed from the courtroom right now. Okay, Miss Lawrence is here, says the judge. So we now have somebody from the plaintiffs and somebody from the defense. We can start, right? Miss Lawrence says, sure.
Bring the jury.
All rise. Court is now in session.
I haven't seen everything, but from what I saw the other day, Mr. Elliott is saying, yeah, we should let Miss Lawrence handle it. That was super loud in my ear. Sorry about that. Had to turn that down. Okay. So we're waiting for people to show up.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
No, we're not. Not right now. So nothing's really happening right now. I need to say, Serena Varing, welcome to the gallery. Wonderful to have you here, as well as Tara Ruley, if we didn't get you before. Welcome. Thanks for being a new member. Appreciate that. Lots of just idle chatter in the courtroom right now. Some people are whispering. Mr. Altenberg is talking about having a dedicated terminal for something. Somebody just says, dang. Only they used a different word. I can hear Mr. Shapiro there. They're talking about punctuation. Somebody wants a dictaphone. I think they're complaining about depositions. The time stamping, Mr. Shapiro is complaining about time stamping. Michelle Richard, welcome to the gallery. The court is about to begin. We're just waiting for stuff to happen, basically. I'm still not seeing a feed. I'll bring you one as soon as we get one. It just got quiet in the courtroom. They're still complaining about depositions or somebody's punctuation. Judge says, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Whitney joining us this morning? Or is he still trying to get through security? He says, oh, it's just me, Judge. Judge says, are we able to proceed at this time? Judge says, yeah, I know security is extra tight today. This is case number, Madam Court Reporter, are you ready? This is case number 2018 CA 5321A NC 21 Jack Kowalski, etc. et al. Versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Starting with the plaintiffs, let's take appearances. Samantha Lawrence and Greg Anderson for the plaintiffs. Delegate by Zoom from Orlando. Howard Hunter, Chris Altenberg, Ethan Shapiro, and David Hughes for defense. Here we go. We've got a feed.
Et al. Versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Starting with the plaintiffs. Let's take appearances, please.
Smith Lawrence and Greg Anderson for the plaintiffs.
Howard Thomas.
Tom Elliott by Zoom.
By Zoom. From Orlando.
Howard Hunter, Chris Altenberg, Ethan Shapiro, and David Hughes.
And as soon as the jury gets here, I'll let you know. They should be here momentarily. Let's talk. Well, first off, do you all have any issues before we jump into talking about
I've got
the
issues.
potential punitive damage and what we're going to do and instructions and things like that?
I don't think so, no.
I sent an email to Mr. Hunter this morning. Nick Whitney had requested the two boxes that you brought in, I think, Monday morning. He wanted to go through them today.
Oh, the production. I didn't see the email.
Okay.
I'll get with you and get done.
Okay.
I received, is there anything else before we talk about it? Okay.
Not on behalf of plaintiff. Thanks.
I received, and I guess Mr. Elliott received as well, Mr. Altenburn revised verdict form that removes that second question.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Let's talk, though, about
He was wrong.
the verdict form plus the jury instruction. Of course, all of this is making the assumption that there is one or more findings of punitive conduct. Obviously, if the jury comes back with no finding of punitive conduct, then there's no need to have all of this, but I don't want to not be prepared. So, Mr. Elliott, did you see Mr. Altenburn's language on the jury instructions? And I haven't heard a position yet articulated from the plaintiff as to that.
Your Honor, and I think we have a set of instructions and a verdict form that I don't think have been forwarded to you, and I think we've had a little. I'm up in Orlando because I've got a 6th district argument starting at 10, and so I think we had a little gap yesterday. But I've I had emailed with Ms. Lawrence and team this morning about trying to get that over to you. I haven't looked at my email lately, so I don't know that it's gone to you. But our verdict form, I think, would look the same, except it adds the question for whether there's a subpart C, I think it is, that one can break the cap if there was an intent to harm, and we add that question for each of the potential torts and punitive torts. Obviously, as you observed earlier, any findings that weren't sufficient to trigger those questions would drop out. But we felt we should have that in there. I understand the defense position to be that there's not sufficient evidence. We would say there is. The jury could infer or deduce from what they've heard there was a plan to drive a wedge, to break the family, and so forth. And so we think that question should be on there. It may be moot. It may be that the jury may not award any damages for one or more. They may award something that's not above the cap, or they may answer that question no. But if they award damages above the cap and the question's not there, then we've gone 8 weeks and don't have an answer to that question.
And so you want to have a question that essentially eliminates the caps for punitive damages. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, no, the jury would answer the question, and if they answer yes, then there wouldn't be a cap on that particular award for that subsection. If they answer, that's what would happen. But it would have to be for each one, I think. To be fair to both sides, because defense wouldn't want one. I'm sure the defense, if it's going to be on there, I'm sure they would want it separated like that. And we have a form with that, and I don't know if that could be forwarded to, Mr. Altenburn has seen it, but I don't think it's been sent to the court yet.
Your Honor, I have a hard copy with me, and I can give you a one-page sample of the question he's talking about if you'd like.
Well, that would be great if I can have that, but also if we could get the electronic forwarded as well. And as a preview, Mr. Altenburn, obviously I think the answer is you don't want it on there, and it wasn't.
And he's right. They're attempting to do this to lift a cap, and I go back to the fact that they pled malicious, and they never pled anything about this or about a desire to beat a cap. I understand that the form that was given to me yesterday was actually prepared by the earlier consultants in August, but the first time I ever saw it was yesterday morning. So we're getting an argument that they want to prove specific intent as to lift the cap at the very close of this case when the jury's already out. So I just object to it on that. But more particularly when you look at, the claim for punitive is for the false imprisonments and for the battery. And the notion that they proved that we had some specific intent to harm Maya Kowalski and did the conduct, in fact, harm Maya Kowalski, I don't think that the evidence is there on that to do that. Frankly, it's always been confusing to me, by the way, whether you lift the cap by clear and convincing or by greater weight of the evidence. This is put on a form where it would be greater weight of the evidence, but one way or the other, I do not believe that it's appropriate to give that question.
Well, let me ask this. The question of the cap issue, something I effectively deal with post-judgment, assuming we ever get there.
Correct. The statute requires findings, fact findings by the finder of fact is what it says in the statute, I believe.
So why is it not better for us to put the questions in there, see what the jury does, and then if there's a question of it wasn't properly pled, I can always deal with it after the fact. And I think I understand precisely that the defense is saying it should not be on there in the first instance at all, because it wasn't pled and have no formal notice.
If we had known that they were going to try to beat the cap, I thought maybe they would try to do that on child abuse when they put in the language on sex battery that got stricken, but I frankly was not anticipating that they were going to do this, and these are things that would have impacted how we presented the case. So I don't think it should go in for that reason, but I also don't think this has been proven. And
certainly there's a portion of this case that we would have to have if there were a finding of punitive damages in phase one. So the defense would still have an opportunity to present evidence.
Yeah, but the notion, using, for example, the EEG room, that we had a specific intent to harm her by moving her down the hall to go into that room, is there really evidence of that?
Well, my inclination is to put the questions on there, and then if we ever get there, deal with whether this was properly pled later.
Okay.
I would hate to have to just do the whole thing over because we didn't ask the question of the jury, and if it doesn't effectively change anything as it relates to what we're asking the jury to do, then I'd rather just ask the questions. I think that's consistent with my approach to the entire case, so I want to do that. Now, how about the actual...
I haven't heard if the jury's there
jury
yet.
Instruction language. Is there agreement on what Mr. Altenburn sent around? Are there additional items that need to be addressed? And certainly I need to see it sooner as opposed to later. Hey, Nick, are they here now?
If the jury's here.
Good. I think we would need to obviously have a question. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't need an instruction. Maybe that's apparent from the question. But I don't have Mr. Altenburn.
Yeah, these instructions do not include. I think there's something that needs to be added if you're going to put the specific intent question on this, because I used language from the standard instruction in A and B. I think maybe that is in C or D. I've got the form here. I can look.
The jury is here now.
But one way or the other, it may be missing some factor for that.
Okay. Well, Mr. Elliott, I know you said you have an oral argument in front of the District Court of Appeal this morning. Is one of your law partners able to pick this up? Because I really need this language sooner as opposed to later.
Yes, and we have sent a set. I can't, since I'm on my phone, I can't call up the set and see what's going on at the same time. Maybe Mr. Altenburn, the set that we sent the other day, does it have the instruction in it about intent? I can't get it in front of me right now.
Well, okay, does.
Well, let's put it. We don't need to, Your Honor. Yes, we'll look at. We have other folks that can look at this and Ms. Lawrence and the team have a copy of what was done yesterday or the day before, and so they can also look at that and forward it to the court.
Okay. Sooner as opposed to later, please. Thank you. Now,
yes.
And Mr. Elliott and Mr. Altenburn, I did, and I don't know if this was intentional or just as we were going through the form, I didn't see the standard instruction that says you may, in your discretion, decline to assess punitive damages. Maybe I just misread it. But was that something that we need to put in the?
Your Honor, that's.
Oh. So go ahead, Mr. Elliott.
That's in that instruction is in the phase one that you've already given, I think, and then the way they deal with it in phase two, and it's a little. I will agree. It's a little tricky the way they have it worded in the official or in the standard verdict. But when you get to phase two, the way it's worded, it talks about. That you may decide the amount of punitive damages, comma, if any. So the if any that's in each of those questions takes care of it.
Well, but I would tell you though that language is a standard within the opening instruction second stage portion.
Okay.
So
okay, I thought you were talking about the verdict form. I'm sorry.
No, on the actual language. So it's under the little section that says refer to note 8 refer to note on use 8. So maybe y'all can just look at that and if it needs to be added in there. And then also, do we need a non-duplication instruction? Maybe it will be mooted out by what happens
Right, I put a non-duplication on the verdict form, but I didn't put it in the instruction.
And I will tell you, I am leaning, and I certainly would listen to both sides, but I am leaning towards, if the jury finds both battery as it relates to the photography session and false imprisonment as it relates to the photography session, to combine those as a punitive damage for that issue. I mean, that's how I'm leaning right this second. I think that kind of obviates the non-duplication issue, but
the defense would not object to that.
I didn't think it would, but just to let you know, that's where I'm leaning. So I'm going to turn that back over to the lawyers to get those documents to me as soon as possible. I understand we have the jury here, so are there any issues we need to address before we let the jury start to begin their deliberations?
No, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury. And Madam Clerk, if you can please take the evidence.
All right, so it's a little confusing what they're doing this morning because they're going back and readdressing the verdict form and the jury instructions. They're talking about punitive damages.
Everybody.
Let's see if we can switch here.
Members of the jury, good morning. Good morning. And thank you again for being here early. I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And that's obviously since we broke yesterday from your deliberations. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. And has anyone approached you at all about this case? No. Have any of you seen any media accounts about this case? No. Okay. I've just asked the clerk to go re-deliver the evidence to you. I just heard the door close, so they're in the process of doing that. Let's talk logistics for a moment. Timing-wise, you all are...
They're in control.
Whatever you all do is going to be fine from a timing perspective. Remember, if you wish to continue to deliberate after today, we will have to bring you back on Monday. The courthouse is closed in honor of Veterans Day tomorrow. So if we're not finished with our work, we're going to bring you back next week. Okay. Anyone have any questions about that or concerns or anything like that?
Can't rush them.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I have the sealed envelope. It does not look like it has been damaged in any way. Do the attorneys wish to look at the seal or anything like that? No. Okay, I'm going to hand the sealed package back to the jury, and we're going to let you recommence your deliberations, and we will await your question or verdict. Okay, you may begin deliberating.
All rise. Jurors exiting.
Let's wait till the door closes. As soon as the door closes, we'll start the timer.
Thank you. The jury's out of our presence. Please be seated. Obviously, we don't know from a timing perspective what's going to occur. I would ask, if you leave campus, try not to go too far so that when we have a question or a verdict, we can reassemble. I've got other things I'm working on this morning, but I will, as soon as we hear, I'll try to wrap up whatever I'm doing at that moment and come and address this case here. Any questions?
No. If you want me to, I can go back to my office, away from my office, and add that paragraph. I've been working off a draft that the Plants gave me, and it's missing, and I can take a look to see if there's information that needs to be added for this specific.
Yeah, it might just be a sentence, whatever Mr. Altenburn you want to do. And maybe the lawyers need to have their witnesses for punitive damages available and ready to go. We are. Because we're, from a timing perspective, if we're trying to land this today, if there's a finding of punitive that we have to go into phase 2. I'd like to be able to turn it as quickly as we possibly can. But obviously it depends on when. Okay. We will be in recess pending the call of the jury. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna switch a little bit here. We're in recess pending the call of the jury. Longest trial ever, says Laura. It's a long one. Very no sound from the jury. No noise. Not a peep. No words. It was very, very quiet. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So phase 2 is a very quick phase, and it can happen in a matter of probably under an hour. But that phase 2 would be determining what the punitive damages are, and so they call witnesses that testify about that. We see Jules there in the courtroom. She's got everything. She's talking with Jack and the family as they leave, but everyone's leaving the courtroom. So I think everyone's taking their laptops. Yeah, it's a done deal. All right, so as that we go back into the waiting period, and as always, we think there might be something initially during the day, but the issues they're talking about, the judge is talking about. He says we've got to sort out these documents, we've got to sort out these questions, we have to sort out the rules for what the jury does for phase 2, because at any moment we could be done with phase 1. And we don't want to have the jury sitting back there in the deliberation room saying, guys, we decided and we're still back here, and them not be ready to proceed. So the plaintiff, this morning we heard a couple things. First of all, yesterday Mr. Altenberg has said there's in the verdict form, in the questionnaire, based on Supreme Court rules, you have to ask, the jury has to make the finding again. You have to ask them again. And I don't know exactly what that was about, but it basically gives the jury another chance to find for the defense even after they make the verdict. Jules is calling in right now. Hold on one second.
Call from Jules.
Good morning, Jules. We saw you this morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing much better, thank you, than I was last night when I spoke with you.
Yeah, good.
But before I go into anything, I just want to say, because I didn't find out until much later last night, congratulations, Scott. Congratulations, Mrs. R.A., on reaching 50,000 subs. I am so happy for you guys. When everybody started sending me messages, I'm like, I didn't know. I didn't. So listen, everybody that's in the chat, please show this man some love.
They already did.
No. Well, keep it coming all day, because this man for not good. Well, keep it going today, because you deserve it. You really have put forth a great stream throughout this entire trial. So congratulations to you and Mrs. R.A. from the bottom of my heart, and thank you so very much for allowing me to call in on a daily basis throughout all of this. Moving right along.
Thank you, Jules. Appreciate that.
Anytime.
You're cutting in and out right now. You're in a bad spot.
Am I? I need to find maybe.
That's a little better.
Don't go far.
That's better.
Is this better?
Yep.
Okay. And so they last night when they came in, as I told you, they looked really worn out. I mean, they looked worn out. Today, they look tired, not as bad as what they did last night. But I'm going to leave you with this, and you take it however you would like. They are dressed. Like dressed. Not in leisurely clothes.
Ooh.
You get my drift?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
They clearly think today is an important day, and they dressed appropriately, as opposed to all the other days.
Suit and bow tie. Mm-hmm. Yes, they are dressed.
That tells me two things.
They are dressed.
That to me, that says verdict, and that says media interviews.
Maybe so.
So that's where I'm leaning.
Well, I'm going according to my years of trial watching, jury verdicts, and it always seems that, when, like Emily Painter and, Julia Janae, whoever was covering the trial would come out and say, they're all dressed. And we had a verdict that day.
Yeah.
So they're dressed.
Yep.
They are dressed.
Well,
they do not appear the way they have appeared in the past.
I'm going to go ahead and get my hopes up.
But
that's
yes,
what I'm going to do.
They still look tired.
Yeah.
I
tell
am
you,
too.
It's a different switching from just listening to actively processing. It's got to take a different amount of energy. Suddenly, they are actively participating in everything, and it's nonstop. It's your brain is going constantly. You're discussing. You're flipping through notes. You're rethinking. You're listening. You're writing down more notes. You're doing math. Whatever it is, it's gone to watching TV and Netflix and chill to preparing for the SAT or taking the SAT. It's a big shift mentally.
I know. It is a big shift, and that's all I've got for you. Again, Scott, congratulations on your 50,000 subs.
Thank you, Jules.
I'm so happy for you, and many.
We dropped you again. We lost you.
I'll let you know if something happens.
All right, I heard that.
We lost. Okay, so congratulations again. Thanks so very much for sending so many of your thoughts. I greatly appreciate everyone, and soon you'll be.
All right.
Great day, everybody.
Thank you, Jules. Bye-bye. Jules is wonderful. She's been so generous with her time, observing and letting us know what she sees. She is definitely she's viewing from the plaintiff's side, and we appreciate her the vantage point she provides from that. She's very clear on that she's made friends with, and not just the family, but some of the people on that side and the supporters as well. We appreciate her take on that and her eyes in the courts, as she finds out things oftentimes before we do. Miss Lisa says, happy 550K subs. Honored to have been part of the jury. Thank you so much. Also, we had a huge super chat from Sinksy 1212. Congrats, 50,000 subs. Thank you very much. If I got the name wrong. Momo WFH gifted 5 subs, as well as Keela McDonald gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much. Magical Mary says, Dr. G brought up a good point for last night. Thanks for everyone who went over and watched Dr. G. We had Dr. G, we had Lawyer I think Rob. I missed Rob's. Rob, were you on last night? I was exhausted. I was spent. Of course, I had a meeting as well that conflicted, so I apologize after watching the rewatch crew. Snark from juror questions wasn't read in court. Maybe they didn't think snark from notes would be read. Oh. They thought everything we say gets toned down, right? Everything we say. I've tried to ask some snarky questions, and it gets toned down to a very nice, polite question. And now they wrote another snarky question, and it got read verbatim. And they're like, oh, that one got through. That would be interesting. Let's see. Hazelnut says, prediction, the verdict today, because a lady named Lego My Pants called in. Yes. Rob was on. Wonderful. I have to catch that on the rewatch. I'm so far behind. The problem was the worst in my. Hopefully nobody who's on my meeting is watching right now, but I was in a position where I could not have YouTube going in the corner of my screen just to follow along with captions. I'm not saying that I've done that in other meetings, but I was in a position where other people could see my computer, and that would have probably been frowned upon. If we get a midday verdict, my guess is 2 p.m., I'll be here and happy to call in or jump on if questions. Rob, do you want to do it on your channel? Do you want to do it here? I'd love to. Here's what we can do. I can make a verdict. I can do it on StreamYard. And if you'd like to jump on that way, or if we want to do it on your channel, I could jump on that way. I'd love to. The only time we've ever been on stream together was with Ian on Ian's channel. So we could do whatever works for you. I know you've got the busier schedule of the two of us, so So let me know, and we'll work with whatever, if that works. Oh, wow. Not That Mickey says, my first time catching the live with RA here from Law and Lumber with Rob. Great coverage. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super generous super chat as well. Glad to have you here. Rob has sent just some amazing people. I mean, Rob's community is absolutely incredible, and having them come over here has just been wonderful as well. And Nancy Rolfe says, congratulations, did a fantastic job. You guys, we celebrated yesterday. I appreciate that. I feel like I'm getting more than I deserve, but in a big way. So let me answer your questions about the trial. Recovery Addict, caught my cat carrying a palmetto bug across my lanai. Immediately thought of you. I think, Betty, maybe you should come train my cat, because you can have those bugs crawl across his paws, and he won't do anything. So my cat is not doing what I hoped it would do. Another question this morning. No questions so far. We're just waiting. Deliberation time is approaching 12 hours right now. When in 3 more minutes we'll be at 12 hours. Just Crystal K says, I don't think you know what Netflix and chill means. Okay. I probably used that a little bit out of context. I'm not hip enough to understand the subtle undertones of that phrase. Law and Lumber, one of the absolute best creators on YouTube, missed the Saturday night story time. He is really good. Abby Raffi, sorry, my eyes are playing tricks on me. Rob's face was like a proud dad regarding Miss Lawrence. And we heard her again this morning. We heard she got to stand up and talk a little bit. Maybe we'll hear a little more before this is done. Tonight is the podcast. We do have a podcast here tonight at 8 p.m. It is the Not Relevant podcast. My partner and I, podcast partner, I have to be careful how I say that, huh? My podcast partner, Weather Watch, Thomas, and I, we're going to have our podcast. We normally do it on the Friday nights. We're going to move that to Thursdays because we found that it conflicted with everyone else's schedule and sometimes our own. So we're going to do it tonight. It'll be a lot of fun. We've got a few stories about some dumb criminals you might enjoy as well. Let's see. Desert Pirate, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate that. Yeah, if I'm not sure what Rob's schedule is. Obviously, anytime today, if you want to call in, Rob, we can bring you in on the phone. I'm set up right now through a hardware encoder, which means I can't bring a StreamYard connection in. But when the verdict comes in, we will redo it on StreamYard, and then we can share a link if people wanted to join, or if you were able. DeNovo gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, DeNovo. And I've got to go watch Rob's recap. Can you guys just entertain yourselves while I watch the recap? Is that all right? Mindy, I've done one job of voiceover work, and it was I guess I can say it was for Weather Watch, and his company said, "Hey, I need somebody who can read this. I need a voice. Would you be willing to do a quick?" And I loved it. Absolutely loved it. It's interesting. It's not interesting content at all. It was very factual, informational for a little video, but it was a lot of fun. Not sure what state it plays in. Maybe California plays that little soundbite. Michelle M., thank you for gifting a membership this morning. Let's get to some questions while we're waiting. While the jury is deliberating on the big questions, let's get to your small questions. Is there anything I can answer, or we can ask someone who knows more than I do? And let's see. So apparently, in Netflix and chill has a way different meaning than what I meant. I literally thought it meant watching Netflix and chilling out. Apparently, it's less plutonic. Is that a thing? Woo. Okay, sorry about that. Now I'm embarrassed. Law and Lumber Chat put Ian into 3rd place in donations last night. Oh, that is awesome. I know they're open for donations, I think, till the end of the year. And he was so close. Last time I checked, he was at 107,000. So that is awesome. That is really good. I'd have to check with Rob. I don't know. I wouldn't want to restream his stream. You guys have all watched it already. It would just be you watching with me because you guys have seen it already. So, sorry, Amber. Somebody should have warned me. Should have warned me that there was an issue with that little phrase.
Call from Truth Seeker.
Good morning, Truth Seeker. How are you doing?
Good morning, Scott. Congratulations on 50,000 members.
Oh, thank you. You were one of them. So congratulations to you as well.
Yeah. So yesterday, late in the day, they were talking about a deposition of Kevin Sowers. Mm-hmm. And if you go back to the motion for stipulations that you were reading from and look at pages 22 and 23, you will see why the plaintiff wants it so badly and Hunter's fighting so badly to not have that deposition happen.
Let's see, 22 and 23.
Yeah, and he sprinkled throughout the depot later, but it's going to be pretty clear to you when you look at that why.
The Mr. Sowers stuff, right?
Yeah, Kevin Sowers is his name.
So starting on 22, it says, Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital conducted multiple town hall meetings led by Mr. Sowers, the interim CEO and president, when the patient safety issues surfaced and surrounding the finding of immediate jeopardy. At all these town hall meetings, Mr. Sowers informed the staff and employees that the immediate jeopardy finding was based on culpability, and that really is around the issue of that leadership knew there were quality and safety issues and did not elevate it in appropriate ways to the board. That's a quote. And that also quote, immediate jeopardy really is about system process issues of that way that quality and safety issues are driven to the board. Wow. Leadership knew. When I hear leadership knew, I hear punitive damages ringing in my head. Punitive damages bells.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I have not heard if that depot is going forward. They filed a motion to.
I don't.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and Judge said, you guys go figure out what you're going to do with that. We just don't know what that is. He wasn't going to, didn't look like he wanted to hear everybody make their point.
So it was Mr. Sowers.
Go in a room and duke this out.
Yeah. Mr. Sowers, the plaintiff, basically said, hey, we'd like to depose Mr. Sowers. And the judge is like, you just file notice now, and the defense is like, we had no clue, and Mr. Hunter even threw out do I have to issue a protective order for my client, because he's got 4 hours notice. We had no idea. They're acting like they got blindsided by this, when clearly it's all over in the documents. But the plaintiff's argument to the judge, when the judge is like, really, you're throwing this on us last minute? And he says, Judge, it goes to punitive. If they knew, and we have evidence that they knew what was going on and hid it or didn't do anything, or that speaks directly to the punitive damages. And so I think the judge is like, well, we don't like it, but you've got a point. You guys see if you can work it out, so I don't have to rule. That's always his first preference, right? If you two can work it out, I don't have to rule, and it becomes an issue for appeal later. So maybe we'll hear a little bit about that today.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, so just wanted to pass that along in case you wanted to read some more from that document today. There's, like I say, there's several mentions of Kevin Sowers on there.
Yeah,
including the one you read.
I think we're going to find the depot portion and pick up where we left off with the depot of Miss Green.
Sure.
I think that's going to be our today while we're waiting, because there's more in there, and the battle continues.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find where we left off.
And like I said, they do talk about. His name comes up a lot when I searched for it in the PDF document. It was one after one after one, and so there's a lot of discussion you'll probably get to today from the actual deposition on Kevin Sowers.
Okay, let's see where we're at. So we read about they had 10 days. The documents were provided. I think it was read about where the documents were provided. Those two, and we heard about those boxes today, right? From Ms. Lawrence. She says to the defense, hey, we'd like to go through these documents. And these documents were provided they were conditional. They were basically saying, these are top secret, these are confidential. This is not to file for the world to see. But they say, we'd like to go through those documents now. So let's start doing that. And I think they're going to go through together, probably have somebody from the defense and from the plaintiff together on that. But that's going to be some light reading. It's very entertaining as well.
Very
sure.
entertaining as well. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, I'm going
to scoot on.
Thank you very much, Truth Seeker. I'm going to find where we were in the deposition, and we're going to pick up with that and do a little bit of light reading while we wait for the jury, who is just past 12 hours. Just past 12 hours of deliberation.
Yeah, wow. Must be lots of math.
Yes, lots of math involved. All right, thank you very much, Truth Seeker.
Right,
good to hear from
you.
you. We'll see you. Bye.
Yep, you too. Bye.
All right, we're going to go back to reading here a little bit and just make sure we have audio turned on from the courtroom. So if anything happens, you're going to hear that. We're good there. Let's see. Let me go back, make sure I've got everything I need to up here. Hope I didn't miss anything. Just know that when I'm reading over this direction, I can't see the chat, and so if there's a super chat, I'm probably going to miss it right now. So you might want to not do super chats for just a little bit. Whoa! Peter predicted 230 million. That's basically everything they're asking for. That's basically saying we like the plaintiff's numbers. At that, I think it's a little less. I think the newest numbers puts them closer to 300 million. But that's huge. I'm watching the Zoom. Okay, I've got my eye on the judge's chair. That's the one I'm watching. I'm not doing the courtroom view, so I'm just watching the judge's chair. Anybody else have anxiety about the verdict? Me? Pick me. I do. Okay, let's that's not what Peter predicted. Okay, guys. Peter said 0 to 230 million. He's somewhere between. Okay, that's very different now. That's very different, you guys. You can't say Peter said 230 and say that's the whole story. Hang on, another phone call's coming in. We'll take one more and then we'll start reading.
Call from Michelle Phillips from Inns.
Michelle Phillips, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's on your mind this morning?
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
I was trying to get through to give you a little bit of backstory information on the Kevin Sowers mention of him being deposed and give you a little bit of insight into his psyche before we see anything so that people can kind of keep it in mind. I worked at Duke for many years and was a staff assistant in the same office in hospital administration. And so I got to see him, put on his people face versus coming in and throwing things across the office when things didn't go his way. So I've seen both sides of the coin. Wow. He was over a lot of big stuff, but he started out as an oncology nurse. So he was just a regular staff nurse when he started at Duke.
Let me say that is impressive. A lot of times you'll have for a executive of a big company. Basically, they brought in a professional executive. They'll bring somebody in, but for somebody to work up through the ranks, typically that means they have the knowledge of the different levels and how things operate.
Yes, and he was very manipulative and used his connections to work his way up to the level he's at. And if you go on the link, I sent you a link.
Some would call that skill.
Well, he has a lot of skill. But in the hallways, the staff would love him because he pushed the whole, used to work bedside with you, constantly when he was interacting with the staff and with the patients. He would use that in every conversation. I worked bedside. I was right in the trenches with you to make that connection. But he was over consolidation of labs, emergency and trauma, managed care, patient care services, all those key things that make the hospital work behind the scenes. And he would work with lawyers to work whatever deal needed to be worked.
Yeah.
So you're gonna see a smile, and he is gonna not have any problem with this deposition.
Well, I'll tell you, I predict that we will not see the deposition at all. This will be something that happens that happens outside of this, and then if there's little snippets, and really all they need, all they're looking for, all the plaintiff is looking for, is that admission that the hospital knew what was going on, knew there was a problem, hadn't fixed it, or knew about it before the finding, or knew about it while it was going on. They just need that admission to say, hey, we knew there was a problem, and let it continue. And that's as far as they're going. It sounds like, honestly, it sounds like...
he came in to fix things, but he didn't, obviously. And he is, the thing is that I will be very shocked if he slips up and says anything to give prosecution a tidbit of what they need, because he's been playing this game at least 35 years.
I honestly, I can't speak to his character at all. I don't have that personal knowledge. I appreciate you sharing your viewpoint on that. All I know is what we've seen from the court documents. I will say that that most likely that it's not going to be his testimony so much as him as a spokesman, and the plaintiff getting him to read the documents that's already in evidence, and that is going to be the admission, I think. So thank you very much for your viewpoint. I appreciate that very much.
Sure. Have a great day. I'll be listening.
We'll see you. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
I will say it sounds like this gentleman who's the CEO is driven in the corporate world, and it's a funny cross when you get someone who has very good political skills, which is being able to say what people want you to say, being able to say the right thing to the right people, and corporate aspirations. And when those two merge, you find someone who climbs the ladder very quickly. So, yeah, just interesting that way. All right. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think this is a international call. Just 1 second. Last call.
Call from?
It's Eric Cutman.
To accept.
Is this Eric?
Yep, Gideon. I'm talking to you with Recovery Addict.
Yes. Just briefly, we've just got a moment. We've got to start reading the deposition. Is there something on your mind?
G'day, spiffy, legal mumbo jumbo talkie recovery dude.
This is Bond. This is Bond. Matt, I can...
It is.
I knew the number was weird.
I had to congratulate you on the 50,000, dude. You're epic.
Oh my goodness! This is why I hesitate to answer calls at all, Matt. This is why. Oh my goodness!
Congrats, dude.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're a part of it. It's been wonderful. This has been an amazing journey, and I've loved every moment of it.
Thank you so much for getting our stories out. It means the world to all of us pain sufferers. So.
Yep. Well, thank you.
I definitely had to thank you.
I appreciate that. Thanks for making the long distance call. We'll catch you later. Bye-bye.
Later, bro.
Bye. All right, now we're going to go to reading. We're just going to go to reading. So, here's where we are. We left off in the deposition. This is Mr. Whitney doing a depo of Miss Green, who is from the hospital. She's an executive from the hospital. She's in a position to be able to testify to all the matters that they, noticed that they wanted testimony on. And Mr. Hunter is there as Miss Green's representative, and on the plaintiff side, also Mr. Corcoran, the great witness, Mr. Corcoran, is there as their expert to just observe everything and see how this goes. So we're sort of going to cover just a little bit, but they they got to the point where they had provided a bunch of documents. They had Mr. Whitney had called them out for not providing the emails and the drafts of the fix-it bullet points, the discussion, the town hall, things like that. He called them out on that, and those got provided. I think there was about a 55-minute break where the plaintiff objected, but the defense left and brought some documents back. They've also brought 2 boxes worth of, like banker boxes worth of documents, additional stuff that's delivered during this deposition. And so that's roughly where we are. So so the people talking are Mr. Whitney, who is asking the questions. The answers are provided by Miss Green, and then Mr. Hunter sometimes will interject in there. And let's see if I can find a good pickup spot here regarding that. Just 1 second. Let's see. But as we sit here today, says Mr. Hunter, we don't have the communications to CMS in December of 2018. I don't know. Oh, let me put it on the big screen so I don't get a kink in my neck. This is going to be awful. Let's see. Should have thought this one through. Hang on. Okay, pulled up there. There. All right. Okay. And we'll go 8. There we go. All right. Let's see. Let's see. She says, I don't know that there were written communications because there were several verbal. I'm still looking at the wrong way. This is how bad I am at this. Thank you, Mystic Mama. I don't know there were written communications because there were verbal telephone discussions, but I don't have any other access to the written communication if it exists. Mr. Whitney, you're aware, I'd imagine, given your breadth of experience, that with the issuance of an immediate jeopardy, there's a template that's provided to the institution. Correct. You get a report from the left column in of the findings, and that right column is where you put your action plan. Even before that, with an IJ survey, there's a template that's provided. Are you familiar with Appendix Q? So we read all this. She goes and says, I'm not sure we ever got that. That first initial thing that according to the document says we should have received. I'm not sure if it happened, but we can ask around. Let's see. We find they talk about item 5 and item 6. I think we read that before. You can go off the record. There we go. Off the record. Time is 6:09. See, the videographer says we're back on the record. Time is 6:09. So they've been doing this depo for just over 2 hours. Mr. Whitney says, so Ms. Green, you noted that Exhibit 7, the CMS regulations and references to Appendix Q, were revised March 5th, 2019, just after the immediate jeopardy notification to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital? Correct. As Exhibit 8 will mark Appendix Q as it existed, the revision date of May 21st, 2004, so that we can verify that that same template would have been delivered to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. So they mark it. And here, ma'am, I've labeled this as Exhibit 8. I'm going to hand you the packet of information. You can verify the revision date for Appendix Q, and then I've flagged the page I'd like you to review to confirm that a notice in writing must have been delivered within 2 days. It's up towards the top. I see from the top we're supposed to have completed Form 2567 delivered to us. Do you also see that within 2 days it must deliver in writing the findings of the IJ survey? A completed Form 2567 must be sent to the entity on the 10th working day if it was not given on the 2nd day. Do you see above that where it talks about the 2 days? Yes, the notice describing immediate jeopardy must be delivered to the entity no later than 2 days of the end of the survey. All right, and 2 days after the end of the survey? The witness, right. We received notice of the immediate jeopardy on January 31st by letter. And the survey was January 7th through 11th? 7th through 11th, correct. So by that regulation, you would have had to receive notice by January 13th? You would expect so based on this notice. And I'll give you the opportunity to review these exhibits again if you'd like, but as we sit here, we have not seen this notice that's set forth in Appendix Q. I'm not certain they're referencing anything different than another letter, other than the letter and form that they received. If that is, in fact, the case, if it is after this time period, but I'm not certain they're referencing it. In either of these documents, anything other than the report that we received. When you say in either of these documents, you're talking about both versions of Appendix Q that I gave you? Well, the appendix that was post-states our IJ and our survey talked about a template. Thanks, Mystic Mama. Appreciate that. We read some of this, so I'm going to skip through a little bit. We've got the 10 days thing. He gets to the point saying there should have been a document that was issued right when the finding happened, and not this one in January, or this latter one in January that we know about. Okay. Do you agree with me that the immediate jeopardy is a serious situation? Absolutely. And you recognize that immediate jeopardy puts the hospital at risk of losing federal funding? Correct. And you recognize that immediate jeopardy is a classification reserved for situations in which recipients of services, healthcare at the hospital, are at serious risk for injury, harm, or death? Correct. And that immediate jeopardy is issued when the violations are widespread? I believe that could also be egregious, and that the immediate jeopardy in this case was related to the governing body and related to a failure and oversight for their pediatric heart surgery program. Well, at least, let's see. Well, we'll get to that distinction, but you recognize that the words that are used with the reference to the immediate jeopardy are widespread and egregious? Yes. And widespread indicates systemic? I think that widespread means there's a pattern of issues at the hospital. And you recognize in this instance, and when I say this instance, I'm referring to the immediate jeopardy that was initiated by your testimony, by the self-report in December, several self-reports in December of 2018, that this was a cultural issue at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It was a cultural issue in the heart surgery program and a lack of oversight for that program. But it wasn't just a cultural issue within the cardiac pediatric surgery unit. Why can I not say that? Was it, ma'am? It was all the way up to the board and the governing body. Mr. Hunter, objective form. Witnesses, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Mr. Hunter said, you can go ahead and answer to the question. I think that the board did not have the information that they needed to do their job, and the leaders who were no longer with the hospital did not surface the issues to the board in such a way that the board was able to do their job, Mr. Whitney. And you recognize that there are also issues with the integration oversight, collaboration with risk management, right? Objective form, says Hunter. What are you saying, says the witness. Mr. Hunter says, I'm saying objective form. Witness, okay. That means I don't like the form of the question, that it's objectionable. Witness, got it. But you can go ahead and answer it. Sorry. The witness says, yeah, there were concerns about the risk management team's duty to report events to the state. Mr. Whitney says, well, not only that, right? As part of the corrective action plan, you recognize that risk management was not reported within the hospital appropriately. The risk management team was not sharing information, the risk management team was not sharing information with the patient safety team about the heart issues or other events, other reports. We were able to make changes that allowed that to happen, but the risk management team was not really functioning in a way that we would like for them to function. Sure, but and not just that they weren't sharing information and they were being the risk management team, but additionally the risk management team wasn't meeting with division leaders frequently enough. Mr. Hunter, form. The witness, I don't know the answer to that, honestly. There are things that if I think about what we needed better root cause analysis. We needed better complaints and grievances. We needed more transparency around event reports, but I don't have knowledge about an expectation. Part of our actions were to integrate the risk management team that was newly comprised and expect them to round and have relationships and engagement with clinical teams and providers in a way that we believed would support people speaking up. And yes, we have encouraged and worked really hard for leaders to round and be present, and that did include plans for our risk management team to do so. Mr. Whitney says, and this will be Exhibit 9 as it turns out, and Exhibit 9 is the cover page, is an email February 14th, 2019 from Susan Franklin. Her position again? She's the director, she is the System Senior Director for Regulatory Affairs. I'm going to need some water. Okay, I'm missing out on the chats here. Just one second. I'm sorry. Corn Dog says, good morning, all Sharon McDonald's. Mantha Terry, thanks for your kindness to everyone. Thank you very much, Corn Dog. 7 months. Appreciate that. Have an easy day. Also gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Have an easy day. Appreciate that as well. Let me catch up. Okay, there we go. All right. We're going to scroll down just a little bit. Attached Exhibit 9 of the draft correction plans. I'd like you to focus on where I flagged here under A309. Before we do that, A309, can you describe what it is? No, I don't remember all the tags and what they are. Are they, just give me the category. A309 would be an element of participation or a condition of participation. What is, I don't know the answer. You don't know the answer. All right. I don't memorize that. All right. Just because I can look it up. Review this right-hand column for me, ma'am. So as a result of these systemic failures, who resigned or was terminated? The Director of Risk Management is not the right title for that. Jackie Crane was the person in the role. She was, I don't remember her title, but I believe on that same day that Dr. Allen left, Jackie Crane left as well, and that's the person this is referring to. Oh, my question wasn't limited to risk management, but while we're at it, what risk management person is referenced there as a risk management representative? The label is Director of Risk Management. So as of, it says this talks about accepted resignations from executive leaders, and the VP Chief of Staff was the lead executive for risk management. That was Jackie Crane. She was referenced on 12/11/18. Ms. Crane was the lead executive in charge of risk management? Correct. And as a result, or in connection with the self-reporting immediate jeopardy, Ms. Crane was terminated or otherwise exited? She exited on December. I believe she had exited the same day as Dr. Ellen, which was December 11th, 2018. That's prior to the CMS survey, prior to our notification of immediate jeopardy, but certainly after the events of the Heart Institute had surfaced. And after your self-report to the Joint Commission? Yes, the self-report to the Joint Commission was on 11/28. These events that we've been discussing dated back to as early as 2015, did they not? Mr. Hunter, form. Witness, I don't know. Our concerns with our Heart Institute outcomes occurred before I got there, and the outcomes were worse after Jim Quintansenza left All Children's, and I believe he left in 2016. Which month? I believe it was June, but it was relying on my memory, not something that I know for certain as a correct month. I appreciate that. To the best of your recollection. To the best of my recollection. It wasn't there. I wasn't there. To the best of my recollection for what people said, he left in June of 16. And the issues dated back to, if not earlier, the time of his departure in June of 2016. The heart surgery program outcome issues dated back to around the time Dr. Q left. Our senior-most expert surgeon was gone. He had exceptional outcomes, and they were not as good after he left. And there was a failure to report those adverse outcomes. Objective form. Our witness management team, we discovered in our own analysis of failures in that risk management system, was that there were events that should have been reported to the state by our risk management team, and they failed to do so. All right, around the time of December 2018, between November 2018 and January 2019, right? As you were self-reporting to the Joint Commission, as you were doing site visits in Atlanta with CMS and Tallahassee with ACA, and then the issuance of the immediate jeopardy, you and your colleagues conducted a 3-year look back to see what else risk management had failed to report. True? Correct. And so if we're sitting in January of 2019, a 3-year look back in that regard takes us back to January of 2016. Okay, right? Yep. And in that investigate, I would say you're producing these dates. I don't know these dates. I don't know that those dates are in fact. You're asking me a range of dates. Well, okay, let's clarify. You'd agree with me that there was a self-report in November of 2018? Correct. And an immediate jeopardy issuance by your testimony of January 2019? There's a letter that was produced for you that demonstrates that. Sure, I take issue with that because the Form 2567 of January 19 references an ongoing immediate jeopardy as early as September 2018. I don't. It does say ongoing, but it was referring to the dates of approval of key documents, not an immediate jeopardy related to anything else. It was the immediate jeopardy related to the heart surgery program. It was issued to us on the 31st, but they used the dates of approval of those documents as the initiation date. So for the purposes of this evening's testimony, I'm not going to quibble with you about whether it was September 2018 or January 2019 that the immediate jeopardy began. I'm going to accept your testimony for the moment that in your understanding, the immediate jeopardy was issued in January of 2019, okay? That is correct, if it was issued. And we're on the same page on January 31st. Sure, and I just want to end the ambiguity because in connection with the self-reporting issuance of immediate jeopardy, you and your colleagues conducted a 3-year look back to see what other adverse events had not been reported by risk management. Thank you, Laurie Ross. I thought there was a bug on my screen. It was your cursor. Sorry. Yes, I'll move it over here. Does that help? Or maybe down here. Put it in the deliberation time. Our system management leader did a retrospective review. I do not recall the time frame she went back to. I did a retrospective review of the heart surgery program and reviewed 5 years worth of deaths. We looked for any child who had a neuro complication, and we sent a number of cases out for external review as well. And we were looking to identify if there had been other children harmed in our heart surgery program for our own learning, and also that we could engage with those families in a way that was morally responsible and transparent. So other leaders in the hospital have discussed a 3-year look back, but you personally did a 5-year look back? For the Heart Institute outcomes, correct. Taking us back to 2014. We are sitting in 2019. We did a 5-year look back at 5 years worth of mortalities, yes. And in that look back, whether it was 3 years or 5 years, the hospital identified 13 other events that had not been reported. I'm Mr. Hunter, objective form. I don't know the answer to that. You're referring to a 3-year look back from somebody in our hospital, the risk management leader. I don't have that number at hand. Does that sound about accurate? 13? Do you recall how many risk management had missed? There were a number of them. I do not recall how many. 13 could be correct, but I don't remember the exact number. You would agree with me that if the concerns were raised as early as 2015 and the nurses or nurse practitioners that raised those issues faced retaliation and retribution, that would be a cultural issue, right? Objective form. Correct. In our Heart Institute, that did occur, and there is evidence in the culture of that we did not want to permeate in our heart surgery program or our heart ICU program. There was a culture at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital between 2015 and 2019 of retaliation and retribution if providers raised concerns. Objective form. Mr. Whitney, would you agree? The only ones that I would be aware of are in the heart program. The issues dated back to the acquisition of Johns Hopkins of All Children's Hospital. Did they not? What issues are you referring to, Mr. Hunter? Objective form. The issues of retaliation, retribution against whistleblowers. I don't know the answer to that. What I'm aware of, I've shared that there was an issue in the heart program. You're aware that when Mr. Sowers came in and took over the role of interim president, he validated and confirmed for himself events of retribution and retaliation in the hospital? I'm aware of this, objective form. In the Heart Institute, I mean, I can testify to what I know about, right? That is, I know about the ones in the heart program. And did you also individually validate instances of retaliation and retribution against whistleblowers? Objective form, no. That was left to Mr. Sowers? We were all very engaged with the staff rounding, looking to try to understand what happened. The personal knowledge of what I have is related to what occurred in the heart surgery program. We worked really hard, though, to talk about speaking up for safety across the hospital and to equip our leaders to not only listen, but to act. And you mentioned the Heart Institute team members had spoken up and been punished and not been listened to where action had not been taken. And that I'm aware that occurring in the heart surgery program. You were integrally, that word, integrally. Why does that sound weird to me? Sometimes you've seen a word a million times and now I can't say it. You're integrally involved. Tied at the hip, very closely involved in coming up with the action plan and dealing with the immediate jeopardy findings. Were you not? Yes. And you worked closely with Kevin Sowers? Yes. Besides you and Mr. Sowers, who else was most fundamental to that effort? Meg Garrett, who was most of the time, I think, mentioned the system's senior-most person for risk. Dan Sheeler, he was a system's senior-most counsel. I think we were very engaged. It took a whole team, though, to work on the improvements that we were working on, and many, many people were involved. But that group did a lot of heavy lifting of the work. Caroline Ahern, who was director of regulatory at the time, I would add her as well. In your discussions with Mr. Sowers, did he acknowledge that Johns Hopkins had let All Children's Hospital down? Objective form. I don't recall. I'm going to refer you back to Exhibit 5 here, which again is an email with a subject line of, how about this for Kevin's talking points to the board? And I'd like you to review the proposals as they relate to the governing body. Okay? Condition of participation. And tell me how many of these relate to risk management. I think I still have one of your documents. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you. The restructuring of the risk management department is one, and we at All Children's were unique that in our risk management department reported to a local leader primarily. That was Jackie Crane. So part of the action was to move them to reporting to Meg Garrett, to the health system risk management leader. The internal event reporting process was initially, prior to this, really managed by risk management. And one of our transitions was for that to be a partnership between patient safety and risk management. So prior to this, patient safety was not involved in event reporting. The software system was managed by risk management. the flow information was managed by them. Patient safety team members did have access to the system, but not unlimited, unfettered access. And one of the transitions we made was to remove those limitations to access. As a senior person, I had brought our access on my team, but with the changes that we made, the team had The complaint and grievance process was managed by service excellence in participation with risk management. Ma'am, my question at the moment is limited to how many of those proposed talking points for Mr. Sowers were directly related to reorganizing, restructuring, or recalibrating risk management. There are two major bullet points. One of them has some sub-bullet points. The rounding of the risk manager and executive leadership, 1, 2, 3. I would say a significant number, 4 to 5. 4 to 5 of them relate to risk management, depending on if you count the subs and the big bullets. The rounding of risk management, describe that a little bit. What was not happening? What was to change? Mr. Hunter, form. Witness. So I cannot speak to what was happening with the risk management team prior, but the expectation was that the risk manager would begin rounding. The executive leadership team was rounding, but the expectation, again, being set for us was the rounding with the frontline staff. Mr. Whitney. And when you say risk management was not expected to round with the frontline staff, can you explain that a little bit for the benefit of me, the court? I can't say cinnamon no matter how hard I try. Cinnamon. Thank you, Marianne. Appreciate that. Answer. So the risk management team has a lot of meetings and spends a lot of time in meetings and offices before pandemic. There was no Zoom, but you doing a lot of meeting time. Rounding would mean they go to clinical areas where their care is delivered and check on staff and care for patients who are caring for patients. And this wasn't happening prior to these changes being implemented? Form. I don't know, right? This is saying that one of our actions is regular rounding. I would surmise that it was not regular or didn't exist, but I don't have factual information on how that team rounded prior to this finding. Understood. May I see that for a moment? Yes. And then it mentions here the resignations of 8 executive leaders effective immediately. Okay, yeah, agreed. There was a round of executive leader resignations in December and a second set in January. Right, and then it mentions at the bottom here, massive education campaign on speaking up and speaking out without fear of retribution. Correct. Now that speaking up and speaking out campaign, tell me a little about that. That was something I would say as a hospital we were already working on. Children's hospitals participate in a national collaborative called Solutions for Patient Safety, and a lot of that is focused on culture and error prevention training and things that you do to encourage people to speak up or to express concerns with their teammates if they have them. So we had begun working on that. After the institute, or after the issues with the heart surgery program and the concerns about how those team members who had spoken up felt had not been listened to and had not had actions in response to their speaking up, and some further had experienced retribution, we did a massive campaign encouraging people to use our Speak to Us hotline. Encouraging people to report by HERO, including anonymous reporting in HERO and anonymous speaking in our Speak to Us system. There were posters that were posted in lots of places. There were emails. When we rounded, we would talk about speaking up. We continued to work on solutions for patient safety culture tools that really helped team members communicate in high-stress environments. But a lot of that spread across the whole system and included, and really continues really to this day, encouraging people to use the Speak to Us hotline and use HERO and to feel very comfortable doing so anonymously. Thank you for your answer. I have a lot of follow-up questions because there was a lot there. First of all, speaking up, and speaking out was kind of the buzzword for the campaign. Right. And you had an office at the time in Florida as well as in Baltimore? No, at that time, I was only an all children's employee. You were. So only in St. Pete. And did you sit in the risk management building or did you sit in the main hospital? When I was the senior director, I was one floor above the risk management team. When I transitioned to the VP role, I moved into the research and education building into the executive suite there. Is that near the same campus? The research and education building? Yeah, it's a half block closer to the hospital. Okay, so if I'm walking from the risk, like I'm sitting here trying to imagine, directing you. So between the 500 building where risk and patient safety is, regulatory is there also. You could pass the research and education building on your right as you were walking to the hospital. Indicates affirmatively. If you still hear beeping, you're behind. Okay. The beeps haven't happened for a little while. This is heavy reading, and I think I read all this before. Am I still rehashing what we did before? She says where the office buildings are. Where in the hospital would you place them? I'm talking about the posters, speaking up and speaking out, I think. Where in the hospital would you place them? Nursing stations, hallways? What was the... You would often see them in break rooms. You might see them in nursing stations, places where staff gather, and it varied from one unit to unit because the structure of some units varies. Like in the Heart Institute, there's a room that looks like a fishbowl. That's a team room, so very purposefully placing them in those places where teams interact. And hospital-wide? Yeah. All right. And what was HERO? I assume that it was an internal system of some sort. HERO is the internal safety event reporting software. Was there another system I missed? There's a hotline. There's HERO. Thank you. Speak to Us is the hotline. The Speak to Us hotline, and then HERO is the safety event reporting software. All right. Is there any other system that I missed there? I thought maybe you mentioned a third one. I'm just checking. I mean, you could speak up directly to a human. That's a great line. Okay, well, that. And we did engage that as well. But if you're, and in fact, prefer that, right, because if a staff member spoke up to me personally, I could ask questions, try to understand, also get back to them, close the loop. But we did include the option of speaking to a live human when we would round and talk about speaking up. And then the multiple town hall meetings were conducted by Mr. Sowers and with hospital staff, hospital-wide? Correct. To discuss how to improve transparency and encourage reporting of patient safety and quality concerns. Yeah, and to keep the team up to date. There was a lot of change. It was very unsettling. There were newspaper articles. The community would ask staff questions, and he did a really nice job of not only holding town halls, but being very pleasant in the hospital with the staff. And that, I think that to this day, people will talk about how they valued his physical presence during that time. Did you attend any of these town hall meetings? Yes. How many were there? I don't recall. There would have been recordings of these, right? I don't know, honestly. They haven't been produced to us. You'd agree with me there, if they exist? No, they have not been produced, but I would say that we were not recording lots of meetings. I would be, frankly, very surprised if we recorded the town halls, but I don't know if we actually, factually, if we did. I'd like to show you a few of the videos, and I'm going to turn this to face you. If you have any difficulty hearing, I'd be happy to. I have a large speaker. Okay, just to let me know, this is as best as I can do for the video. I'm going to play you about a minute here. Do you recognize the gentleman in the Johns Hopkins lab coat? I can't see that far. All right. It's teeny. He looks, it's Kevin because he's bald, but talking. Yeah, but yeah. And talking, but yeah. He's Kevin because he's bald and talking. All right. So it is Kevin? Yeah. So let's back it up from here for a second because I'm going to try to make it easier for the court reporter here. Thereupon, an audio clip was played. And Kevin Sowers says, so let's talk about the survey results. So we did have the 12 surveyors, as you all know, on site. The witness, is that on speed? Kevin Sowers, you all that were here had the opportunity to experience that. There's a couple things. Mr. Whitney, no, he's talking fast in this one. I think that sounds like he's on, Mr. Hunter, that speeded up. The witness, that doesn't sound like his normal pace. I mean, if you can understand it, that's okay, but that's probably hard to transcribe at that pace. Mr. Whitney, I'll slow it down if you like. Mr. Hunter, can you identify the source of that? Mr. Whitney, that's work product. Mr. Hunter, that's work product. If you're showing to the witness, it's not work product anymore. Mr. Whitney, well, the source is work product. Well, I object to this, Mr. Hunter, but go ahead. Another audio clip played. Kevin Sowers says, let's talk about the survey results. The witness, now that's a lot slower than he normally talks. Is this a test? Mr. Whitney, am I testing you? I'm not testing you. It was at 1x, now it's at half, 0.5. Would you prefer? Do whatever you'd like. Oh no, that was a lot faster than his typical pace of speech, is why I asked if it was sped up. Sure, I just want you to be able to hear it. So tell me your preference. 1x? 1 is fine. All right. Audio clip played again. Kevin Sowers. So let's talk about survey results. The survey results. So we did have 12 surveyors, as you know, all on site. You all, for those of you who are here, had the opportunity to experience that. There's a couple things I want you to understand. Is when they were here, and you may have heard me say this before, they were surveying us on the federal level, which is around the conditions of participation for CMS, and they were also surveying us at a state level. So this is both a survey for federal regs and also state regs. So let's first of all talk about what the immediate jeopardy means, because that's the word that I think that's gotten everybody's attention. And just so you all know, it's not my first time to be in an organization where there's been an immediate jeopardy. And so I can tell you that there's a path forward, and there's a path forward on how to partner with the regulators to get through this. And as of right now, I have absolutely no concerns as the senior leader that we will address the issues that have been identified, and it will not negatively impact our license and or ability to receive Medicaid funding. But this, do you recall, says Mr. Whitney, that if you were at this town hall meeting? I do not. More audio clip. That you can receive is something that's called around culpability, and really is around the issue that leadership knew there was an equality of safety issues and did not elevate in the appropriate ways to the board. And so because of that, there were enough what's called conditions of participations noted that they felt it was important to give us an immediate jeopardy. And so I wanted you all to understand that the immediate jeopardy really is about the system processes issues of the way the quality and safety issues are driven to the board so that the board can govern and act like a board on behalf of All Children's Hospital. So with that, I'll go through what the conditions were, and I'll give you examples because I realize if you don't live in this world every day, you may not understand what all the language means. And so I want to make it clear as possible for you. So the first issue was around governing board oversight. And the governing board level, there was an oversight of mortality. There was an overall mortality of the hospital. There was overall mortality of the hospital. There was no oversight of mortality in the morbidity of the at the provider level from the credentialing and re-credentialing perspective. And if you think about how you integrate medical staff leadership into performance of organization, it becomes clear that there were metrics that you have to put into place at the provider's level that really allows for from a credentialing and recording process at the credentialing committee level as a medical staff that goes up to medical executive. This is just, how do you follow this? Then goes up to the board that we need to improve. And so I've got to thank all the medical leadership that's been involved with this. And there's been too many names to mention, but clearly when they speak to the governing body piece, that's what they're speaking to. They're really speaking. The clip's concluded. Question: are you familiar with the condition of participation of the governing body of that document or that document? Have you looked at the CFR to see what type of issues that covers? Yes. And you'd agree with me that when you look at the CFR as to governing body failures for conditions of to participation, it doesn't speak directly to a particular surgical unit, right? Objective form. It does not label the heart surgery program. To the CFR, the condition participation talks nothing about the specific area of care, right? Same objection. I said correct, says the witness. It talks about failures as the governing body level. Objective form. Right, that the patterns of mortality and morbidity that did not reach the governing body were from the heart surgery program. Hey Zoe. Zoe's here. Close the door, bud. Close it all the way. Thank you. Yes, but my question is about the violation of the condition of participation, and the standards don't speak to a specific healthcare unit, do they? Correct. Objective form. And in fact, if you look at those conditions of participation, there's a separate one that could be cited for surgical services, right? Objective form. Correct. And the hospital was not cited for surgical services? Objective form. They were cited for med staff oversight and governing body. And others, quality assurance, patient improvement? Objective form. Correct. QAPI and infection control. But not named as was surgical services as a condition. It was not named as a condition. It was not named as a condition level finding in our survey. Objective form. I'm going to play you the next clip here. Kevin Sowers says, the thing that ACA found is ACA did have 2 additional findings beyond what CMS found, and that was the fact that as a state, we didn't report the cases we should have reported to them. And by the way, that's legitimate findings. You need to know that we reported the 2 needle cases that were in the paper that said we hadn't. We reported those. There were also 13 additional cases, which were also the families that I'm going to be meeting with when we went back and did a 3-year review of all the deaths that occurred in the heart center. There were 13 additional cases that should have been reported to the state that were not. We reported them. We reached out to the families. I will also be meeting with those families. So those were clips finished. Witnesses, those 13 that he's referring to are heart families. Mr. Hunter, objective form. Mr. Whitney, right, but does that refresh your recollection as that it was a 3-year look back? Objective form. He referenced a 3-year look back, but I looked back for 5 years. And Mr. Sowers referenced the 13th additional events that were not reported. Objective form. The video, he mentions 13 unreported events and a 3-year look back and families that he was meeting with and the families he met with. I met with him, with them, and they were the families from the newspaper and some of those families that we surfaced problems in the Heart Institute care. Mr. Whitney says, I think my question was simply, it was 13 additional cases, right? Answer, he. Objective form. Kevin Sowers said there were 13 additional cases in the video you just showed us. Mr. Whitney, after the 3-year look back that he referenced? Correct. Mr. Hunter, objective form. Mr. Whitney, are you familiar with all the facts of the case we're here about? No. No? Have you ever heard of Catherine Beatty? Yes. How so? Through this case or otherwise? Oh, Kathy Beatty, I believe, was a social worker for the PICU. I worked at All Children's. I rounded in the PICU. I had interaction with PICU staff, and I believe that her role for part of my time at All Children's was PICU social worker. All right. Have you heard of the name Maya Kowalski before? Absolutely. I was aware of this pending litigation at some point, and I have not been involved in any of the issues around the litigation. All right. Are you aware of Catherine Beatty's role as it pertained to Maya Kowalski? I'm aware from watching the Netflix video, but other than that, no. Okay, all right. I'll play the next clip here, and the reason I'm asking you questions about Miss Beatty is because this clip touches on social workers. So, okay, that was my preface. Okay, clip's being played. Kevin Sowers says, changed our policy while they were on site, so we have done that, but they still are required to provide us feedback on the intelligence. Mr. Whitney, oh, I'm sorry, that's an incorrect clip. My apologies. New clip played. Mr. Sowers says, I appreciate that you're hoping that after this survey we're done. We're probably going to have one or two more after that, and I know that is normal. That's typically what happens in this situation. The only other thing I would tell you that while they were on site, they were investigating an EMTALA violation. EMTALA, for the non-technical people in the room or the people who may not know, is really regulations that were written around when a patient presents in your emergency room, what are the requirements about how to do a medical screen, and really around assuring the patients who present are actually taken care of and not turned away. They did investigate that. There were findings that we received this morning. Those findings are not about clinical care, but about the role that our social workers and also our nurse practitioners and PAs in the emergency room, the role they play in the medical screen. And by the way, they can do what we're having them do, but it wasn't written in our policy. So we have to change our policy. We actually changed our policy. Mr. Hunter, objective form. Let me pin this message here. Thank you, Magical Mary. I'm going to pin this one. We are reading the depo taken last Friday of Angela Green as we wait for the jury to deliberate. They have been deliberating now for almost 13 hours. Almost 13 hours. Okay, so Mr. Hunter just objected to form again, or still. And about Deborah Hanson, are you familiar with who Deborah Hanson is? Says Mr. Whitney. Mrs. Green says no. And you're not aware that she was a social worker in the ER at the time? I don't know her, and I don't know anything about her work. It's a big place with a lot of people. Oh, sure. I was just asking because you knew Miss Beatty, so... Yeah, I thought you might know Miss Hanson. And you're not aware in this case she was not allowed to conduct her psychosocial assessment? No. Objective form. You would agree with me that falls into the medical screen? Objective form. Who was not allowed to do that? What are you talking about? Oh, Miss Hanson was not allowed to complete her psychosocial assessment of the Kowalskis. Mr. Hunter, objective form, I don't know. Well, my question to you, ma'am, is just simply, you'd agree that that's part of the medical screen when a patient presents? Objective form, yes. There were a lot of employees that had been a long-time All Children's Hospital employees that were pretty upset by the breakdown of the governing body level, right? Objective form, you would agree with that? I think people were more upset about the newspaper articles and the ongoing regulatory site visits. I think most of the staff, the conditions of participation, the specific survey findings, I think just the overall uncertainty of the environment, the ongoing newspaper articles, I think that was created a lot of distress for the team. I don't know, the governing body situation for the governing body certainly, and for the leadership team as well, but for the average frontline staff, I don't think that it was what the source, that was the source of their distress was. You don't agree that many of the staff felt the leadership had let them down? Objective form. I think there were staff that believed that the leadership had let the Heart Institute team down. And more broadly, the hospital and the patients down? Objective form. And the patients down. Objective form in the heart and more broadly the hospital, right? Mr. Hunter. Objective form. They believed that leadership, says Mr. Whitney, they believed that leadership had let the hospital down because the retribution had a reputation had been tarnished and the community referrals were impacted, right? Object to form. The witness. I think you're asking me to speculate on what the staff, right? I mean, I think the impact of the reputation was a concern for the staff. Definitely the impact on the reputation was a concern. All right, I'll show you an example, Mr. Hunter. Nick, go ahead. Mr. Whitney, sure. Objection to form. Whitney, sure. Whoever videoed this has a little shaky camera, and they're videoing him faster than his pace of speech. Says the witness. Oh, I wanted to bring that up. This, if you look closely, I'm happy to hand you my computer. It shows an open tab of Town Hall, February 5th, 2019. Does that sound accurate? You have I don't know the dates of the town halls in my head. All right, but that's definitely during the time period that there would have been in town halls. Sure, and since you mentioned this, that this is videoed, a video of a screen here, it also has a web address of webcast.jhu.edu. Yeah, that's on Metasite. That looks like where the videos of things were produced, and it may not be a video, but there were times where it's like the camera. Sure, the camera is doing this. I don't dispute that. And he's talking really fast, and so I find myself imagining that I'm leaning like that. But you're familiar with Metasite? Yeah. It's a hospital system, correct? And the town hall meetings, at least one of them reside there. Yeah, it sounds like it. Nick's chasing all these documents. Unidentified speaker here on the clip. This is more of a comment from my perspective that someone who's been here for 30 years, that I'm pretty angry with our leadership and what they've done. And it's sad for people who are still here doing the hard work. So he's scratching at the carpet. Kevin Sowers. So you have every right to be angry. Thereupon the... Zoe, what you doing? Just trying to dig through my carpet. Would you agree with me that it's a hospital employee who is angry at leadership? Object to form. I think that's somebody who was at the town hall, likely a hospital employee or a member of medical staff, saying they were angry at leadership. I don't recognize that person's voice to speculate who they were. Sure. But they attended an employee and medical staff forum. Well, were these town halls open to the public? No, right? They'd have to have some sort of... It would make sense that it could be a physician or a member of the hospital staff, yeah. This one is short. I just want to confirm something here. Another audio clip. Kevin Sowers says, at the hospital, an email was sent to Angela and the team and the patient safety office. They reviewed... Mr. Whitney, that would be you, right? Yeah. Mr. Hunter, object to form. The witness. But all I hear is there's an email that got sent to Angela. Mr. Whitney, sure, but I'm not making any representations about what was in the email. I just wanted to confirm your involvement in this process through that video. The next one, I'm going to ask you a few questions afterwards. New clip. Unidentified speaker. You don't know me, Kevin. I'm Michael Anton. I think that's who it is. That's phonetic. The institution memory of the hospital here. Mr. Whitney, did you catch that name? No, I did not. All right, I'll continue. Thereupon the clip's played again. Same unidentified speaker. So for the last 41 years, I've been working very hard to cultivate all these referrers who Dane was talking about, and to build the trust and community in this entire area. It turns out that's kind of fragile, but it also turns out that those of us who take care of children, who know what that's best, that's the basis of the doctor-parent, doctor-family relationship, is trust. And once you've lost that, it doesn't come back right away. You're talking as if, we've got this report and that report, another report. It's a lot more than that. And, as I talk to people in the community that I've asked for money and support over the years, they're disgusted, and they have every right to be. In your talk, which was very accomplished, you don't use the word truth until way, way toward the end, and you never use the word lie. But in fact, but the fact of the matter, unsavory, unpleasant fact of the matter is that people lied about the things that should be most important to us. So I don't have a constructive comment. I'm just telling you, as somebody who has spent his entire life working for the benefit of this hospital, I'm sick that this happened. I'm going to do the best that I can for the next few years to try to mend some of those fences. But once you lose people's trust, it's going to take a long time for it to come back. Kevin Sowers. So let me ask you a question, because when I'm in this type of dialogue, I need to understanding something. I appreciate why you're upset, and I appreciate how it feels after 41 years. But it'd be helpful for me to understand. No, are you upset with me, or are you upset with the leadership prior to me that happened and what happened? Unidentified speaker. I'm not upset with you. I think your public speaking skills are terrific. You've managed to make Kevin Sowers. Well, I hope you would think my integrity is Unidentified speaker. You know, I was here before Hopkins, okay? I know what we had. We had a very good relationship with the people who were in the hospital. Everybody knew who was doing a good job and who wasn't. If somebody did a bad job, they were gone very, very quickly. So if you're saying, do I trust you? I have no reason to trust you. You seem like a nice enough person, but you're standing in front of Johns Hopkins sign, and right now, based on my experience with Johns Hopkins, that isn't enough. I'm sorry to be nasty about this, but that's Kevin. I appreciate that. You have every right to be angry at Hopkins, and while I represent Hopkins, I also think that the people that I've been working with I make difficult decisions that's not in the best interest of Hopkins either. I've made decisions that are in the best interest of the children we care for here. And that's what's important to me as a nurse and as a leader. And while these decisions have not always been easy, Hopkins did let this organization down because some of the people we put here did not act in the best interest of the children we were caring for this organization. Unidentified speaker. I just wanted to hear you say that. I wanted to hear you say that. Kevin Sowers. Do you know what? I actually met with our board on Friday, and if Dan Sheeler's in the room, he will tell you we had this very discussion because we did let you down, and I'm sorry. Unidentified speaker. Okay, thank you. Kevin Sowers. Other questions? Mr. Hunter. Objective form. How long, Mr. Whitney? We're getting there. We're getting there. Just a few more, Mr. Hunter. How much longer have you got, Nick? Mr. Whitney, I don't know, 30 minutes? Mr. Hunter, with all due respect, this video business, these things aren't on the exhibit list. You're confronting this witness with them, and we're just sitting here looking at this. Mr. Whitney, I'm not trying to admit exhibits right now. I'm conducting a deposition. Mr. Hunter, well, this is not a proper deposition procedure. So go ahead, but this is going to get, if all we're going to do is sit here and look at videos, we're going to wind this up. Mr. Whitney, okay. Mr. Whitney, do you agree with me that there was a sentiment that the hospital that Hopkins had let all children's hospital down? Mr. Hunter, objective form. Witness. That individual certainly expressed that, and I believe there were others who may believe that as well. Do you remember others expressing that sentiment during that time? Objective form. Yes, and yes. I want to talk a little bit about whether the issues were systemic or not. New audio clip. Kevin Sowers says, there was a question over here. Unidentified speaker. I would imagine there's a substantial level of anger among the two boards. How are they doing? And are we in any danger of losing the board members? Kevin Sowers. No, we're not in danger of losing any of our board members, and so I have no concerns. In fact, the board, especially here at All Children's, remains very committed and really wants to understand what happened and why they didn't have the information that they had. Because just as you all mentioned that you're angry, some of them are angry too. And they should be because they didn't have the information they needed to act as a board. At the JHM level, they were just as upset because they were trying to figure out how did people that we trusted not to raise up the appropriate issues, not only to All Children's Board, but not even to Baltimore, how could there be system failures on the grounds that we can't completely understand? For instance, Mr. Whitney, did you have any interactions with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital board members that appeared angry about the situation? Objective form. No, I did have an interaction with board members, and none of them appeared upset about the situation to you or the failure of information to flow, as Mr. Sowers put it. They were, Mr. Hunter, objective form, witness, upset. I don't know that I would have characterized it as angry, but I mean, that's me putting words to their emotions. And are you speaking to the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital Board or the Johns Hopkins Board when you speak of the board? Objective form. I did not have any interaction with the Johns Hopkins Board at the time. My only interaction was with the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, Mr. Whitney. And so some of the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital Board members were upset? Objective form. Witness, very upset. I think there were patterns of issues in the Heart Institute that they were not made aware of, and that there were articles in the paper, a very frightening survey outcome to them. I mean, it was a pretty upsetting time for everyone. I'm going to ask you a question about system-level failures after this video. In the video, Kevin Sowers says, so clearly there are multiple levels of system failures that we've got to understand so that it never happens again. And that's what the board is committed to right now at both levels. Let's understand and fix this and assure that nothing else is happening at any of our other hospitals. Mr. Whitney says, do you agree with me that there were system level failures that led to this problem? Objective form. More importantly, so Mr. Whitney, Mr. Hunter says, and asked and answered. Mr. Hunter says, not would you agree with me, whether you agree with Mr. Sowers that there was system-level failures. Mr. Hunter, objective form and asked and answered. The witness, there were. I would agree that there were failures within our system to create structure and process such that we would be able to detect those patterns of mortality, morbidity in the heart surgery program, and we worked really hard to learn from that and create a structure of process. So if there were patterns of mortality and serious morbidity, they would surface multiple ways. The Gibson-Dunn report is something that was produced for you. I haven't mentioned that. It outlines what we did as a system through a forensic investigation, to think about what happened at All Children's and how to apply those lessons learned. You mentioned, for example, splitting off the vice dean and the president. I mean, that was a part of those systemic structural improvements to ensure that we as a hospital that would detect any problems with mortality and morbidity moving forward. Says Mr. Whitney. I don't dispute that after all the immediate jeopardy, that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital took several steps to try to fix those issues, right? Mr. Hunter, objective form. What was the preface to that? I didn't understand what you said. Mr. Whitney, sure, you don't dispute that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital took steps to fix the issues after the issue of immediate jeopardy. I mean, for example, you divided up CEO role and the vice dean role. Mr. Hunter, objective form. Witness, right. Whitney, you changed the way risk management interacted with the providers. Objective form. We made multiple changes in how risk management did their work, correct. And you implemented a campaign to attempt to have providers not feel fear and retribution and retaliation, right? Objective form. Yeah, and then, you talked about the governing body finding around med staff. We worked really hard to develop med staff metrics that were meaningful, but you have a pattern of mortality and a morbidity in the heart program. You don't just create action plans that focus on the heart program. You address what you found to be wanting in that program and in other parts of the system, but you applied them across a whole hospital. So we didn't just say we're going to review every heart mortality moving forward. We're going to review every mortality moving forward. Says Whitney. We're almost done. I'm going to ask you a question about the structure of risk management at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital after this clip. Okay? Kevin Sowers says, this was the only organization in a system where risk management... Inaudible. The clip stops. The reporter says, I can't hear it. Mr. Whitney, yeah, that was especially quiet. Witness, we mentioned that earlier. We were the only place where risk management reported to the local leader, Jackie Crane. I almost said Jackie Chan. Sorry, Jackie. Jackie Crane. He's saying that was unique, but they reported it to the local leader, though we made a switch for them to report the system leader directly. Mr. Whitney says, and part of the corrective action plan, both proposed and accepted, was to rework the organizational chart? Yeah. In the way that risk management reported up across, right? There were numerous org structure changes that were part of our corrective actions, and particularly focused on risk management, objective form. Well, we separated the VP, MA, and the VP of Equality. I mean, risk management was not the only one. We separated VP, MA, and VP of Equality. We had changed how risk management reports to the system level. We had a large number of resignations, as you previously described. Mr. Whitney says, and to clarify, when you say this was the only part of the organization where risk management didn't operate that way, this meaning that this was unique to the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital as opposed to other Johns Hopkins hospitals? Correct. At all the other hospitals, they reported directly to the system leader. I won't play the next clip so long as we agree that the part of this process, the roles of president and vice dean, were separated to divide up the power because part of the problem was how effectively Jonathan Ellen, with 4 roles, could block issues being raised to the board level if he so desired. Objective form. It is a fact that we separated these roles, and really having concern around too much power invested in one role, or having concern about making sure you have multiple paths for information to not only get to the board, but get to the health system. So there was a lot of structural changes. Local senior leaders would have dual reporting. This was part of the same thing, to provide building relationships and pathways for input and pathways for escalating concerns. So I reported that at the time to the local president, and also to the senior vice president for the system. The chief nurse had dual reporting. So there were a lot of structural changes really designed around sort of improving the flow of information to the board, flow of information to the system, and really developing key partnerships. Mr. Whitney says, but specifically with reference to the president CEO role, vice dean role, and I forget the 4th, physician-in-chief. Thank you. There was a concern that the information, because of those 4 hats being worn by one person, the information wasn't flowing up to the board as it should. Objective form. I think there was definitely concern that information from Dr. Ellen to the board was lacking, and I think that we believed that separating those roles would be a way to create a structure that made less likely to occur moving forward. Mr. Whitney, I think I only have 3 or 4 more for you, ma'am. 3 clips, okay? Here's a clip from Kevin Sowers. I will say that one thing that concerns me most is that we're going to Mr. Hunter. The reporter, I can't hear him. I can't understand it, Nick. Mr. Hunter, I can't hear him. And the witness, I can't hear it. Mr. Whitney, I agree. Give me a moment. That one is especially bad. You can strike that. You can strike that previous clip. I will say that the one thing that concerns me the most that we are going for, this is Kevin Sowers, the most that we are going to have to work on together, going to be harder than the structural inaudible, is the cultural issue. I think that's the one thing that struck me the most, is that qual on site, the stories that I've heard in fear and retaliation and retribution, you have to speak up and speak out, and people have real stories I can share with you, and I've validated them. These stories actually did happen. They are not proud moments in our history, but that's not okay. That's not acceptable. Mr. Whitney says, another one that was a little bit difficult to hear, and I apologize to the court reporter, but did you hear him speaking of validating stories and retaliation and retribution? Correct. Objective form, asked and answered. And that was not a functioning that you performed. That was Mr. Sowers' role. Mr. Hunter, same objection. Witness, I'm not clear what you're asking. In validating stories of retribution and retaliation, that's not a role that you filled. That was what Mr. Sowers, or did you also? I did not do. Mr. Hunter, objective form. I was very aware of those issues with the heart surgery program, but I was not part of the work that he was describing there. Understood. This one, I'm going to end with this one. It's a bit longer, and then we'll take a break and wrap up after that. Here's the audio clip. Unidentified speaker says, I have a couple questions. You mentioned earlier, something unintelligible, about rebuilding the structure on the campus. Have you thought about the plan as before it talked about? Witness says, I can't understand that person at all. And then we just talked about reaching out to the affiliates and other hospitals that you work with, but what is your plan to rebuild the trust in the community? Because I have to share with you, yesterday, I was in the community meeting with about 45 people as we sat around the table. Instead of me thinking about what I'd like to say in this meeting, I thought about when I introduce myself, do I say Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital? Because I'm less likely to say Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital with everything that is going on here. But I did it because, A, we were here on camp. We were here on campus, and I work here, but I work for a federally funded grant, which is about $5 million. So when that story hit, I began to receive calls. Are you in jeopardy of losing your funding? Are the services you provide going to go away in this community? I have no idea, but that is a concern of mine because if the hospital lost funding, absolutely, such as a federal grant, the feds are looking like, hey, why should we give you money again? And so that's a concern of mine. I don't have the canned words that we're told to say when all of this started hitting the paper. Do you know what? I didn't really want to say that as a person out in the community every single day, and so I don't know what to say at this point. Some stuff I do have. I don't want to talk about the hospital because I like working here, but what are we doing as an organization to ensure that not just the people that find us, not just the affiliates, but the people that we serve are getting the right message from not only the organization, but from those of us who have to see these people on an ongoing, everyday basis? Mr. Whitney says, I think we got Susan D., welcome to the gallery, and Robin Heikkinen, thank you so much for your coverage. I've been traveling during closing arguments and deliberations, but I knew I could come here to catch up. We were reading the depot that took place last Friday with the hospital's representative, Miss Green. Mr. Whitney and Mr. Hunter are there. I think we're almost done. Mr. Whitney says, what are the canned words that the employees were told to use? Mr. Hunter says, objective form. Witness, I don't recall. What was the general message they were told to put out in the community? Objective form. Witness, I'm trying to think what that was. I mean, I really don't remember. I don't remember. I don't recall if there were canned words, and if there were, what they were. I mean, what had happened in the Heart Institute was all over the newspaper. It wasn't secret. Mr. Whitney says, I understand. We're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, and I don't think I'll have many more questions, but I want to check with my colleagues by Zoom. Okay. And be right back. It's 7:26, so 7:35? Okay. Videographer says, going off the record, time is 7:27. Brief recess taken. Back on the record, it's 7:37. Mr. Whitney says, so I know you talked a little bit about your general familiar with Maya Kowalski's situation at the hospital, but that's simply through the documentary. As an employee, I was aware that there was a pending litigation, that there were concerns about people were calling Munchausen by proxy. I was aware that Maya's mother had died by suicide, but I did not have awareness of the details of the case. I did acknowledge that I have viewed the Netflix documentary. Sure. Did you ever learn in your role of the complaints that involved complaints to an involvement of risk management in Maya Kowalski's situation? Hunter, objective form. Witness, no. What, as a quality leader, was your expectation of risk management reporting up situations where a 10-year-old child is making repeated complaints to risk management? Objective form. I would expect that if risk management were receiving complaints from a patient directly, those would get escalated. And escalated to who? Objective form. Senior leadership. Can you define that term for me, please? Well, at that point, a senior leader that they reported to, can you confirm when that was or what year that was? Yes, ma'am. She was hospitalized between October 2016 and January 2017. So I wasn't there, right? But I believe that Jackie Crane was likely the senior leader of that anything they would escalate would go to Jackie Crane. And would you expect if Jackie Crane learned of these things for her to escalate them to Jonathan Ellen at the time? Objective form. If they were complaints coming from a patient or from a patient's family that were very serious, I would expect those would get escalated. And if the system, if working properly, they would also get escalated to the health system. If the complaints included the child patient, then 10 years old, complaining to risk management that doctors and other providers were lying to her about her parents, the mental health of her parents, would that be something you would expect to be escalated? Objective form. Need a water break. Hang on. See, Hunter just objected to form. Witness says, I was just thinking that through what you said, I think if yes, I would expect that to be escalated. I don't have knowledge of that. I wasn't there, and I don't have knowledge from when I was there what occurred related to that or did not occur. Mr. Whitney says, He indicates from, this is funny, that a lawyer says, when they try to get test people on the stand to say yes or no. If the family notified the hospital, in particular the treating psychologist, that they were concerned that the social worker in charge of Maya was improperly counseling her and advising her on certain matters, would you expect those issues to be elevated? Mr. Hunter says, objective form. Witness says, yes, I don't know that I totally connected with those who with who those concerns went to, but if those concerns were going to a member of the hospital team, I would expect. And, says Mr. Whitney, you would expect that the expectation that, says the witness, you would expect that. The expectation would be that it would not be keep that to yourself. Whitney, I'm happy to clarify it. The concerns went directly to a letter addressed to Jennifer Kazenstein. Okay. The treating psychologist from Maya's family. Mr. Hunter, objective form. From Maya's family or her parents? Yes. Would you expect those concerns to be elevated? Objective form. Witness, yes. And who would the appropriate person for Dr. Kazenstein, if you want to speak in terms of the role, right, to elevate those concerns to? Mr. Hunter, objective form. So there's a process for any person. If you get a written complaint or a concern from a patient or family, that's a grievance. And that would go to risk management for sure. But a concern that was expressed, we would expect someone here to share it with our supervisor or another member of the senior leadership team. I don't know who Jen's supervisor was at the time when I was there. Her supervisor was Dr. Jallo, or she reported through the Institute for Brain Protection Science, which Dr. Jallo led. But I don't know who her direct supervisor was, or if that was the reporting structure at the time. Mr. Whitney says, and Dr. Jallo ultimately became the vice dean. Witness, and Mr. Hunter says, objective form. Witness says, the physician in chief, yes. Whitney, and physician in chief. He wore those two hats that Jonathan Ellen previously had. Mr. Hunter, objective form. Witness, he was in that role as the interim, I believe, beginning January 2019, and very recently he accepted that role permanently, the vice dean role permanently. Whitney says, I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you. Mr. Hunter, nothing for now. We'll read and sign. Videographer says, that concludes the deposition. We're going off the record at 7:43. Deposition concluded at 7:43. And a couple things were marked for identification. So that is the rest of the depo. And now I'm done speaking for the day. So you guys have to take over. That's from the, let's go here, that way. That's from the 327-page motion for sanctions. That was the depo that took place on Friday. We have now heard that the plaintiff wants to depose that gentleman, Mr. Bowers. Is that his name? The one that was speaking, the president of the CEO of the hospital. Let's see. They'd like to talk to him as it relates to punitive damages. Objective form seems to be like you're getting too close to the truth. Yes, there were a ton of those. Basically, at one point, every single question he started objecting to. Sowers. I said Bowers, but Sowers is correct. Thank you very much. I think lawyers all over the eastern U.S. will be reading all these legal findings that they can get their hands on. This is going to be interesting to see how this breaks down. This case could be precedent setting. It could be huge that way. It might be something that finds its way into textbooks for future law classes. Jules confirmed they ordered lunch, so lunch is on the way. Greener says 66 objective forms, 66 times. Thank you, Talia. I did just see that Jules confirmed that. I could narrate an audiobook, but I can't read an audiobook on the stream because I'd get struck, copyright struck. Books are a no-go, unless it's a very old one, like Crime and Punishment or something like that. Shakespeare. I just need more water, I think. Zoe is down under my desk. And she wants to lay down on the carpet, but first she scratches up the carpet and then lays down on it. So I'm not sure. I mean, it's a rug. It's a thin rug. It's not like a plush carpet or something. It doesn't get much softer. You're hearing a little sound. Let's see. I'm hearing just a tiny, tiny bit of a little hiss or something. Let's see, who's 2? Don't think I have anything coming in on 2. Unplug one cable, see if that helps at all. It might be, I'm charging some things. Hey, I've got a phone call. Just 1 second. Let's see who this is.
Call from
Bree.
Hello, Bree. This is Recovery Addict. I'm just taking a breather myself.
Good morning.
What's on?
I figured. I was trying to give you a quick break. I have your next game really quick.
What's that?
How many times did you object to form in that deposition?
How many times did he object to form? Greener spoiled it for us already. Greener's counted 66. Was the total 66
as I was listening to it and I kept hearing it, I was like, that's the new competition right there. Then I guess I missed that part. Darn. Okay.
I'm trying to hunt down this little hum we're getting. It sounds like static.
Congratulations on 50,000.
Thank you so much. I'm super excited.
I know. Look, I was sitting here watching it going, oh wait, we're going to do this today. Okay. It's been fun being here through all the milestones. So
it happened fast. I was expecting it maybe in the next couple of weeks, and suddenly it ramped up and went zoom. So it was.
I looked really at I was waiting to get into chat this morning, trying to be first, but didn't work. And I saw you had 83,000 views on your video from yesterday.
It was. You know what's crazy? Nothing happened yesterday. And that was,
I know.
It was awful. We sat here and basically watched paint dry for all day, over 8 hours. But we're expecting something today. We've heard from Jules that the jury is dressed up today.
I heard that, so fingers crossed. Yeah, the only thing, like I said, the only thing I sent you in Twitter yesterday was I was hoping maybe they just went back since they knew they were going to have to get a read back and probably have the whole testimony. Here, let's go figure everything out. And then get the read back so they don't have to keep going back and forth. Because, in my brain, I thought they were okay, well, we want to award this. And they went to go look at, that testimony, and they couldn't find it. So they kind of got distracted. You know, the ADHD brain, it gets to you. Mine does. I get distracted. So maybe they did that. And then when they decided they're going to have to get all this testimony read back, like, let's go back, do everything, and then figure this out. The only thing I can come up with.
I think that they're on their own. I think they say we've got it on this. I think they've got either notes or they've got enough of a recollection where they can base it on that. And I think we're gonna see them come out and be done, all done. Not need to read back, not have further questions, just be finished.
My question is, do they know that if they come back out, do they realize that they have a second part to this? Like, do they think they're going to come out and they're going to be done, they're going to go home and then be like, oh, surprise, there's part 2?
They should know if they've read the documents, because understanding what punitive damages are and knowing that that is an amount. It's not just punitive damages isn't just something you just say, and I give you punitive damages. There has to be something attached to that. There's no blank for that on the juror form. That is a separate thing. We're saying if you find there should be punitive damages, check this box.
Okay.
And so
I was just like, they're probably like trying to get done, and then surprise, oh no, you're still here, guys. Yes. And then they're like, wait, we thought we were done.
Yes, you can leave your eggs in the deliberation room because you're going back there for a little bit.
I don't know if you watched Lawyer. You know, he also did the deposition from Miss Betty or whatever from Murdaugh and the jurors too. So that came out yesterday.
I did not see that one. I'll have to watch that. Did I lose you, Bree? Hang on. Bree, are you there?
Yeah. I got hold music. That was cool.
Hold music?
Yeah, I had hold music.
I didn't know my phone had... I'm moving up in the world if the burner phone has hold music. I thought it's just the cheapest phone I could get. I'll have to go back and watch.
So now you might even get multiple lines. Yeah. It was good. It was...
After yesterday, I tried to jump in with Lawyer, a little bit. I tried to jump in a little bit with Dr. G, but I had meetings that evening, so I'm sort of running everywhere. And my family went everywhere, so I missed a lot of yesterday. I have to play catch up on that.
Absolutely. Well, I will let you know. I just want to say congratulations, and I thought I had a contest, but Greeners ruined it, so there we go.
All right. Thank you very much.
That's why we can have nice things. All right, bye.
I appreciate it. Bye. Awesome. Thank you, Bree. Yes, we got a free upgrade to Jazzy Hold Music. I just use a Google Voice. I didn't know they had hold music. That's a cool thing. Greener says, I'm hiding in shame. You ruined the contest, Greeners. I'm just kidding. We are going to do a contest eventually with how many buttons are in the full setup. And there's more that you can't see. So let's see. It would be awesome if it was sad piano music. Seriously, you guys, who would want to sit on hold if you're hearing this? I mean, it's calming. I guess we can listen to it a little bit while we anticipate a verdict here in the background. Court TV says jurors are dressed up today. Yeah, we heard that from Jules as well. The jurors, they must know that they've got something. Honestly, it's not that big. The punitive is not that big as long as they can agree on an amount. That's going to be the hardest part. The time it takes for testimony, it's going to be about half an hour, I think, maybe less than an hour of testimony on cross of witnesses that are testifying to the amount of punitive damages that the plaintiff feels is appropriate in those elements that the jury has found is appropriate for punitive to be calculated. So there's it's really quick. They're going to take some notes, I'm sure, this time, and then either they agree with the plaintiff or they go their own way. But I think on that one, they don't have to be as specific in finding the damages. Aha. Mrs. Keg, you're thinking. The song puts you to sleep when I'm driving. Nikki, turn down the volume. Stay awake for us. This song was the first dance at my wedding, says Greenhurst. Oh, my. Trisha Bird says, Recovery Addict, can you shout out to my mom up in Montana, Dawn? She hates me for getting her hooked on the trial, but will only watch you. Dawn, welcome. It's wonderful to have you. It's wonderful to have you and Trisha here. I'm glad you can watch this court with us. I'm glad we can watch with you. Thank you very much. It's always fun to have family involved. Thank you, Trisha and Dawn. Have a wonderful day. This is such a good song. You get one more little verse. Got to figure out where that hum's coming from. That static. It's driving me nuts. Oh, just dumped water. Nope, lid was on. Lucky me. Mind the laptop. Okay, we're almost done with our relaxation time. Could get spicy this afternoon. We still have some arguments to sort out with the judge regarding the jury instructions. Everyone, deep breath here. And exhale. All right. Now we all have our Zen place with a little bit of music. Waiting for Yanni to appear. What's the name of the song? I call that one Sad Piano. It has another name. I'll tell you, this is a song that's available on YouTube's library. YouTube has a library of songs for creators that once you join the creator program, you can access the library and stuff you can use. Well, some of it you can use in your videos and some you can't. It's weird that way because they say, here's some songs and you can't use it or you get struck. But let's see. SB, did you send a super chat? I'm sorry if I missed it. Here, let me see if I can replay it. Just 1 second, or at least find it. Let's see. SB. Let's see. It says send a super chat. Yes, I can see it, but I can't see the content. It might have been while I was reading, and if so, I did miss that. I apologize. Bring the chat back here, just 1 second. We're done with reading the depot, so I'm going to remove the pinned message. And we'll get your comments back on screen. Wendy Wall, welcome to the gallery. Wendy Wall, good to have you here. Thank you so much. Make sure you take a seat by typing !seat in chat. Yes, Mrs. R.A. had to wake up extra early to exercise. And I'm giving her, like, I'm sitting here at the desk and I'm setting things up. I'm setting up the intro music. I'm setting up the camera back here and plugging in the batteries and setting up the deliberation time counter. And I'm giving her, like, counters. I'm like, hey, 7 minutes. We got 7 minutes. I've got to be live in 7 minutes. So like 3 minutes, you know. And she's like, okay, I've got to get finished through the squats portion. We're going to go to the next, you know, this next segment. I just want to get to this. And I'm like, we're live, and she didn't think that was very funny for me to say that we were live with her exercising her hair, but it was it was fun. She did have to cut it short a little bit. Junie B. Jones, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Welcome. Does the button count challenge include your cameras? See, now you're thinking. I would say yes, all the devices that have buttons. And by buttons, here's what I'm saying. By buttons, I mean something that can be manipulated to cause a change or a sound or a volume or a setting adjustment. I'm not talking virtual buttons, like all these buttons here on my screen. I can't touch them and make them go up and down. So these sliders would not count. But these sliders, they would. So anything, if I can click it, if I can turn it, like a knob up here, if I can press it, make it go red or green or something like that. I'm recording. Don't want that. There we go. We're counting those buttons. We haven't announced the competition yet because I don't know how to do the voting or do the results yet. Launer JM says, missed the birthday song this morning. Can you sing happy birthday for my daughter, Ivy? P.S. Congrats on 50K. How old's your daughter, Launer JM? Don't do a super chat. Just put it in chat. How old is your daughter, Ivy? Let's see. Oh, hey, somebody's calling right now who wants to join in on the song. Adam Nusky, you called just at the right time because we're about to sing, and I need some accompaniment. Or
okay.
Are you gonna do like the melody? Do you want to do the really high part, or you want to?
What are we singing?
We're singing "Happy Birthday" to Ivy.
Okay.
But we have to find out where Ivy is. Hang on, just one second. Law nerd. Does anyone see how old Ivy is? I'm not seeing it. I know somebody's calling, but we can't take the call right now because Adam's going to sing for us.
Yeah, I don't. You're wanting to see how old or the age?
Yeah, Launer JM is supposed to be telling
35.
us
35.
35. Okay, so Ivy's 35. I would sing differently. Should we sing in a style? Are you thinking like Marilyn Monroe style? Adam, I mean, what's your go-to when you sing "Happy Birthday"? Is the "Happy Birthday to you" that way? The breathy Marilyn? No. Adam, are you there?
Yeah.
Sorry, I gave you hold music. You were saying you're going to sing the Marilyn style, and I do the normal one.
I was thinking that was the "Happy Birthday" music for a second.
Okay.
I'm very confused. Because you're like, oh, you want to do a different style? Anyway.
Sorry, I pushed the wrong button. I was trying to stop the call that was coming in. It was interrupting you. We'll sing "Happy Birthday" to Ivy. And I know Lolly and Pops, your birthday's tomorrow. Happy birthday to you as well. Adam, sing it, belt it out with me, would you? Okay, so I don't feel alone. Here we go.
Yeah,
Ivy.
We'll
Ready? Here we go.
We'll do this.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ivy. Happy birthday to you. And that's why we don't sing over the phone, because the delay makes it terrible. You sounded beautiful. About a quarter second behind because of the delay, but it worked. Happy birthday, Lolly and Pops as well. Happy birthday, Ivy. Adam, you called for a different reason. I'm sorry I put you through that. I torture you every time you call. But what's on your mind?
No, that was actually why I called.
Yeah. I'm not buying this.
So, while you were reading the deposition, and it was really interesting, but we got a little I don't know, we were unsupervised in chat, and we had some fun. We obviously there was all those objections to form, and so we came up with some jokes as we want to do, and so I wanted to share some of the best. Some of the best jokes we came up with.
Please do.
You might admit.
You guys got all of them. This is just for my benefit. Thank you very much. What's the? Let's hear them.
And I also apologize if I missed any. But so I have a contribution. I guess I'll start with mine. So the first joke is, and it's kind of like a David Letterman top 10, but I only have 4.
Okay.
So
that would be like a top 4.
Top 4. So number 4. So the first one is about Law and Lumber, and it's sorry, I'm nervous and I'm like trying to word these. Wording is important in jokes. I don't know if you
phrasing is critical here.
Phrasing.
Yes.
So no pressure. But so in his spare time, Law and Lumber likes to have a wooden object to form. So that was one joke.
Object to form. Object to form. That was good. That was good.
Becca had this to say about the defense. She said that not only did Hunter object to form during the deposition, but he also objected to the verdict form.
Yes. Yes. Good call, Becca.
Petrified had this to say. He said that free verse poets object to form.
Free verse poets. Oh, that took a
Or
second.
jazz, free jazz.
Yes,
Yep.
they object to form. They're sort of freelance and they sort of just go off on their own. I get that. I hear you.
Okay, and then the top, probably my favorite was Greeners, who's causing lots of trouble this morning. But he had said in the beginning God created heaven and earth, and the earth was without form, since God had objected to form.
That's all it gets. Maybe one of these. Awesome. I missed all that. I'm glad you guys kept yourselves entertained while I was looking the other direction. But Adam, thank you for documenting all those for posterity's sake. I appreciate that.
No, I'm glad to serve. All right.
Thank you, Adam.
Anyway, hey, chat. All right, bye.
See ya. Bye. Adam's great. We actually had him on the podcast with Red Pen one time. He's a great guy. He grows succulents. He grows plants like little cacti, and does a phenomenal job doing it. So that's an amazing garden. He took us on a tour of his house one time. It was really cool. The poem joke was the best one so far, says AK. My English teacher would be rolling on the floor laughing at those. She loved those jokes. Anytime you could make a joke of that nature, that was just really up her alley. One of my pediatric hospitals, can't believe it even went this far. He has kept up with the trial, and the hospital met with standards of care, so he's surprised, says Nurse Doggy Mom. Popping in for work periodically. Coworker told me there's a verdict. Any truth? We have not heard of one. We are still let's see. Waiting for a little bit. We're still waiting. We're showing the deliberations have continued. They're at 13 hours and 42 minutes now, by my math. 13 hours, 42 minutes. Let's see. Oh, Joe Elliott says on text to the burner phone, husband's a software engineer, might be able to help us with a verdict clock that actually shows hours and minutes. That would be maybe before the minutes hit 1,000. That will be today. All I need is it can be a web. It has to be able to be opened on an iPad. It has to be full screen, a solid color background, preferably white or black. And then I can, as long as I can open on a web. So if it's a web page that does that, and at this point, I have to be able to enter in the time that we're starting at and then have it count up from there. That's all I need. But thanks, Adam, for the summary of the objective forms. Becky Bubbles, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. And you have a cat picture in your profile. I am now a cat person. I didn't think I was before, but I now am. We have a cat. And my kids, they wake up bright and early in the morning and beg to go out to be able to feed the cat. I don't know how long this lasts. I think this is much like when I bought a riding lawnmower, and my kids are like, can I mow the lawn? Can I mow the lawn? Yeah, that lasted like 2 weeks. And now they'll come to me and they'll say, hey, can I just drive the lawnmower around and not mow and just like race around the yard in it? And I say no. Because they jump it, like they're breaking it. So like, no, it's not a four-wheeler. But right now, the novelty of feeding the cat is huge, and they love it. Every kid needs a pet. Great for allergies and personality. Yes, they're learning. My youngest is learning to be nice to the cat. He wants the cat to play with him when he wants to play with the cat, and the cat does not want to play with him all the times when he wants to play with the cat. So currently, the cat is not harmed in any way, has not been hurt. But the cat gets a little frustrated at him. It doesn't last. We'll enjoy it while it does last. The cat will be here for good, I think. I do have a verdict clock that counts hours. It's on my phone, and it's only on my phone. I could either steal back one of the iPads from Mrs. R.A., who's using it for homeschool, and I could run it on that, but I just can't run it on the old laptop or the old iPad that's running right now. But I do have one that can count. Hang on, we've got a
Call from
Behavioral analyst.
hello behavior. Oh, I was answering. Behavior analyst was on the phone. I tried to answer, but now it's gone. 13.75 hours. That's where we're at if you do the math on the 825 minutes right now. I will say the one good thing about a cat is they tend to take care of their business, where a dog tends to leave it out for everyone else to deal with. So I like that about a cat. I don't think that was Spidey that was calling. This was behavior analyst from chat. Hang on.
Call from
Behavior analyst.
Hey, behavior analyst, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fabulous. What's on your mind?
I can't handle the wait any longer. It's driving me crazy.
Well, in that case, I'll text
I've
the
been
jury.
living in my pajamas for 9 weeks.
9 weeks in the jammas.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and text the jury, let them know that you're done waiting, and make them.
I appreciate that.
So.
Thank you. All right. Bye.
All right. That's it. That's all she needed. Just let the jury know we're done. We're done waiting. Yep. Oh, that's funny. It's not great when it's in your vegetable garden. Yes. I think my neighbor who has a cat, we've been asking a lot of advice from him because they have, I think, 3 cats. And so clearly they know how to be a cat person. And so we've been asking about all the different things that are for cats. And Weather Watch has helped me as well. He's got a cat. So we're still looking for a scratching post, a good scratching post, because right now the cat is using our doormat on the front step. It's got like the rubber outside where it's like how flowery and says welcome on it, and then in the middle it's got this more of a scratchy type surface, and it's like it just is tearing that up. It's like demolishing it. So I need something, but I'm not sure if I want to go get the 3-story cat house playground with the swing and scratching post combo set, or something a little more wrap it with foil. Oh, it likes to lay on it as well. So I can't do that. Hey, are people here? No? I just hear lots of noise. Okay. Start with some cardboard scratcher pads. Cheap patch of carpet, put it up on the wall. This is an outdoor cat, so I think I need something I can mount somewhere. I'm not going to mount it to the house. But does he want Zoe? You want Zoe? Oh, Zoe wants to stay right there, though. I'll attract a herd of cats. I think I already have this problem. I think there's another cat that is smaller and darker than our cat, and our cat will eat most of its food and leave a little bit in the bowl, and then it will go out and do its nightly rounds of wherever it goes, and another cat will come and eat the food, the leftover food, and then zip out of there before our cat comes back. Can we court hop while waiting for this jury? Kevin, I've debated doing this. We have Judge Stephanie Boyd, who's in a trial right now. It's a trial, I think it's the Jenkins trial, and somebody sent me the link to this. And yesterday they had a witness who refused to answer questions. I think they've also had people like the bailiffs had to arrest people in the halls and drag them in, things like that. They've got very reluctant witnesses. I don't know. In what I was able to watch, I'm not sure if the witness is dealing with mental challenges and things like that. And I don't want to spotlight that if that is. So I need to find out first. And that trial, if there's a witness that does have some health concerns, mentally, developmentally, something along those lines. But it's intriguing when you have a witness who doesn't want to talk and sits there, and the judge says, ask the question again, and then they sit there for another 5 minutes and nothing happens. It's intriguing. So we'll be looking at that, and possibly as soon as this happens, I know if we start another trial, if we jump to another courthouse, we'll have a verdict immediately. And I want to be here for it when it happens. Just beware of coyotes at night. I don't think we have too many coyotes in town. I don't know. We could. I know we've got foxes. We've got foxes nearby. Update on the Airbnb. Yes, we are currently stocking it with dishes, plates, bowls, spoons, cups. We put the water heater in. I bought that last weekend. The tile is almost done in the bathroom and the shower. We just assembled the mattress topper on the new bed, and we're on the mattress covers, and we still have to get the pillows. We put hangers in the closets. We have an iron. I think we've got the hot water kettle in there. We've got all that stuff. Oh, somebody's calling from across the pond. Hang on one second.
Call from Becky Bubbles.
Becky, you I saw you just joined us as a new member, and now you're here on the phone. You're moving up quickly.
I am.
Welcome.
Yes. Well, I've been lurking for 9 weeks, so I thought it's about time that I actually join up and say hi.
Well, wonderful. What part of the UK are you calling from?
I'm calling from near Newcastle in the UK, which is northeast.
Yeah. I never got further north than about Aylesbury when I was over there. But
yeah, definitely head up north. It gets more beautiful as you head up north.
Yes, I've heard so. I missed that part of the country. What's on your mind today?
Yeah. Well, a couple of things. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for your coverage during the trial. It's been very helpful.
You're most welcome.
Trying to understand American courts is a bit confusing, and to be honest, I'm struggling with what an IJ is.
Okay.
In comparison to what we have over here. So, would an IJ, if they didn't complete what they asked, would that close a hospital down, or would it just stop the funding?
It would stop the funding for programs that are paid for by federal funds, so like government funds. So we have a
right.
In the UK, your system is socialized. You've got a central system. Everyone gets the care. It's very different here in the US, where basically if you can't afford the medical care, in many cases you can't get it. Now there's a line if you have an emergency and you're bleeding, you walk into the emergency room, they'll treat you even if you can't pay for it. But as far as the ongoing care, basically you need to pay. You need to have insurance, or you need to be able to privately afford that. There are some exceptions where people generally it's an older population that is eligible for some government funding through Medicare, and that's either through they've reached retirement age, they've paid in. We pay out of our paycheck every year, every month, every week. Something goes into these funds, and then when we become eligible, those programs can pay the hospital. The hospital says has to comply with certain standards to be eligible to get those payments, which are a large portion of their money. So the IJ was done by an outside accreditation body that inspects the hospital and says, hey, we're just checking to make sure you're still doing well enough to be able to say, yes, federal government, we qualify for getting these types of funds.
Right, so it wouldn't have shut the hospital down as such. It would just stop the funding.
It's pretty major. I don't think it would shut it down. It would temporarily stop the funding. It's something they can remedy, and they did remedy. So they could have a period of ineligibility and then return to eligibility once they complied again.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to quickly say as well, I'm a chronic pain sufferer. Have been for quite a long time. This has been a hard trial to watch. Basically, having somebody saying, like, your pain isn't real. Something we have over here in pain management is what they're trying to call memory pain. So, say you had an accident 10 years ago in your ankle, and now you've had an accident and you've hurt your ankle. They'll say, oh, you're not actually in pain. That's a memory of the pain that you've had before. And that is so patronizing right now. It's like, it's amazing. I've got a chronic pain book, which if you want, I can photograph it and send it over to you. And the way that chronic pain gets treated over here is ridiculous.
That is awful.
It's like, it's just as bad over here, and it's horrible to sit and watch this young girl go through this.
Yeah.
And also know that there's people like myself out there that have been through this, even as adults. So to feel how she feels, and she's a child, and to know how it's destroyed me as an adult, how's it going to destroy a child? So it's
your
very
story
important,
is,
this trial.
we've heard that echoed from many people from all over, from multiple countries, saying, I've been here. It's heartbreaking to hear somebody goes in to get treatment and be told, no, it's not really real, but it's real. You feel it, and it's there. Becky, I'm so sorry. At the same time, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. Also, keep the cat.
Keep the cat.
My cat I had my cat for 24 years before he passed away, the one in the picture. So if you look after them right, they stay around long and they stay very loyal.
Yeah. This one will come as soon as I come outside. Doesn't matter. It can be playing with anybody. It comes running to me because I'm the one with the treats.
He's chosen as human. Yeah, he's chosen as human, but he'll bite you as quickly as he'll take a treat from you. But he still loves you.
The bites. It's done it. It's put its mouth on me, but it does not clamp down. It doesn't. It just like puts it there, and he'll put his claws on me, but it doesn't like pull. And it's so I'm like, I think we're at a comfort level where it's good. So thank you. I appreciate the advice, Becky. Have a wonderful day. Wonderful to have you here as well.
You too. I will be staying with you all the way up to verdict.
Thank you. Hopefully that's today here soon. Thanks a lot, Becky.
Well, I spent 9 weeks with you. I'm waiting for the Thanksgiving.
You can't give up now. You can't give up now. Thank you, Becky.
All right. Well, you have a lovely day, and thank you again.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I have to shout out Nicole Wheeler. Nicole Wheeler is incredibly generous with this gift. This is huge. 20 memberships she gifted. Not only that, she's been generous across the board. This community has benefited from her on multiple channels. Nicole, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Your gift is huge, and thank you. That was awesome. Matt Bond says, also known as phantom limb syndrome. Yes, we've heard about when people lose a limb, have to have it amputated, that there's some phantom pain. But I think that's different. Right? I've never experienced either, thankfully. So you can correct me. I may be way off, way wrong. Also, let's see. We had a couple other. We've got advice for the cat. Take a very large box on its side and put a piece of carpet in it. We had one here. Sorry, just missed a super chat. Sorry. Riri says, I've heard wonderful things about your channel. I'm a new subscriber and look forward to getting to know you. Riri, welcome. Great to have you here. I appreciate the super chat as well. Great to make your acquaintance. We're in Verdict Watch right now. Normally we're watching Court, and I'm not talking nearly so much. But we are waiting. We are waiting for word out of the court system that the jury's reached a verdict, and we have not heard that yet. They've been deliberating for 2 minutes shy of 14 hours over 3 days. The one thing we know is that when the jury came today, they were dressed, I would say, more formally. They were dressed up more. All of them, like all 6 of them, were more dressed up than they have been on other days, which would indicate that they may be expecting to, sort of be on this is their moment, this is their day, this is their time. We might have a verdict. Roxanne says, so happy Peter and Rob sent me to your channel. Thank you for your coverage and professionalism. I'm officially addicted. Thank you, Roxanne. Both incredible lawyers with brilliant minds. Both Peter and Rob are fantastic. I've loved watching them for a long time. Thank you. That was your first super chat. Thank you very much. Congratulations on that. Appreciate that. All right. Let me see if we have anything else. Have there been any more questions today? Susan, there have not. We have not heard from the jury at all. The only thing we heard was when the judge asked them if they had seen anything overnight, if they'd seen any stories, any news reporters, if anyone had approached them. They all said no. That's the last word we heard from them. They went into deliberation, and that was right about 8:20 this morning that happened. Crystal just gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Crystal. That is huge. If you're hoping to get a membership, one thing you can do is make sure you type, when somebody types gifts in chat, or you can, the bot will put this link up on the page. You only have to go to it one time, but you go to the link and you can move the slider to the right, which means that you will accept gifts on this channel. YouTube's not going to give you a membership if you don't want one on the channel. If you don't want to be a member, it's not going to force you to be. But you do have to tell it at least one time that you would be willing to accept a gift, and then YouTube will put you in the running for that. But then it does choose who gets them. Crystal, thank you very much. Super generous. I see those gifts going out there. Let's see. Miss L says, member for 7 months. Please at some point fix the kitty to help control the population of kitties who run. Way too many unwanted kitties in the world. Yes, I have a friend, a family friend, actually, that just started a veterinary clinic. They built a new veterinary clinic not far from me. And they've actually asked me to do a video for them to sort of advertise the clinic. And so I'm thinking we might trade some services where I put together a video for them and they help me with my cat and make it so it's not broken anymore. Julie Noe says, gallery, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you there, Julie. Appreciate your continued support. Lyle Whitney, also welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a new member. Make sure you take a seat and help yourself to the emojis. Ash Axiom says, gifted a membership as well. The gifts are flying out the window. Let's see. KT says, I dress up today. Okay, no, I didn't. Still in pajamas and still in bed. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Mental health comes first, right? Right. Let's see, the chat is going very fast for our moderators. We might have to slow it down just a tiny bit. Please know this is not as a punishment for anyone. We appreciate everyone being here, and I wish if you guys started, if you guys were here when we first started the channel, I would not even have slow mode on, and at the time you didn't even have to be a subscriber to chat. And I thought it would be great. I think I want to hear everyone's opinion. I don't want somebody to have to pay money to have their question asked. I don't want you to feel like you have to subscribe, or I'm tricking you into subscribing so you can get your question read. And then I found out about trolls, and I've realized that the trolls, the problem we have with trolls, gets mostly solved by a couple things. One of them is having them to have to subscribe and be a subscriber for a few minutes. And also slow mode helps us so that we can both read the messages that are scrolling by on the screen before they disappear. It gives us time to read them, and it also helps against trolls as well. So I've unfortunately adopted both of those on the channel. We've got someone else calling in. Let's see if we've got some new insights here.
Call from Meanie Banana.
Hello, Meanie Banana. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I just thought I'd call in and say hi to all my friends and family. Ooh, I gotta go. I'm sorry.
Amazon's here.
Work is calling me.
Yep, I'll see you. Bye, Meanie Banana.
Okay, bye.
Quickest call ever. Meanie Banana has been a longtime supporter of the program. Thank you so much. Combating Chaos with Cherry says, I've been binge watching for the past week to catch up. Just finished Plaintiff's Side. Thanks for the great coverage. You have some spicy stuff ahead of you. Some spicy stuff. Great. Love that you're on the rewatch crew. Nicholas Staro's Trial Watch says, do you have any advice on how to stay focused for a long trial? End of November, I'm starting to cover a 6-month trial. Nick, first of all, welcome. It was awesome to be on the stream with you with Ian and make your acquaintance. This is what I'll say. It helps if the trial is covering a topic that is interesting. So if you're dealing with like corporate law type stuff, that's going to be a snooze fest. It's going to be difficult to stay attached to. But I will say this, almost every single trial, even ones that were very difficult to sit through, at some point there's been a moment where it's like, whoa, did you just catch that? Did that just really happen? Did this suddenly go from 0 to 100 miles an hour in this, the snap of a fingers? 6-month trial is a very, very long trial. I would suggest on that one, Nicholas, if you're going to cover everything, it's going to be difficult. It might be best to try to sum up parts of it, especially if there's a segment like in the Alex Murdaugh trial where we covered the financial crimes. That was probably something you'd want to sum up in nightly recaps like Rob does or something like that. whereas just day after day of reading check numbers and looking at bank account statements, that just, it's exhausting. So more power to you. 6 month, that's huge. Nick, welcome. Thank you very much for this huge super chat from Sweden as well. Kim Hunter, welcome to the gallery. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, Kim. And a little pooch in the picture. Look at that. Love the pet pictures. Let's see, where's the Viking helmet? Yeah, wear the Viking helmet. That does not look comfortable to wear, Nick. I have to say, the axe. I loved learning about the axe and the history of the gavel. I just have the gavel. I don't have the axe. Probably because I'd break something on my desk. But Nick, that's really cool. He pronounces it Alec, if it matters to you. Alec Murdaugh. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to pronounce it. I'm going to pronounce it that way. Let's see. We've got another caller. Let's see if we can make an acquaintance here.
Kristen.
Okay, just 1 second. Did it work? Swap. Hello, is this Kristen? Hello? This is Recovery Addict. Are you there?
Call from
Kristen.
Kristen?
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Kristen, are you there? Why is it not working? Okay, I'm trying, Kristen. I really am trying. Kristen, are you there? Oh, it went away. What happened was somebody else called right as I was trying to answer that one, and it switched to that call, and then it dropped both of them. So let's try this one. Let's hold and accept. Is this Amber?
It is.
Amber,
good morning.
You're the only one that it goes straight through. It goes straight through when you call. I don't know why. Amber's one of our great mods. How are you doing this morning, Amber?
I'm doing okay. I'm slammed at work, but of course I'm multitasking. So I've always got you up watching the stream and following as much as I can. And I seem to notice that there is a common question of what an IJ means and what the implications are. And I kind of wanted to explain that a little bit, if you don't mind.
I'll give you a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay. So CMS is Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services. It is the entity that governs those programs, that Medicare and Medicaid coverage. In order to be a part of or participating provider or facility of Medicare and Medicaid, you have to go through a screening process, an application process, if you will. And they go through and make sure that you meet all of the qualifications and criteria that they require a facility and their providers to meet. So is this the only way that you can have an IJ? No. Can you lose your quote-unquote contract with CMS for Medicare and Medicaid for other reasons? Yes. So I can send you the manual if you want it, but it's really long. So there is a guideline of interoperations, how things are supposed to flow, the chain of command, the process by which you treat your patients, things like that. And patients are able to contact Medicare and Medicaid directly and review the providers that they've seen. So if you have Medicare or Medicaid, you can actually call in and recommend or say, maybe you guys need to look into facilities, and they take that very seriously. And I am someone that actually works directly with CMS. I actually have direct contact with the quality improvement manager at CMS.
That's probably more than I want to know about it, but it does shed a little light on it for the hospital. Amber, did you just get booted to hold music?
I just got hold music. I was like, what am I hearing right now?
The problem is It's the Zoom meeting that's causing problems with this. Trying to keep the Zoom meeting up while I'm answering phone calls.
Oh gosh. Okay, I'll make the rest of this quick. So, what was the last thing you heard? Because I don't know when it cut me off.
I was just saying this is probably more information than I need, the full manual on CMS, but
yeah, you don't need the whole manual.
Yeah.
So what happens when CMS comes in and does their survey? They do a look back to review the prior determined number of years. It's not always 3 years.
Amber, I can't keep you without getting switched to hold. Are you there? And I lost her. My burner phone is not able to handle all the calls and texts that are coming in right now. Let's see. Now I've lost everybody. Okay, the burner phone is exploding. The text messages are flying. Okay. Still nothing out of the courtroom. I'm sorry, Amber. We lost you there. We got a little bit. I think we got the gist of it, but it's time to get a switchboard. I need to upgrade. That's the next thing. I think I need to upgrade the phone. And if I do that, I'm going to need a receptionist. Of course, it'll have to be like a VoIP phone of some sort, so the receptionist can be remote. So somebody could volunteer to be a receptionist for a while. That would be cool. Kid's personal Uber driver says, bringing some joy, wanted to share that my kiddo got his official acceptance to the University of Alabama. See pick, proud mom, roll tide, roll from Texas. That is awesome. Kid's personal Uber driver. And just know that as your kid goes off to college, that personal Uber driver role gets smaller and smaller. So you don't have to do quite as much driving. But that's awesome. Congratulations. That's a huge thing. Amy says, all right, we need a whole lesson from Amber on the IJ and help us really correlate to this case. There's a lot out there. There's a ton, and it's deep. Getting lots of roll tides in chat. Sandra just popping in. We're still waiting. Jury just passed 14 hours and 10 minutes, 14 hours and 12 minutes of deliberation time. We will start a new stream when this verdict comes in. I'm going to restart it on, I'm actually going to build it on over here. Let me get that ready because I need to move something over. Just 1 second. I've already got the image prepared. Okay, here we go. Where are we at? Where are we at? Scroll, scroll, scroll. Okay, so let me share this with my other computer. Is it not working? Send it to my phone. Okay, it went to my phone. Now can I share from my phone to my computer? There. Aha, I just had to go in between. Okay, we'll send it that way. All right, so we are what we're going to do when there's a verdict, we're going to. Did you guys just gift more? Man, Kay Bittner, I don't know if this has already been asked, but can you please explain why the lawyers already know which 6 jurors are going to be deliberating? Kay Bittner, the lawyers and the judge knew, but it wasn't made public, and the jury did not know. As a matter of fact, I think members of the jury were surprised that when one of them was excused, that there were just 11 of them there. They're like, how do we don't have 12 anymore. I don't think they knew that only 6 would deliberate. And the judge, when he informed them, apparently they were very surprised about that. But the judge knew it's just how the court works, and that's every court's a little bit different that way. Sometimes we don't know who the jurors are until at the end of trial, and then they'll do a drawing of who's remaining, and and see who the alternates are. But in this one, they knew at the get-go. Good question, though. Why was the one excused? One was excused because he had a medical condition. And that's the only one that's been excused. That was juror number 181, had a medical condition. Juror number 1 was the one that the defense wanted to get removed or at least put into alternate status. But that juror is deliberating. So I'm moving forward.
Call from Disha.
Oh, is this Leisha or Disha? Hello?
Seashell.
Sorry, I talked over you.
Hello,
Sorry.
Seashell.
Seashell. Okay, I hear you, Seashell. Sorry, my hearing is going.
It's okay. Well, congrats on 50K. I was at the countdown yesterday waiting.
Yes.
So excited for you.
I haven't rewatched the exact
What are you
moment
going to do
when
to
it happens.
celebrate?
We're going to go out with the kids. They probably want to go to like some buffet, all-you-can-eat place that Mrs. R.A. and I hate.
Yeah, Golden
But
Corral.
like a Golden Corral and go just get all the treats, the ice cream and sprinkles and stuff like that. But we're going to try to go out and just have a dinner together and enjoy it.
That would be nice. Yeah. They need some time with you after all this.
Yes, they do. They have
Well,
learned.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, the time lag on this is hard. No, I had a question about the whole process with the when it comes to the damages portion, the punitive damages.
Okay.
So how will we see that play out because I think we can all agree they're going to find damages at least on one of the counts, right? So
It looks that way. So what's going to happen is this: the form itself, they are finding for actual loss. Okay, they're any loss for anything that occurred. They find for those, and then if they answer the other questions correctly, they can get to a point where they say, "Do you feel that punitive damages are should be considered here?" And it's a yes, no.
Warranted.
If they're warranted, then when it comes back, the judge can say, as long as there's at least one question where they clicked yes on the warranted and they followed the steps to get there, then they say, okay, great, we've read the verdict. We're now going straight into the punitive damages phase. Defense, call your first witness. They're going to call their first, and I think only witness. He's going to take maybe half hour and say, look, here are the numbers. Here's the punitive. This is where I think you should find. We're here to punish the hospital for what they've did. This is awful. You agree with us, right? Mm-hmm. You already found them, liable for all this and culpable. So now's the time to make the change, because if you don't stick it to them now, they'll just keep doing this to other families. That's going to be the argument,
right.
Roughly. Defense is going to get up and say, frankly, we've already made the changes. Why punish it? This just takes away money that could be, serving other kids who need help. And you'll have this or some variant of these arguments in front of the jury, a lot like a little mini trial. And then the judge will turn to him and say, all right, go deliberate. And all you have to figure out is the punitives, and then come back and let us know.
So there will be a second deliberation if that happens.
If they find for punitives.
Okay. Oh gosh, I just hope they hurry up. I mean, we're so sick of waiting.
It could happen really fast. Like if going from verdict to verdict and punitive could be an hour apart. It could be very, very quick.
Yeah.
Or it could take days.
Just keep our fingers crossed. Thank you so much for continued coverage of this.
Thank you, Cecil. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Bye.
All right. Carrie Arnold donated to the buffet dinner fund. Thank you very much. Hippo Lover says, longest Florida deliberation was George Zimmerman at 16 and a half hours. This one will be making history in Florida. Pickles and Zoe the cat says, woohoo, thank you for all you do, R.A. Pickles and Zoe, thank you very much. Are you going to keep the name like that, or are you going to switch back as soon as you can? I'm curious. I thought Zoe was here. Zoe's not here anymore. I can now stretch my feet out, because she takes all the spot where my feet normally rest. I have to lift them up off the ground because that's where she wants to be. Does not want me to touch her with my feet. Who would? But she wants the exact spot where my feet go. Let's see. Last night, Shaky Ground says, last night plaintiff filed notice of depot for Sharon Rogers at 1 p.m. today. J. Hatch Real Estate Valuations and updated financial records. Okay, so this goes into how much money do they have, right? And this is weird because if they get to this point, they can start asking the hospital, show us what's in your wallet. basically. I'm not going to tell you how much we're going to ask for until you tell us how much is in your wallet. And that's what they're basically getting at. And it's going to be a game of chess as well to show this. And, you know, how much do you have is important, because if we say, hey, we're going to ask them, say if it was $20 million, a jury came back with a $20 million punitive settlement, much lower than what the plaintiff wants. At $20 million to a small company that, you know, cuts lawn or something like that, if they've had a settlement against them, it would be devastating. It would destroy the company. It would be bankrupt. All the assets would be sold off, and they still wouldn't be able to meet the penalty. $20 million to Johns Hopkins might be a blip on the balance sheet, and so that's why they're doing these depots. But Andrew says, does the jury know about the punitive phase yet, or will they only get told after if they check yes? If they know, they might check no to go home. Well, if they check yes on the direct damages and no on the punitive, I would be really surprised. Because yes is saying the hospital did wrong and the Kowalskis need to be made whole. But if they check yes and then no, that's mean the hospital did wrong, the Kowalskis need to be made whole, but they don't deserve a penny more. And we don't need to punish the hospital for what they did. And that might be a tougher outcome to reach mentally, I think, for the jury. It's like a juror gymnastics to get there. Mimi L. Daniel says, congrats on 50K, RK. Well-deserved, friends. Shout out to my sweet 84-year-old mama, Jan, who's watching now. She's a huge fan. Jan, welcome. It is so, it's wonderful. I love hearing that we've got mother and daughter, or sister and sister, or, you know, just, I love hearing that we've got family groups out there that are watching this and enjoying it. That is really cool. I wouldn't say happy birthday, but happy 84 years old. I hope you are enjoying life and loving every minute of it. Sounds like you have a wonderful daughter as well. Thank you very much, Jan. Wonderful. And thanks, Mamie, for the shout out and to the super chat. Does jury have a cap at what amount of damages? Leslie, this goes to what we talked about this morning, or what the judge talked about this morning with the two sides in the discussions. The defense was objecting to a question that was going to be put on the verdict form that removes the cap on punitive damages. There's a question that removes the cap, or they're trying to get around that cap. And we've heard that the cap is like 3 times the actual damages or something like that. The judge ruled that we need to ask the question. It needs to be on there. And then if they blow through the numbers on the cap, we can address it later. So it sounds like there might be a possibility for the jury to have no cap on punitive in at least one instance. Magical Mary says, so far we have depots from Sharon Rogers, Kevin Sowers, and Stephen Heath. Do we know if they've occurred yet, Magical Mary? Because that Kevin Sowers one is, he's like the president of the hospital or something. He's a bigwig. That would be huge. Will the jury get additional jury instructions regarding the punitive part? Yes, they will. It's going to be, it's much quicker, because they've already done all the legal work. Now it's basically just math. The jury should be getting lunch about, well, probably in the next 45 minutes or so, if it takes 2 hours to get it in. That being said, the jury always gets lunch just before verdict on account of time. Press, etc. Don't want to go hungry. Shapiro has argued multiple times to the press that the hospital does not have to change a single thing because of what happened to Maya. That might come back to bite them. And we heard them ask, not just, I mean, Shapiro says that in his interviews, but not just then, but in testimony throughout the trial, there have been questions about, you know, have they changed anything? Do they still operate the same way? And we've heard that same thing. So if the jury says the way you're operating is wrong and they still haven't changed, that would mean they're probably going to lean towards punitive to punish them. Georgina says, I'm so sad I overslept. I'll never catch up with y'all now. Oh, it's fine. You haven't missed anything. We've just been waiting together. Mrs. Marzipam, award big money to Kowalski family. Hugs, Ari. Marzipan. This reminds me of marzipan, and like a Norwegian treat. Is that a delicacy of some sort? Is that to name a variation of that somehow? I'm hearing the interference as well. Let me start unplugging things. If I just start unplugging things and see where it goes. Let's see, it's this one. Might be that guy there. Is that a little better? I'm actually going to need that cord. I can't do that.
From
Sheila.
Sheila, how are you doing? Well, I tried not to kill the stream here on accident. What's happening?
I guess perhaps I missed it because I had walked away a few times. What if they come back late today? There's no court tomorrow, and Judge Carroll has a trial next week. What then happens to the punitive hearings? Has anyone said?
My guess is that what happens is the next week's trial gets pushed. And
Okay.
They have a late start.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, it looks like they're going to take a while, and the reading and everything. I don't think they're going to have time to completely deliberate. So, okay.
Be interesting. Hopefully we don't go there. Hopefully they get things sorted out here quickly.
I hope so, but if they're not thinking about the next phase, they might be taking their time.
Yes, they might. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Great question.
thank you.
We'll see you.
Bye.
All right. Magical Mary says all have been done. Sours was 5 p.m. last night. 5 p.m. last night. We had so those depots have been done. Let Us Gather gives a super chat sticker. Thank you so much. Let Us Gather. Magical Mary, you could just do a regular chat, Magical Mary. I appreciate your generosity, but just tag me in a regular chat. Rogers Depot scheduled for 1 p.m. tomorrow. Other two have been done already via Zoom. Thanks for the update on that as you're watching the court documents. Ash Axiom says, yay for 50K work calls. So I'll be on lurk mode, but I wanted to celebrate you before putting the phone in my pocket. I'll be listening with one ear. Ash Axiom, thank you. Enjoy work. I'm glad we can be with you through your work day. Hopefully make it go a little quicker. Let's see. Numbers could be huge. Marzipan is a confection consisting primarily of sugar, honey, and almond meal, sometimes augmented with an almond oil or extract. That's what I was thinking. I've had some Norwegian treats, and I think there's something about, like in my head, there's something about a tradition where you have like rice pudding or something with a, and you put, it's not a rock, you put like an almond or something in it, and then you dish it out and everyone eats it, and then whoever gets the almond or gets the little rock, whatever the surprise hard bit in their rice pudding, they win the marzipan pig. Is this a Norwegian thing? Can somebody am I remembering this correctly? When they get to eat this marzipan pig. Anyway, Christy Stinnett says, super chat, shout out for my dog Eli. Oh, he's in surgery now, 1 hour down. This stream is helping me keep my sanity. Thanks for the prayers. Updated profile pic for my fur baby. Christy, hopefully Eli, everything goes great, and Eli's going to be unfortunately in a cone of shame for a little bit, and then returning to full health. That would be wonderful. I am sure some of the depots that we're hearing about would definitely be spicy. Definitely be spicy for sure. The defense was not happy about some of these. Yes, Cicely. Yeah, that's a Norwegian thing. We do that. Bit of a choking hazard. Marzipan is also one of the treats in the Nutcracker. Denmark does it as well, so Scandinavian. Thanks for the good thoughts for Christy's dog. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Hope everything goes well there. Diana Buck says, congrats on 50K. Found you through Rob, and you're a grizzly as well. Wonderful. We love grizzlies here. Thank you so much. Grizzly True Crime, wonderful channel on YouTube. Incredible amounts of work and research goes into her stuff. She does a great job. And is she an airline pilot? Am I like making this up in my head? Did I dream this? But is she also an airline pilot? That just is cool. Marzipan that they use on cake decorations. I think that's it. It's like what do we use it? What do we use on cake decorations here a lot? It's that yucky frosting that is edible, but no one should eat it. You guys know what that is. What is it? I'm breaking up. Twubble, I'm having some static issues today, and I'm not sure why. Let's see if I can isolate it here. I'm unplugging things from my network, from my system one at a time to see if I can determine the source. It's probably a ungrounded wire somewhere. It's not my phone charger. It's not my iPad charger. Fondant. What is fondant? Sarah Adams. Yes, for $600. Fondant is the correct answer. I'm not a fan of that. Grizzly used to be a pilot. Okay, so I was not dreaming that. She was a pilot for 10 years. I was not dreaming that. That is just cool. Let's see. H says, I've been here from the start. Recovery Addict. Funds don't allow buying membership. I feel a bit left out, but love this channel and will remain. H, welcome. Please do not feel left out. Please do not. I would say that make sure you make sure your gift setting is turned to on to accept gifts on this channel, and then hopefully YouTube will be generous as gifts do come in, and there's a chance you might be gifted one. Please do not feel left out at all. Don't feel any pressure to become a member, to super chat or anything like that. You being here is enough. I'm grateful for that, and I'm grateful for your being here. Please feel included. Mute the court stream. Court stream is muted. Still getting the feed. The only other one is my mic. Let's see. Okay, so I've got a poor connection somewhere on my audio system, or it could also be that the cables, the power, something's not grounded, or that's not it. That's not it. Check. 1 2 1 2. Test. Maybe if I turn it down a little bit. That's a little hot. Okay. We'll isolate that. So it's definitely being affected. At least my. It's probably that I've got a power cable running parallel to a sound cable. I'll turn everything else down. Mute. Still coming through. Might need a new soundboard. We'll look at that. All right, it bothers me as well. It probably has been happening all along, but when there's other sound, it masks it. So I'll see if I can fix that. No, Sarah, there's a very, if you got headphones on, there's a very faint rhythmic little bzz, bzz, bzz that's happening in the background. Might be my fan, something like that. Kenny Peterson, thank you very much for the super congratulations. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. You forgot the good buddy part after the 10-4. Still a pilot, just not an airline pilot anymore. Her husband is still okay. So family. That's why she travels so much. That makes sense now. Katie just points out that my guitar could cover that sound if I wanted to. Probably tonight on the podcast. I think I'll probably have to do it live because I don't know when I'll have time to record it. But probably tonight we'll play the guitar, and then you guys will know why we haven't played the guitar on the live stream, because I'm not good. I'm telling you this now. This is not me being humble or anything else. I'm not good at playing the guitar, and I'm not good at singing and playing the guitar. And you guys are asking me to do both, and so you'll get what you want, and then you'll be like, well, we didn't want that. So I'm just putting that out there. Let's see. Laura Bronson gifted 10 memberships as well. Let's see. Oh, is Zoe back? Or is Zoe going? Let's see. Watching to see if H happens to win a membership here. Didn't see right there. But thank you very much, Laura, for your generosity. Speaking of podcasts tonight, Weather Watch, my podcast partner, just gifted 5 memberships. Weather Watch, thank you very much. Thomas, are you cool with me attempting to play the guitar poorly on the podcast tonight? Battenberg Cake, first chat here. Welcome, Jude. Welcome. Is that the cake, the Norwegian cake? Is that the one with the rings? All I know is that one has, they have like poppets, like those big party popper things on there as well. Dee Dee, if you would like a free membership, anytime somebody types exclamation point gifts, both of these were wrong. Sorry, you need exclamation point and then gifts in chat. So let's see. Where is it? All right. Somebody had it. Right there. Annie Marie got it right. Somebody types that, and my bot will respond with this. In the chat, just click on this link, this link down here in the chat window, not on the screen, but in the chat window, and it will take you to a page where you can change the settings on the channel. You want to move the slider to the right, your right, like if you're looking at the screen, move it to the right. Hopefully that works. And then that enables gifts on this channel. And then if somebody does give a gift, it just lets YouTube know that you are willing to receive one if one is gifted. And then it just happens automatically. YouTube chooses where it goes. Kranskake. In Norway, we say kranskake. Did I do anywhere close on the accent? I love your name that you're telling me how to say a Norwegian word. In Norway, we say kranskake. That's funny. I will say, jeg kan ikke snakke norsk. And if you understood what I said, that's amazing. $14 hours and 37 minutes of deliberation. Jury in their best dress, their Sunday best, in the jury room, bow ties and all, trying to reach a verdict to this point. And nothing so far.
All from
Allison M.
Allison M. Hello. I was going to say good morning. Yes, it's still good morning. How are you doing this morning?
I am doing great. First of all, congratulations on the 50,000.
Thank you very much.
I shared it to a chat that I'm not sure you're on, and they all congratulate you as well.
Oh, wonderful.
And second, did you say you were having a podcast tonight, not Friday?
Yes, we've moved it to Thursday night instead of Friday. It matches a lot more people's schedule. In watching, what we did is we looked at the viewership, how many people can watch, how many watch the podcast, and how many can watch when we do it live. And most people can't be there when we're live. And since it is a live sort of show, we thought let's shift it. A lot of people's Fridays are already booked up. We've got some great YouTubers who have put out some great content and regular shows and have for a long time on Friday. And so we did a little shuffle.
So you're not interfering. I understand
that, and give people some options of things to do earlier in the week as well. So it's an early kickoff, early weekend kickoff. We're still going to count it as a weekend kickoff, even if it's a day early. But today it is a weekend because tomorrow's a holiday.
True, very true. I would like to say I'm looking forward to your podcast tonight. Then,
wonderful.
And can I make a request on a song? There's a Christmas song
you're breaking
that
up.
You sing and play on the guitar.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Allison.
Okay.
Just
right.
kidding.
Well, you are incredible on the guitar. I have heard it myself. So if you can play a Christmas song that I've heard only from you, that would be incredible. But if that's not an option, I understand.
And this is why we don't allow family to call into the show, you guys. So, Allison, love you. Thank you very much for calling.
Love you. Congratulations.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh man, yeah. So now I'm in trouble. But My Dog Clover says, "What's the purpose of object to form?" My Dog Clover, in the deposition, this is sort of funny because in the deposition, Rob calls this no man's land. It's like the Wild West. It's as if you're questioning somebody on the stand, but the only person not there is the judge. What's the judge do? The judge rules on whether or not the question was appropriate, or you've laid the right predicate, or the wording's right, the form of the question is right. The judge is not there, but the judge can rule on this after the fact, and things can get sort of weeded out and corrected to make it right. And so you have this deposition just with the two lawyers, and the two sides, the lawyers, they still object. They still make objections, and then they're sort of ruled on later. So object to form means I object to the form of the question. It doesn't meet the form that needs to be used to ask a witness. It's not worded appropriately, basically. It's sort of, I think Mr. Hunter used it as a catch-all to just say, I hate that we're here. I hate that we're going here. I hate that you're asking these questions. I don't think any of this is appropriate. And so that's sort of how I heard what it meant in the deposition. But great question. Summer Golden says, "I'm a new sub from Law and Lumber and Lawyer. So happy to have found you. Are we thinking the jury is dressed up because they anticipate to reach a verdict today?" That's my thought. I'm curious what you think. Why else would the jury dress up today, of all days? The day before the weekend, day before a long weekend. Why would they be dressed up? Tasha Turtle says, "Something that still bothers me if they truly believed in Munchausen by proxy was why Kyle still allowed around his mom. If one kid was in danger, both would be." There's a lot of unanswered questions resolving around that. I mean, if they thought that the medicine was the problem, why not go after the doctors who prescribed it? Why go after the mom? If it was Munchausen by proxy, why not remove Kyle as well? Just interesting ideas. I think that speaks to the issue that there was a problem. Something logically didn't add up in that situation. Isla for me gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Isla for me. And Aaron Savage says, "Do you ever read your after hours comments out of curiosity? I sent you my life story with all the parallels, weirdly, and addiction." Aaron, yes, I do. There was a time when I would reply to every single comment, both on the YouTube and on my burner phone. I'm about 600 messages behind on my burner phone, and the rate I can read them is slower than the rate I can respond. But I try to read and go through and make a response or say something and thank you, or ask a question. I try to do that. I don't know how I can ever catch up at this point, which is awesome, because we have so many people sharing so many incredible things and saying, "Hey, I've got expertise here I can offer, and would you be interested in this?" I've got tons. Email box full. The burner phone is overloaded with questions as well, but I do try to read all of them. It just, if like at 2 a.m. a week from now, I respond to your email or respond to your text message with an appropriate response, but obviously the time was very delayed. This is why it happens. So Becky Bubbles, new member, called in for the first time with the burner phone and gifted a membership today. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Also, for me, gifted another membership. Thank you very much. The family always says that you're better. The family never is rude, right? You don't tell your kids, well, you're actually not that cute. You don't. Your kids are the cutest things in the world, and to me, they are. My kids are the cutest. Other people might not agree, but I'm not going to tell my kids who are learning how to play the piano that, "Oh, you really just don't sound too good." No, they sound amazing, and so family always talks you up, and that's what it was. It was a 9-week trial, says Jenna Howell. "I'm surprised y'all think a verdict should be here already." Well, the judge thought a verdict should be here already, which is sort of funny. He thought that was plenty of time for the jury to deliberate, and he's stressed to the lawyers, especially. He can't do this to the jury. He's stressed to the lawyers that we need to be done. We've got a new trial session opening up on Monday, Misty Johnson gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Misty. Let's see, that one went to Juggler. Congratulations, Juggler. Let's see, did I see Matt Bond in there somewhere? Sliding in a snide comment. Where did that go? It evaded me. If I scroll slower. I saw a comment from Matt. And then it disappeared. Ryan Applesnapple, thank you very much. Fellow court watcher, gifting a membership to this morning. Thank you, thank you. Still no verdict. Still no verdict in this one. But we're watching. We've got our fingers crossed. In terms of planning and strategy for openings and closing, what songs will you play? You accidentally spelled song wrong. You spelled song wrong. You got an extra S there on the end, Gil. So, I was only going to play one song. I'll tell you the song I'm planning on playing tonight is a song I wrote about my grandpa after he passed away. The backstory, I'll tell you this. If I tell you the backstory now, then I won't be emotional when I sing the song. But the backstory is my grandpa loved the outdoors. He loved fishing. He loved the outdoors, loved the mountains. We lived right at the feet of the mountains, and he probably was less than 2 miles from my house growing up. And I loved the mountains as well, but I never took the opportunity to experience the mountains with him. So I've never been fishing with him. And I loved fishing, and I'd never been up in the mountains exploring the mountains, and he loved the mountains. And so we had these parallel interests, but as a kid, I didn't take the time to spend time with my grandpa and enjoy those things. After he passed away, I went and visited with a friend of his who owns a gas station, one of these old gas stations where they come out and they wash their window and pump the gas for you. And his name was Ron, and I visited with Ron, and Ron's the guy. Growing up, growing up when money was tight in my family, and Ron knew that money was tight, I'd be in the back of the car, the station wagon. Well, my mom pulls in, and she has $10 to put in the tank, and she would tell Ron, can I get $10 for gas? And he'd come out and he'd pump the gas, and I'd watch the numbers count up to 15 or 20, and then he'd charge her $10, knowing that there wasn't money for gas. This is the sort of guy that Ron was. And I went and I talked to him and spent about 3 hours with him at his gas station, which sits, a view of the mountains, and talked with him about my grandpa and about growing up and everything. And I went home and in about 30 minutes I wrote a song, and I wrote it about my grandpa. And so that's the song I'm going to sing tonight on the podcast. And hopefully not think about this when that happens. But Ron is an amazing person, and my grandpa was an amazing person. And I regret not having that time. There was only one time where I went up with him in the mountains, and he showed me a hidden little spot, a hidden spring with crystal clear water that just appeared out of nowhere, and told me the history about it, and where the cabin used to be and everything. That was the only time I got to go with him in the mountains. And soon after, he broke his hip, and health went downhill quickly, and he passed away. So anyway, it's softer. I'd say it's country or folk style music. It's not going to be an electric guitar. The eyes are sweaty. I've got the fan running to cool it off in here. Hopefully that'll help. Anyway, so that's what's going to happen tonight, and I'll tell you, I struggle singing the song, and it means a lot to me. It doesn't sound good, but the song's important to me, and I gave a copy of that song to Ron, and he asked for it to be played at his funeral. Which I think he's still alive and kicking, alive and well. I have not heard to the otherwise. I haven't talked to him in a while. But anyway, so that's where we're going. That's the only song I'll probably sing tonight. But thanks for asking, and thanks for trapping me in a corner here. Let's see. Time is a blessing. Yes, it is. It's a construct and a blessing, right? Let's see. I've been building an adult Lego set since July went into deliberation. Since jury went into deliberation, I'm curious if they will come back or if I'll finish first. Law and crime and Lego build, Scott. That is awesome. What I'm curious about the Lego set. Is this like a Star Wars theme or a Harry Potter or space? Inquiring minds want to know. And unfortunately, you have a timeout timer. Tag me again in the message when you're able to respond again. I apologize. I wish we could let you respond faster. Let's see. Matt Bowden, send me the song and I'll record it. I'll try. I'll play it for you. You guys all have it after I play it tonight. So. The name of the podcast is Not Relevant Podcast. We named it that because we started the podcast. It was a Weather Watch's idea. I'm going to blame it all on him. Weather Watch, I'm throwing you under the bus here. We follow court cases all the time, and sometimes they're heavy. They have emotionally just draining or difficult topics. We're dealing with murder. We're dealing with the worst of society, doing the worst things to the nicest people. And so watching that all week long can be pretty heavy. And so going into the weekend, we wanted a little reset. We wanted a way to just take a breather and give ourselves some room emotionally to recover before we start the next week. And so we do this Not Relevant Podcast where we talk about some fun things and some news. Occasionally some trial stuff gets in there. But really, it's just a time to kick back with a bunch of friends and talk and interact with all of you. Spend about an hour or so, and just dad jokes get in there quite a bit. It's a family friendly show, as is all of our shows. At least I try. The court sometimes says otherwise, but no, it's not for members only. It's everybody. It's just on the YouTube channel, so it's open for everybody. Any updates on the Murdaugh stuff while we're killing time? I have not followed this yet. I think he's about to begin the financial crimes part, right? That's going to happen soon. I don't know. I haven't followed the details on the defense, the objections about the appeal or wanting an appeal because of, the clerk writing a book and all that. I haven't seen where that's at. Really, I got almost my fill of Murdaugh when it happened, so I might have to be tempted quite a bit before I go back directly into that. I sleep in a recording studio. I did sound for Britney, Bee Gees, Backstreet Boys, to name a few. Hey, that is awesome. That is really cool. I have some better mics to record audio on than this. Well, not much better, but at least a condenser mic that will pick up sound a little better. Robert McNamara, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Also, Deanne B, gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Let's see. There's Deanne. I'm just trying to catch up here. Matt, you've got many talents, many talents. I've only recorded one song in the studio. Only one song in the studio, and I was not singing for that. I was actually orchestrating the group. It was a youth group that we sung a song that someone had written, and we put together this youth choir without really hearing the choir first. We took sort of volunteers, and one of the choir member was completely tone deaf. Not just a little bit, completely tone deaf. And we're all there. We've bussed them up to the studio. We've got the studio booked, and it's not cheap. And here we are. And how do we say it this time? Because we've got them standing. They're not all mic'd independently. They're singing on choir mics. And we're like, how do we tell you, one person, not to sing? Or, hey, can you stand aside for a little bit? So I'm looking at the sound engineer, and he's going are you guys serious? And I'm like, is there anything you can do? But it was a funny situation. We left it in. We thought it added character to it. Will you follow the Brian Koberger case in Idaho when it goes to trial? Yes, we will. Damama, that is one we're very much interested in. We've expressed interest in being there in person during the trial. The judge has said he's going to have more control over the cameras and that it will be open during court, but he hasn't really issued the ruling yet. If that's the case, I'd like to be there in person for the duration, and we'll unveil some new technology and systems set up so that we can continue doing what we're doing while I'm there live. Let's see. I recorded like 10 Hillsong albums. Man. Podcast is here. Yep, it's on this channel. It's called the Not Relevant Podcast. We do it every week. I think we're on episode 37 or 38. I think 37. Weatherwatch can tell me for sure. How late can they go today? It's probably just going to be an 8-hour deliberation day at the latest. So they're 9 if they're working through lunch. They're 5 minutes away from 15 hours of deliberation. Maybe we can all mentally summon them, use all our collective mental powers to bring them in. Need more cowbell. Yes, I love that one. That was a good skit. I love that one. Mimsy had to get some work done. Has there been any jury questions this morning or signs? Mimsy, the only thing we know is that the jury dressed up today, and that they're all dressed up. They've ordered lunch. Right now it's roughly lunchtime, so maybe as soon as they finish eating lunch, maybe something. But they ordered lunch about 10 o'clock, which is early, on the early side. We'll see if we get some action. Okay, let me do this while we're waiting just for a minute. Jules did tell us the jury ordered lunch, Dark Angel. Let's see. Got somebody on the phone. Just one second.
Call from
the Brown Barn.
Hello, the Brown Barn. How are you doing?
Hey, good morning. How are you, Scott?
I'm doing great. It's almost afternoon. It's been that long.
Yeah, I did check the clock right before I said good morning to make sure.
I did as well.
So anxious about this verdict, but I did have a comment. I'm not able to look at chat as I'm out and about today, but this might have already been noted. But I wonder if with Jules saying that everyone has dressed in their Sunday best, that to me seems like a unified front, and maybe they are just working out the kinks, because I guess the longer it takes, it does feel like maybe there's a holdout. But with everyone coming to court today dressed up, it does make me feel like maybe there's some unity amongst them.
Well, that would tell us that they should be able to reach a conclusion a little faster if they think that they can do it today. So
yes,
I'd like to see it. I hope so. We'd love to have some sort of resolution, whichever side they decide on. I mean, we could. There's the possibility that we collectively. Ooh, is that a train horn?
Yes. I'm in Speedway Arena, and the train is going by.
That was really loud. That was cool. I hear a train about once every 3 weeks here. There's one train track, and it's used like once a month. And so we hear a horn once in a while. I was like, hey, a train. But I live far from
Yeah, the train goes through Peakway several times a day.
That's cool. Well, I think there's a possibility that we collectively might be completely wrong. The jury could have led us all on a down the path and be deciding the other direction. So even with all those little notes and snide remarks and things that we sort of read into their notes, the hospital might come out here with a win. You never know.
Gosh, wouldn't that be wild? Well,
it would be.
Hey, and also congratulations to you all on 50K. That's amazing.
Thank you so much, Brown Barn. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I was telling my husband about it last night, and I was like, I started during Murdaugh, and I think you were around 1.5, maybe 2,000.
It was pretty small.
Then,
yep.
So it's great, and thank you for keeping it feeling great, as big as you're getting. It always still feels like home.
Well, that's credit to you guys. You guys keep this community just a fun place to be. So thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. Fingers crossed we hear something soon. Thanks.
All right, we'll see you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Whoa, somebody just texted me some Sally Smith sanction stuff. Just one second. Let's see. Sally Smith sanctions. It's on Twitter. Oh, Lauren Farmer. Oh, it's a historic. Sally Smith was sanctioned in 2020 for failing to produce documents to plaintiff. That's a different case, though, right? Appreciate all the kind words on the burner phone. I'm getting almost nonstop texts right now, so thank you so much. I will try to reply to as many as I can. That's a good band name, RK. Sally Smith Sanctions. They're dressing up as very significant. I agree. I think it means something. I don't think the jury would do something altogether like that, just as a prank. I think their attitude today is probably a little bit more formal, and possibly because we're going to have a verdict here after lunch, maybe. They get a final lunch first. I think that's what they're eating right now. Judge said they can go as late as they want. They can continue next week. They can start again on Monday. And that would be a big problem for the judge because, cases are scheduled to start then. Let's see, my husband has been the foreman on many, many juries. He's always chosen for jury when subpoenaed. He agrees they dressed up because they plan to have a verdict today. Some are golden. I've never even been summoned to be on a jury. Not even a summons. And he's been foreman many times. That's amazing. Dre, I do think today is today. We do have just over 15 hours right now, 15 hours and 1 minute of deliberations. We're gonna cross into the 1,000 realm, and then our timer is really going to be shot. We have basically less than 2 hours until we're into the 4 digits of minutes. So I need the jury to come back just for me. As a personal favor to me, they need to come back before we hit 1,000 minutes, and suddenly it says 000 on the clock. Ooh.
Call from
Robert.
Hey, Robert. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good, buddy. How are you? Congrats on 50K. I'm R. 25 in chat, just so you know.
R.
I'm the
25
one from Westchester.
I see you there.
Started following you with the manhunt.
The Cavalcante, yeah.
Happening in my backyard.
Yep, I remember that. Yep. What's on your mind today with this? You think the jury's going to give us what we want today?
I don't know if my heart can take it anymore. I'm just on the road, and you've been my radio head for the last 400 miles or so.
Yeah.
I'm just listening and, hoping they have some sort of verdict today. I think it's kind of interesting that they're all dressed up.
Yeah, that's got to mean something. I think we got to have something today. But I think it's going to be done.
I'm kind of leaning with Rob. I'm expecting something around 1:30, 2 o'clock our time. So we'll see.
Yep, that's really cool. Well, thank you very much. Good to hear your voice again. Glad we can keep you entertained as you're on the road. So drive safe.
All right, thanks, Scott.
Yep, we'll see you.
Have a good one, buddy.
You too.
Bye.
The Jennifer C says, why does Hunter not get sanctioned for failure to produce? He's so shady. I don't know how this goes. I don't know when or how that sanction would go forward, if it is part of this trial or if it would be handled externally through a complaint to like the bar, the Florida bar. I think it would probably be external, so it might not happen during this. If it does happen, and realize for there to be a sanction, there has to be proof that he knew what was going on, proof that he knew there were documents and didn't produce them. You got to prove that he broke the rules, and that's a pretty high bar to prove. So it might not even amount to that. Demama says, I'm about 2 hours from the BK case and very interested. Kenny Peterson says, I was summoned for jury duty next month. Well, now look at the education you've received, Kenny. Now that you know, I don't know if you have any idea what sort of case you're going to get. It's most likely going to be a criminal case, I'm guessing. But it's now you know what to do and what not to do. All the lessons you've learned. Don't send jokes to the judge with notes from the jury box. Don't do that. That's not cool. Let's see. He buried the Dracula. Yeah, that in and of itself is not enough of a complaint to be sanctioned for it, saying I buried the Dracula. I think he's complied with all the orders or done enough that it would be difficult to find that he has not complied with the orders, with the exception of maybe that one document. That might be an issue for him. That's the one. It's the turnover of the documents. That's the only thing I can see that he may have an issue on. See, Rob went through this and he said it's not fair, but it's part of the legal game. There won't be sanctions, especially if Maya prevails. Mindy HV says, I've been on 3 juries, armed robbery, drunk driver, and a workers' comp case. Great experiences. Don't spend all your jury money in one spot. It probably adds up to about $150 combined between the 3. Your thoughts, just quickly, everybody. Should there be reform on jury pay? Should jury pay be higher or should it be lower because it is a civic duty? I've heard the argument that you shouldn't pay any more because it's a civic duty. Just pay for their food and that's about it. Or should it be higher to say, hey, we're taking you away from your job. You should at least get as much as you would earn at your job or something nearby. Should it be like, should they get paid like expert witnesses? Snazzy Trinkets Jewelry says, after the poorly formed questions and no questions yesterday, the dressing up could just be a better court decorum. They know their jokes fell flat. Maybe an apology for yesterday's joke. If we all dress up, maybe the judge won't be mad at us. Rob said in chat today you can stream his live from last night. I'll have to pull it up. I don't have it ready right now, but we might, if this goes on later through the day, we might look at that. Let's see. Yes to the higher. At least pay minimum wage. Yeah, I can see the minimum wage argument. Okay, this one makes sense to me. But is there a concern if we do raise the wages, say to a nice wage, say we say $20, $30 an hour as a juror member? You're like, hey, this is your time. We're gonna. That's a lot of money for some people. It's less than many professionals are earning. But where does that cause a problem with the jury saying now people are going to try to be on the jury just for the money that shouldn't be on there, that aren't focused on that? Would that concern come in? Jobs should pay. Widget, I'm on both sides of the fence on that one. Having run a small business myself, and knowing how thin margins are, it is tough sometimes. I mean, there are points where there's not enough money to hire another person. Right? There's not enough money to say, well, I can just hire somebody to do this job and pay a second person. There goes all the profits. There goes all the money. So does that mean that if you work for a small company, you don't get paid? It's a tough one. Summer Golden says, I subbed to your wife's channel, hoping to learn from her. Homeschool is looking more and more appealing to me with the craziness in public schools. I'm a stay-at-home mom, former elementary teacher. Summer Golden, that's awesome. That is wonderful. My wife does a great job on her channel talking about homeschool stuff. KBF says, silly viewers, it's picture day for the jury. It's just picture day. That's it. They're all meeting out behind the courthouse afterwards for a couple of photos, and it'll be up on Instagram later. Lil Miss says they should pay for lunches because all the jury pay goes to their lunch. Our $25 a day is only $3 an hour. Don't forget workers' comp, employee liabilities, breakdowns of taxes depending on your S-class or LLC class. The status goes on. Yes. Lots of taxes. Lots of expenses. Yes, but the minimum wage is still, I think it's like $8.25 now. Hasn't it gone up $1? Isn't there a federal minimum wage of $8.25? States can be higher. JC says my minimum wage in my state is $10.10. That's not too much to pay to jurors. Melissa, this is what we're saying. Yes, they were dressed up. We don't know if that's the reason, but we can sort of assume it is. Bravo Chick says, Recovery Addict, the one word we are forgetting is duty. It is a duty, therefore it shouldn't be incredibly rewarding. But does duty have to be a financial burden? I mean, if it's a huge financial burden, say you have a single family earner, a single income in a household, and that person gets called to jury duty. If they work an hourly job, they get paid for the hours they work. They're not working during jury duty, and they take that hit. Should we excuse all the people who just can't afford to take the break? And they just not get to serve on the jury? Does that not make it a slanted group of your peers instead of a true group of peers? K-Rab says, in my opinion, if the employer doesn't offer jury pay, the court should replace lost income and expense like gas, parking, and food. Performing jury duty shouldn't put you at a disadvantage financially. Tish says $7.25 is federal, not exempt. My state wage in California is $15.50, but will go up to $16 in January. People do get excused for financial reasons. Sure, we've got somebody else on the phone. See if we can meet a new friend here.
Ryan Apple Snapple.
Ooh, it's an old friend. Ryan Apple Snapple, how are you doing today?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing just great.
Congrats on 50K, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No, I figured I would call in because we're talking about jury pay. When I was on jury duty, it was for 4 days, and I only made $120.
120 by 4 days. That's $30 a day. That is not much.
No.
When you're eating away, when you're eating fast food, when you're eating quickly on a time constraint, that can be expensive as well. So if you had to pay for your own lunch, I'm not sure. Did you have to pay for your own, or was that provided?
Yeah, we had to pay for ours.
So either you bring a sack lunch and keep it in the fridge in the break room, or you pay, which ends up being about half your jury pay for the day for your lunch. And I guess you get free parking, and that's about it.
No, we didn't get free parking.
You had to pay for parking too?
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, you're not even breaking even.
It basically, yeah, exactly.
What state are you in? So I will never move there.
I'm in Arizona. Remember, I was in maternity trial.
Man, you have to buy your own lunch, pay for your own parking, and serve on the jury duty, and it's tuppence for pay.
Yeah.
Man, that's a bad deal. That's a bad deal. I think that's too low. I can see that we don't want to reward people for serving on jury. We don't want to make there a financial incentive for them to be there. But on the other side of that, doing your duty should not be like, and now you owe us. In addition to all your time and taking away from your family, not being able to talk to anybody about this for however long it goes on, you're going to have to just pay out every day.
One of my buddies says that, and he works for the state. One of my friends says that it should be like organ donation. That you sign up for it, you're willing to do this duty, your civic duty. And if you're not willing to, you have to pay into what would be deemed into the funding to pay for people to serve on the jury.
Huh. That's an interesting proposal. I'm not sure if it would stand like constitutional challenges.
I don't think it would, but it's an interesting concept.
Yeah, it's either serve or pay up. So those that can afford to would never have to pay because, hey, I've paid my dues. I don't need to serve on the jury, right? And those who don't want to pay can say, hey, I'd rather serve.
Right, and he said not like a substantial amount. He's talking like $25, like $25 a year. You just throw it in the pot.
I would say that even that would be huge, considering just the population that you're dealing with. The amount of money would probably have to be much lower. Just a few dollars a person per year would probably cover all the expenses, food, jury pay for pretty much everything they needed. But great, interesting idea. Now you just need a couple legislators.
But no, I thought I would. I will let you go. Hopefully, jury watch isn't too much longer. I'm guessing around 3:00. To be honest.
3:00 after lunch. They've had the little after lunch snooze. Yeah. Then they wake up, tell the judge, "All right, we're ready." So.
I mean, that's what we did. To be honest, we did ours right after lunch because we wanted to make sure we had all of our due diligence with ours.
So your decision was done beforehand. You knew where you guys were at. You're like, we're all on the same page.
No, we told them that we weren't leaving for lunch, that we wanted to continue through lunch. Mm-hmm. And we went over the last little bit during our meal time.
Did you guys, in your jury, did you do a poll first to see if you were all on the same page at the beginning, or did you first look at all the evidence?
Yes, we did.
A quick straw poll?
No, we took a poll. Yep. Because we only had 3 counts to look at.
Yeah. It's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that compares with other people's jury experiences. Some of them are meticulous in going over everything, and others seem to be like, where's that verdict form? Let's get this thing done.
We had to really look at one of the counts like really carefully. We rewatched a video because we had a body cam to look at.
Right.
We looked at a body cam, I think, for a good 3 hours, and it was only a 20-minute body cam session.
Man.
But we had to. It was possession of narcotics.
Yeah.
So we had to really make sure that it fell out of their jacket, that it wasn't there before.
Yeah. Interesting. Ryan, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
All right,
bye, everybody.
We'll see you.
Have a great day.
Yep. Bye. I think I'm not sure what that was in the background. That was it sounded like something from a horror movie that just erupted. Let's see who we have here.
Call from
Sheila.
Hello, Sheila. How are you doing this afternoon?
Good. I wanted to share my jury experience.
Okay.
I was 19, so this was back in 1979 in Wilmington, North Carolina.
All right.
And, yep.
I'm going to be there Saturday.
What, Saturday?
Yeah.
Is there a meetup of some sort?
Not a meetup.
You're going to be there Saturday.
There's a private little group. Okay. They've reserved the battleship for a dance.
Oh, that's awesome.
My kids are going down there for
that. That's wonderful. So I was listening to it. It was unfortunately a gang rape, a motorcycle, as the prosecutor had to say, a motorcycle club, because they couldn't use the word gang, and it was a very involved defense, but it basically involved their alibi was eating the pig at a pig picking about 2 hours after the pig was put in the spit. So, I remember the prosecutor, one of the last things he said was, people, if you learn one thing from this, never, ever, ever eat any pork that was only in the spit for 2 hours. But
so tell me, let's leave the facts aside. That sounds terrible. First of all, that you had to sit through this.
It was.
What was the experience inside the jury deliberation room as far as how you reached a verdict?
Give it background because I was sitting there and I was 19. First of all, I wasn't very confident then, and secondly, I didn't want to be biased. I was a young woman, and I was afraid that perhaps I'd heard things wrong. So I was expecting a straw vote and just to listen and whatnot. We got back there, and one of the older guys said, okay, this is ridiculous. How many of you actually think have any doubt that these guys are guilty? And basically, we did find a lesser charge for one guy because we weren't sure there was conspiracy. But in our experience, it looked like everybody walked back there, agreed, like you said, get the jury form. We did take a couple of hours to discuss whether the one guy was involved in the conspiracy, if he knew that others were doing this. But yeah, it was pretty. I think we probably took about 2 hours altogether.
Wow, 2 hours. That's a quick verdict. We're 13 hours beyond that for this jury. So
yeah, it was
thanks.
a 4-day.
Have you served on a jury since then?
I have not. I was called for the grand jury, but I ended up getting out of it. I wasn't on far enough down the list, I guess, or far enough up the list. So, but no, I haven't since then.
Well, at least you're willing to serve. Thank you for sharing your experience, and good to hear from you from Wilmington. Thank you.
Yep.
We'll catch you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Let's see. You should speak with Rob about what was I talking about, Donnie? I forget what I was saying. Basically, you said talk to a lawyer about something. Hey, Ivan's on the phone. Hang on 1 second.
Call from
ineligible juror.
Call from me. Hello, ineligible juror. How are you doing today?
Ineligible juror.
Yes,
I'm doing well.
You fit it in. I heard it.
It's a breezy but balmy 40 degrees in Wisconsin today.
Oh man, it's almost sweater weather.
Yeah. Well, vest. Yep. Not sweater vest. I'm not there yet. I got dad shoes, but I'm not a sweater vest yet. But I'm just wondering if I'm going to get to keep my hair. All right.
So remind me of the bet you made in chat. I saw this come across the other
200.
day.
If she gets to 200, I'll cut the mullet. Like I really don't think. Yeah. If she gets the full 200, I'll cut the mullet.
So 200 or above, the mullet's
yeah.
gone.
We're
talking 200 million.
Correct.
Wow.
So, and I think the deal should be if she gets less than that, you need to grow one. I think it was fair.
I was no part of this deal. I was no part of this. I saw it happen in chat. I'm like, I'm going to let that be. That's not me. That's not what I'm doing. I will tell you that I've been growing out my hair for this entire trial, and as soon as they get a verdict, I'm able to cut it because I'm, like in hockey where they don't wash their socks or something. It's like a good luck charm.
Yeah.
I think if I cut my hair, then the whole thing's going to be wrong. It's going to be bad. So if we get a verdict tonight, I get a haircut. And it's also my weight loss program, so I'll probably lose like 2 pounds. So, but no mullet for me. I might even shave.
Well, I hope you and the family celebrated last night, man. That's awesome. I can't believe how quick you got to 50K, and I'm just happy to have been along for the ride with everybody. So
yeah, it's been an incredible experience, and Ivan, you've been here for all of it, so I appreciate you, a good friend as well.
All right, awesome guys. I'll let you fly, but love y'all and
take some pictures of your hair because it might be gone here soon. So
pray for 199. We'll pray for 199.
All right. We'll see you, Ivan. Bye bye. Yeah. Never make a bet you're not willing to. Why did Zoom just drop? Let me check here. Was that my mistake or did Zoom really just crap out? I think it was me. I think I just hit the wrong button. Okay, so here's what I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to, I'm building right now the placeholder for a verdict, assuming we get a verdict this afternoon, which I think we will. If we get a verdict, I'm going to open up a new live stream. There will be a new, I'll port us over from this one over to the new one, and then we'll have a new one. It will be run on StreamYard, so if Rob is available, I'll send him a link and he might be able to join us on that so we can watch it together. Let's see, one more person here.
Tanya.
Hey, Tanya, how are you doing? Oh, it helps if I push the button. Tanya, can you hear me now? I'm trying here. Tanya, can you hear me? Hello, Tanya.
Hello.
Oh,
Can you hear
there
me?
you are. Yes, I had unplugged the phone. I guess that's important. Yes, how are you doing?
I'm doing well as I guess a relative term. I'm very, very anxious, and it's been obsessively watching your stream because I can't wait to see what this jury comes back with. I mean, I definitely believe Maya deserves justice, Maya and her family, not just her. And I hope the jury, as much as I'd love for her to get the full $238 million, I hope the jury comes back with a very well thought out number, because I'll give less of a reason for John Hopkins to win an appeal, I guess.
Yeah.
But I wanted to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You talk.
Oh no, I was gonna say in terms of the whole jury duty service. I've been on the jury before. I was actually a foreperson for a criminal case.
Okay.
And it's extremely nerve-wracking. And I mean, if you take it seriously, it's definitely an important duty. But I completely agree that the pay should be higher. I was one of the fortunate ones on our panel of 12 that my employer compensated us for that time with our not without using PTO. But I know that about half of us did not have that option. And it took us several days to deliberate, and it was definitely a very a big burden for people.
Yeah. That can be. And I guess some of that is addressed in the questioning of jurors or potential jurors before the pool's seated at all, before the jury's seated at all. They might say, is there any reason why you can't serve? Ask the questions. I'm not sure if they say, are you financially able to serve? But is there any reason why you cannot serve on the jury? And then at that point you could say, yeah, I'm the breadwinner for my family. I get paid by the hour. If I don't work, I don't get any money, right? And that could say, okay, we'll excuse you for that reason. But I don't know, maybe
to some extent, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess I think it is a good discussion, and that something probably should be done. But there's some states that seem to, on one hand, demand so much from the jurors and give so little. I'm looking at you, Florida. I'm looking at you. I don't know what they're paying.
California's not that great either.
Yeah, but not even paying for their, the lunch for the jurors who sat for 9 weeks and then got dismissed at 11:30. It's like, well, if you'd been here for another hour, we would watch you lunch. But since you're not, see ya. No food for you.
Absolutely. That's incredible that some states do that. On a separate note, though, and I'm sorry if this has been talked about on your stream or other streams before, but I keep thinking in regards to the timeline with Maya, her coming to Johns Hopkins and actually her getting diagnosed and then coming to Johns Hopkins, that whole entire saga was on the tail end of Gypsy Rose Blanchard's case. And I keep wondering if, not that this is an excuse by any means, but I keep wondering if, because it was in the media, if like Sally Smith and everybody else, if they thought that, oh, we found another case that we can become heroes because this big thing just broke in the country, and their whole perception was skewed, thinking that they, so to speak, cracked the case and another one. And again, this is not in no way an excuse at all. But considering the time frame of when that happened, I wonder if they were on a hunt because it was something that was being covered in the media.
Interesting question. Not sure. I don't know. That's something I'll have to give some thought to. I will tell you.
And I mean, I don't know if we have an answer, definitively, but it's been a thought kind of in my mind.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'm telling you, I just saw Jules just posted something on TikTok. So I'm curious if she's seen something, and we might expect a phone call from her in just a minute. But Tanya, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. Good talking to you.
Thanks.
We'll see you. Bye. All right. Long Beach, California, calling in.
Rachel Bruno.
Rachel, are you there?
Hello, I am.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing just fabulous. What's on your mind today?
Well, I just wanted to thank you for your coverage. And this, to me, is a case that I'm invested in because my children were seized in 2015 by a child abuse pediatrician and Child Protective Services and law enforcement. So this is very close to me.
This is your story playing out on the big screen. Wow.
It is. And in my case, my son was 7 weeks old.
Oh, my goodness.
And he was in the care of a nanny overnight. And I just woke up to him screaming at about 4 o'clock in the morning. She told me he was gassy. She showed me an empty bottle and said, I just fed him. He's really gassy. And I said, okay, fair enough. Babies get gassy. But 6 hours later, I take him to the hospital, nonstop crying, would not eat, would not sleep. And that's where I got the diagnosis that he had a cranial fracture and an intracerebral blood hemorrhage.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness.
And the doctors told me we need to go emergency surgery right now. And I'm just in shock at that point. Have no idea what the heck is going on. I went from a gassy baby to now my son is in brain surgery.
Yeah, that's, wow.
And 4 hours later, surgery is done. Doctor tells me everything went well clinically. They were able to fix the fracture. They were able to drain the blood. And my first question, is he going to be okay? Is he going to be brain damaged? And the doctor basically tells me we don't know whether he's going to live the next 48 hours.
Oh, man.
And he's in a medically induced coma.
Rachel, this is horrible. How many years ago did this happen? What was the...
This was 2015.
Wow.
So I will spoil it for you guys. We sued them, we won, and our kids are back.
A better ending to just a terrible, terrible situation. Oh, my goodness.
So, I mean, but when I'm seeing Dr. Sally Smith saying that she identified herself, they do not. Yeah. They absolutely do not. I had the same thing come to my room, tell me that she was the pediatrician on call, and asked me what would happen to my son. I said, I don't know. He was with the nanny. Yeah. And when I go to the court, 72 hours later, they call it the emergency hearing, I see what my Dr. Sally Smith wrote in that court report, saying that mother was not emotional enough. Mother was not exhibiting the normal behaviors of a grieving mother. Mother acted as if this were just a routine exam. Exactly.
Because
I was
you're
in shock.
shock.
Like, what the heck?
Oh, Rachel, I'm glad that your story had a positive ending to it. Is your son okay? Is it?
He is. He's a miracle. He's 8 years old today. He's in third grade. He's jumping. He's screaming. He's reading. He's perfect.
Wonderful. Rachel, thank you so much for sharing that. Wow.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So, you guys, this happens a lot.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good to talk to you, Rachel.
Thank you.
All right. We'll
Bye-bye.
See you. Bye. Ooh. Wow. That would... We like to think that these are isolated incidents, but when somebody like Rachel's able to say this, I lived this exact thing. Okay. Amber, every time I try to turn the phone off, Amber calls. Hang on just 1 second. Amber, you there?
I'm here. Let's hope I don't get the hold music again.
Well, it depends how long you talk. We're trying to... No, just kidding. Go ahead.
I'll keep it brief. For anybody that was really interested in the IJ stuff and the CMS stuff I was trying to talk about earlier, please reach out to me either on Discord or Facebook or Twitter, whichever. I had to call in after... I didn't hear her name when she just called in, but I had to call in after Rachel.
Yeah.
Thank you. I had to call in after hearing that, and I might get choked up because this is something so incredibly important. And as a healthcare professional, as an advocate for patients, as a mom myself, I've had family members go through similar things. I've had family members go through things like this, and it was actually warranted for kids to be taken away. Yeah. Please, please, please ask questions when you go into anywhere. I don't care if it's an emergency room, an urgent care, your regular primary care. Ask the questions. Build that rapport. Have the interest in your child's care. Document, document, document. Take pictures if you can. Yeah. Please make sure you don't allow anybody, I don't care who it is, do not allow anybody to bully you and making you feel like you did something wrong when you know for a fact you did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
And no matter how scary it is, don't just agree to their terms in order to get the kids back. I understand you want your kids back, but look at some of these cases where the parent has ended up with criminal charges and having to do time just to get their kids back, and nothing was warranted for any of it.
Yeah.
Get an attorney, talk to them about what's going on, and lay out your timeline with whatever documentation you have. Have access to patient portals. Parents have access and rights to their child's patient portal. If you don't know how, please reach out to me. I will instruct you and tell you the best way to do that.
Yeah.
Please don't let people bully you.
And if you're not on Discord, if we type !Discord in chat, this is a great place. The conversations we can have on Discord are different than the ones we have here. We can have multiple people in a room, multiple people in a thread. They can do voice chat as well over there on Discord. So that would be a great format if anyone has questions. That probably wouldn't work as well back and forth through me, especially since I don't have all the answers. But Amber, thank you for volunteering for that.
Absolutely. This stuff really breaks my heart, and it's a system we need to help protect kids, yes, but we're living in a day and age where too many instances of abuse are overlooked or not looked at close enough or hyper looked at, and you get the knee-jerk reaction. So I'm shaking right now after hearing Rachel's story. Like it breaks my heart, and I'm one of the biggest patient advocates you will ever find. And I don't care if you're my patient. I don't care where you're at. I'm the biggest patient advocate you will ever meet in your life, and you have rights as patients and as parents.
Yeah.
And this just, if I can help you understand what you can do to have access to your records or your kids' records, please reach out. Like I can answer any questions you have, or if I can't, I know where to get the answers. Like, Scott, I'm shaking. Like
I can hear it in your voice. I can. It's yep.
You talk to me enough to know how I normally sound. This is not me.
Yep.
This is incredibly heartbreaking, and this isn't right.
Yeah.
We need the system in place, but we need to do better as a system to do it the right way and stop allowing the wrong things to happen to the good people. Not that parents that have their kids taken are bad people. They may just not have the ability to care for their kids right now and need help themselves, and that's okay too.
I think Amber, first of all, thank you for sharing that. Thanks for your perspective on this. You've been very insightful throughout this process, working in the field as well. Thank you very much for sharing that. I think that this case has the potential for driving change much broader than just at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It's possible that this could be the groundswell of something much bigger. So I think, did I just miss Jules? Amber, I'm going to let you go. I think I just missed Jules.
Yeah. Go.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you. I'm sorry, Jules, if that was you, let me just check and see. It just barely cleared off the screen. Sorry. It was not Jules. Sorry, it was not you. I misread it. I'm just saying that this could have the potential with a huge verdict, a huge win, to make other people in this situation, other hospitals, to look at their system and say, hey, let's make sure we're doing things right. Let's make sure we're doing things right here. I'm gonna hold off on the phone for just a bit. We're gonna recap for a minute. I also need to focus on building this. I'm gonna send this one to voicemail. I don't know who it was. Sorry. I'm sorry. I do want to keep the phone open for Jules, if we can. And it seems to be stuck on something. I need to get the second live stream done, because if there's a verdict this afternoon, we're going to restart the live stream. It'll be over on StreamYard, and hopefully we'll be able to get possibly Rob over there to join us to watch the verdict together. So we'll see how that works. I think people should be encouraged to write legislation to make Maya's law to demand change. I am a big fan of this. No matter what your opinion is, no matter if you're for something I'm for or against something that I'm for, it doesn't matter. Being involved on a local level and being involved to help shape the rules is an important thing to do. So please do become involved, and you'd be amazed sometimes how little effort it takes to get the ball rolling for make a big change. All right. Let's see if we have the Jules TikTok was info we already know, says Ash. So nothing new yet from Jules on the TikTok. Thank you for the update there. What is StreamYard? StreamYard is a tool that allows me to easily integrate other guests into the live stream. So I would be able to send him a quick web link, and he could pop in and be on video and audio simultaneously. Okay. It's just streaming software. It basically on my desk, this is where my stream is produced right now. This little red button is what makes it all happen, and it goes straight from here to the internet. It doesn't go through a computer. So this is Box. Takes the video, takes the audio, mixes them together, and sends them to the internet. StreamYard changes from that over to my, not this computer, but the other computer you can't see. It's over here. And it allows me to run the software, run the stream through software. And I'll still take the feed from this and then run it to my computer and then over there. But it allows me to tie in with other people a lot easier. All right. Let's see. In between classes, if I missed anything in the last hour, jury questions? None, Ashley. 0. Radio silence from the jury room. We're at 15 hours and 40 minutes of deliberations. And nothing's happening. And we're 60 minutes. We're 1 hour away from hitting the 1,000 mark on the number of minutes of deliberations. So, and it's just going to go off the screen. I know it. It's going to be awful. Jennifer, we have in the past, like we had Adam Nusky and Red Pen on StreamYard. We use StreamYard for the podcast. It is something that I can bring on like 10 guests at a time. I'm very cautious on that because, you know, somebody with a camera on the other end, if a troll gets that link, suddenly, you know, whatever they want to show ends up on the live stream. So I have to be very careful. I don't give that out readily. It was just basically to invited guests. Aaron, I'm sorry if I missed your super chat. Oh, back to the juries. What determines a jury to be fully sequestered in a trial and not allowed to go home? I kept your question up. I wanted to answer it, but then the phone calls kept going. There are a couple things. I think some courts are more prone to sequester than others, but I think it can be a request of the parties that they sequester the jury. And they'll probably have to have good reason for it because it's expensive. Okay, that's talk about money. That's the court paying for that. But I don't know the full rules, and it depends on the state. I think depending on whether they do or not. Sequesters, when they take the jury and put them up in a hotel, basically keep them isolated from everyone else until they've reached a verdict. This Zoom keeps dropping here. There it is. It's back. So nothing from the courtroom yet. Okay. How did you find time to count all your buttons for the contest? I haven't finished counting. Maybe I can tell you, as far as physical surfaces that have buttons that will be counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think we've got 15 different things that have buttons. I'll have to do a thorough inventory and check for sure. Ivan Victor says, I only want to access the StreamYard for the RA roast. I demand an invite. It would not be on a trial day when you do that. If we're doing a lighthearted podcast one time, I might open it up to some people, select few. And the cool thing about StreamYard, and I'll say this, I like it. It costs like $50 a month, which I don't like. But the cool thing I do like is I can send this link to someone and they can connect on a cell phone. They click a button and we've got their video and audio, and they're on us on the live stream from their cell phone. They can do it from a laptop. They can do it from a PC. It's just Apple, Android. It doesn't matter. It just works, which I really love. Jury doesn't pay for anything when they're sequestered. All their meals are provided for them because they can't go anywhere. But this jury has not been sequestered and will not be. The other side of the coin, says Mr. Repertorso, is the taxpayers don't want to pay for people making a career out of jury duty. Jurors are paid by the city money, and that comes from us. Yeah, so if you've got jurors who are like, hey, this is good money, we're just going to drag this out as long as I want. That's a downside for sure. At what point will the judge move his schedule? Regardless, will they have time today to move to punitives? It would be tonight. If the jury has not reached a verdict by tonight, that's when he's going to adjust his schedule, I think. Check this out. Jurors spent 265 days in sequestration in the O.J. Simpson case. That's nuts. That is crazy. What time is it over there now? Elisa, it is 12:26 Florida time, East Coast. Let's see. 15 hours and 45 minutes of deliberation. Rob predicted a 2 o'clock verdict. StreamYard does automatically star your super chats, so I never miss them. That is great. The tool I use is a Chrome pop-out. This is a Chrome pop-out from just the web browser, and it does not have the same features. If I miss it, I miss it. Zach says 15 hours is enough time. I don't know what they're doing. Peter said 2 also. What is it about 2 o'clock? What do the lawyers know? What is happening at 2 o'clock that makes that the verdict time? You've had lunch, you had a rest, now you're ready to go. I'm down with 2. I can do that. That would give us half an hour. If you need the link to Jules' TikTok, St. Elmo's, if we just type !Jules in chat, somebody can do that for you because it takes a minute. I know there's a timeout here. Anyone will type it. There it is. Tina typed it first. It will post it right here. There it is. She is known as blind_gossip on TikTok. How many charges are on the verdict pages? There's 7 allegations, and I think there are 48 total questions in all those allegations. Was meaning to ask if you had copies of the jury forms. I'm curious what they look like. Thanks. They've been out there. You can find them on social media. I think they're like screen grabs of the jury forms, so they're not the cleanest, but they are out there. I think it's 48 questions, and we saw most of them, I think, while the judge was reading through them. If you go back and replay the jury instructions, you'll see the judge. Most of them got put up on the screen. Jury was just getting ready for the media onslaught after the trial. Amber, I've got one document. I've got a PDF of it all assembled. Is it? Do you have like a scanned copy, or is it from screenshots? The screenshot one was a little rough. What's Judge Carroll's next case? I do not know. Does somebody have that? Can they look at his court calendar? Is it an hour and a half? Did I do my math wrong? Yeah, it is only 12:30, so that is an hour and a half time of math is hard, guys. It's these minutes, hours, things. It's difficult. Ivan says, thanks to all the new followers on my channel. Over 850 now. Ivan would love to reach that 1,000 subscriber mark. If you like Ivan's commentary and an approach. You're probably going to like what he puts out on TikTok. There's his link right there. He's been a friend of the program for a long time. You might want to give him a follow. That's awesome. We'll get you there, Ivan. We'll get you there. Won't the jury be escorted out to prevent the media from hounding them? After it's over, I don't think they will. Once the jury's released, I don't think the sheriff's going to walk them to their car and send them go home. They pretty much get released to do what they want. But the media is sort of instructed to leave them alone and let them approach, not be too invasive. Jules said the other day that this judge is not doing the Petito case. That's correct. He did handle it for a little while, but he's not on it anymore. It's Judge, is it Brewer? I think it's Judge Brewer. I think she's on it. They're driven to the courthouse by a sheriff, so I believe they would think they have to be escorted back to their cars. Yeah, and then it ends, right? Maybe they park in a parking garage and the sheriff brings them in one of their vans. I think we are doing a criminal trial next, Little Miss. That's usually what we've done. This is only our second civil trial. Wanted to see this judge again. He's got a court case that starts on Monday, and I think it is a criminal court case that starts on Monday. Maybe civil, but I thought for some reason it was criminal. Peter Steele says, no one's mentioning hung jury. Do you think that's still possible? Peter, I think the fact that they asked a question saying, hey, we need the math. We need to do the math. We need help with the math. They only get there if they all agree on the main question, is Johns Hopkins responsible for one of these allegations. They can't get to math unless they're all on the same page. There's no math if Johns Hopkins isn't responsible. Because we saw that note, I think they're all on the same page. I think they might be finding that even though they all agree on the charges, as far as this is the allegations, this is what Johns Hopkins is culpable for, the actual number figure of where that ends up, that they might be very wide differences. One might say throw the book at them, and one might say, yeah, no, just a token payment is all they need. And so it's very hard to find middle ground there. Judge Doro is doing the eyedropper case right now, Pam. The eyedrop murder case. I think it was Visine, and a whole bunch of Visine was used to kill a roommate or something like that. Ingested. Court filing with the verdict form starts on page 17. Thank you. I'll watch for that one. Did they ask for a calculator? No, they have not. They have 60 fingers and toes collectively. So 6 people, 10 fingers and toes. I guess you could count to 120 in theory if you use everyone's toes and fingers. Rachel, you can text the burner. It's blowing up right now, so I don't know what week I'll be able to reply to you. But you can text the burner. The burner phone is, if you type !burner in chat, that will give you the burner phone number. There is a calculator on their computer. They do have a computer back there. I have not seen the Anderson interview from yesterday. I also did not see Mr. Shapiro's interview. I heard he did one. Missy Pence says, prayers, Diane, my mom, after being in the hospital 3 months, she is finally able to find long-term care. Prayer for speedy response from a long-term care center. Missy Pence, thank you. Thank you. Diane, hope Diane does absolutely wonderful and gets the care she deserves, for sure. Mandy Strong says, can one of the jurors bring a calculator from home? I think all their electronic devices, at least that were capable of communication, should have been taken by the bailiff. So if they have a smartwatch or a phone, those are gone. Maybe they'll just be given scratch paper and say, hey, show your work. Gordon, too soon. Too soon on that one. We covered the antifreeze murder trial with Mark Jensen. Hazelnut Pretzel, I don't think Maya's going to talk after the verdict is read. I don't think, she may talk in public, but she's not going to talk in court. I'd be surprised if she talks in public. I think her lawyers will probably speak for her. Maybe Jack will talk. Grizzly's doing the Visine trial with Judge Darrow right now. That's awesome. I just like the thought of Judge Darrow having a trial that doesn't have a Darrell Brooks in it. This is true. I reserve the right to force anyone who calls the burner phone to sing. See, I just got a text. I can't even click on the text. The burner phone is so backlogged. It's trying to load messages. We are 5 minutes away, or 4 minutes away now from 16 hours of deliberation. It's 12:37. Next on Recovery Addict's Got Talent. Lax talent is the word. You spelled lax wrong. Let's see. No questions today, Lane. Not yet, anyway. KT says, I'm never calling back, Recovery Addict. Not going to sing. No questions from the jury yet. The clock is going to Y2K itself, and we'll... Oh, no, it might crash. The whole app might crash in 44 minutes. We can only just hope for a verdict. Very soon. Tess, I don't think so. I think they might have to make exceptions for medical devices, required medical devices. That they might just order that you not take it out or use it, which I don't know how they could do if you need it for medical stuff. Maybe you can't sit on a jury because you need an insulin pump. I don't know, Tess. That's an interesting question. Adam is in deep trouble, saying, I predict a verdict at 1,783 minutes, which is exactly how many objections we had during this trial that we counted. Convinced the jury is holding out so long to get back at the lawyers for making them wait so long in the mornings and after breaks. Yeah, but Misty, they're punishing themselves too, if they are. Dr. SB, I do believe there are people in the chat. We know we have some addicts that have been attending court, not just Jules, but some other fans of the program, subscribers that have been attending court as well. And it's not uncommon for lawyers to have individuals that watch some of the streams for commentary, just to watch for things that might pop up. Joanne, I have not seen anything from the jurors that have been dismissed at this point. Janice says, Recovery Addict, I was summoned for this jury, and I'm very glad I was not needed. Jana, you almost served right here. Wow, that's incredible. Is there a time limit on timing for deliberations? No, there is not. They can go and go and go. Yaya World says, love your channel. Thank you for your support. Yay World. 1 month membership milestone right there. Thank you. Love to see that courthouse turn to the blue color. How long will court stay today, do you think? It's going to be a regular day. They're going to end at the regular time, I think, not staying late. And how young is this jury? Do they know how to use old-fashioned Texas Instrument calculator? We have some retired people on the jury, and I think some younger ones as well. I don't think the youngest guy, I think 181 was the really young guy, right? Culperistic says, at a certain point, the jury can tell the judge they feel like there's no progress being made, but as long as they feel like they can reach a verdict, they can try. Beep, beep, beep. My door just opened. Can't there still be objections during the punitive phase? Yes, they can. We stopped counting them at the end of closing. We sort of had to put a rule and say this is when we're going to stop counting them, but that's where we stopped. I think the jurors have an idea about this. I'm trying to think back to the jury instructions. I think there was something in there. Hey, Mrs. R.A. Did you bring me lunch? Oh. Oh, you just want me to starve here, you said? Just kidding. I didn't know where you went. I mean, I knew you went. Oh, okay. Mandy Strong says, after seeing the verdict forms and how many issues they must be unanimous on, I don't think it's taking too long at all. Filling out verdict forms accurately could take hours. The verdict forms are confusing and long. We have seen, what case was it where we saw the jury that came back and they said, we need a new form. We need to correct this. Or we saw a form, they're like, oh, they've crossed this out, and then they've circled the other one, and it looks like they've corrected and changed their mind. I think we've seen that as well. Yeah.
Sorry, I just got here, so I'm not sure actually what you guys are talking about, but just from that last comment, I don't think that this is too long at all. Just from how many cases that we've watched, how many times we've watched, had verdict watch, this doesn't feel long. I don't feel worried about anything. I think this is just, man, that was a long trial, lots to talk about. All of them had lots of thoughts and lots of questions, and I just feel like this is not a mousy jury. They're going to get together. They're going to have lots to say. So I don't feel like it's a problem. This is just the natural result of having an intelligent and jury on a very complicated case.
And the great mind has spoken. No. and is leaving. She's going to make me lunch, maybe?
You're not stopping for lunch?
If I stop for lunch, the verdict will come in. And that will be...
And this is a bad thing?
I mean, it's a good thing. Okay, let's do it. Let's do a quick vote here. Let's do a quick vote. Because here's what I'll say. If I stop for lunch, my hair will get cut. Woohoo! We'll get a verdict for sure. If I stop for lunch, I don't want to start again unless we have a verdict. Is that fair? I don't want you to take your time and be here if there's nothing happening. So I'm going to put it out here as a poll. Do you guys want to break and then we'll just watch for? I mean, I'll post a new. We'll go live as soon as there's a verdict if there is something.
We'll start with the mohawk and then for sure we'll come in.
Mrs. Aria is threatening to cut my hair into a mohawk. Should we stop for lunch and restart only if there's a verdict? Let's start the poll. Now, when I say stop for lunch, I'm talking about ending the live stream, getting my hair cut. So, not a mullet. No mullets. Don't be reading chat. Palmyra Productions, welcome to the gallery. Everyone say no, just step away. Short break for lunch, that's all. You eat and relax. Okay, let me keep it running just for a little bit then. I'm going to kill the... Going to kill the poll for a minute if I made an executive decision. I can do a political segment on show if you want. You could. Ivan, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, man. Can't quite hear you.
I don't need you, Ivan. I can be political.
Mrs. R.A.'s got that covered. She says she can be political. We are... Hopefully one of my mods over on Facebook can send out an alert if we have a verdict. I was only going to send out an alert on YouTube. I think we'll keep it running live here for right now. Yeah, the question was poorly worded, and that's why I deleted it, Dog Lover. Basically, it's do you guys all want to stop for the day and finish the live stream and then only restart if there's a verdict, or should we keep going? We just passed 16 hours. Mostly, I'm just mortified at the idea that my counter is going to roll over into 1,000, and it won't even fit on the screen. You're supposed to add hair for verdicts. Aaron says, watch for, and I'm still trying to analyze that super bizarre note that sounded uneducated and twangy. It was very, it had a lot of personality, Aaron. It had a ton of personality in it, and I'm not sure why. I hope the jury speaks afterwards so we can understand why it's up. Keep it up and running, says Martha. Go eat. This waiting is killing me. Let Mrs. R.A. take over while you eat lunch.
I gotta cut hair.
She cuts my hair. So, might be... I can leave the live stream up with the counter going. And you can watch it roll over to 1,000 minutes.
What happens if it does happen while I'm cutting your hair? I totally know.
Yep, Mrs. R.A. suggests, what happens if, as she's mid-cutting my hair, the verdict comes back and I have to come back and I've got half a haircut?
Are you saying how are we going to know if the verdict comes back?
Vicky G says, Recovery Addict is so fair he even takes a poll for lunch. Yeah, but I did an executive decision and revoked the poll. I'll be back if there's a verdict. Maddie Strong says, there are 7,500 people watching. There's your answer. Snazzy Trinkets Jewelry says, keep burner with you in case Jules calls. I do have the burner with me. Right now I'm watching the Zoom feed. I can't really show you, but it's right there. So I can see the judge's chair, and I can see their little clock that shows that it is 12:48 on Thursday, Florida time. How about if I beg Mrs. R.A. to make me a sandwich and I just eat that on a quick break? Does that work?
It works, but I'm not cutting your hair.
Aaron, you got caught. It's all right. I type faster than I think as well. I'm invested in the counter. I want to see it hit 1,000. We can make it as big as you want to watch it happen. That's it. But let's see.
So did you executive decide the other one?
Do the haircut live. That's why you cut it live. No. Haircut stream. This is a no. This is a big no. Because first of all, this is more of an image than you need. I don't like getting hair all over my shirt. So you've heard of No Pants Friday? Well, this is Thursday and it's haircut day, and so we have to make sure the clothes don't get hair all over them, and that will not be on the stream. That would not be. This is not OnlyFans. This is not. We're not that type of show.
Okay. There goes the mic. All done, Scott. Hey, I was going to make a comment. As I was running out the door to take my son to work, I overheard somebody tell her story about how her son had a nanny and had a brain fracture and not a brain fracture, a skull fracture, and that she didn't know about it. And then she got railroaded. Rachel. Okay. As I was listening to that, I seriously went from oh, to like, have you ever seen Inside Out, that guy with the fire coming out of his head? That's how I felt. I'm so mad that there's anybody out there who has the right to come in and say, wow, your response is not valid. Like, you no longer get to be a parent because I didn't eat a Snickers. I'm a little grouchy and I'm going to write you up in a report, and that's the end of it. I'm so mad. It's just wrong. So there you go. That's my thought. I don't know what you guys are doing for lunch. I'm going to leave.
Is there anything in the fridge? Do we have bread? Maybe scrape up a peanut butter sandwich or something? Yeah. That'd be awesome. I don't want to eat peanut butter on the stream. I'll go off camera to do that because then I'll have like a mouthful of peanut butter. But we're all mad, Mrs. R.A., says M. Young. Yes, likewise. Huge super chat from Nancy Jo M. For this month's StreamYard and to celebrate 50K. Keep streaming is my vote. All right, we'll keep it up. We'll definitely keep watching. I'm watching for Jules. I'm sort of reserving the phone for her. I know a couple calls have come in. I've not answered those. I don't know who they are, so please don't feel like I'm purposefully not answering your calls. There's just a number on the screen, and if it's not Jules, I haven't been answering it. Rob says, I need a haircut too. Maybe we'll use verdict as my excuse. Let's do it. We're waiting for the verdict to get the haircut. Rob, I'm not sure what your schedule is. I'm going to try to do a StreamYard for the verdict stream. If it happens today, we'll restart, and I'll send you a text with the StreamYard link if you're available. I'd love to have you jump on and help us out through that. Please tell me that your wife is on social media. Why do her voice remind me of someone that I've seen or heard on YouTube? It's bugging me. Dog Lover, she has a channel where she talks about homeschooling. It's Homeschooling Ground Zero. And occasionally we do a couple lives over there. PB says, this is therapy. This is like therapy. Hey, it's the cheapest therapy out there, really. The going rate of watching YouTube is free, as long as you can put up with a couple ads occasionally. So if this is therapy for you, I'm glad we can help you out. That's wonderful. Okay. Georgia says, amen, Mrs. R.A. It's so wrong. I worry for all the parents now. Man, this stuff ramping up in the 80s. There were a few questions from med staff that scared me back then. Ivan's going for the mullet cut. I comb it selectively so it doesn't look like I have a mullet. But man, I'm almost there, Ivan. It's been a long time. Wade Lucas says, wait, what? This isn't OnlyFans? Sorry, I'm on the wrong app. Yes, you are, Wade. Yeah, you're not going to go there. I'm going to take a break. I'll step away briefly. The stream will go. We'll keep the counter going. I'll keep the phone with me so I can monitor for a call from Jules. That's probably going to be our first indication that a verdict is in. But we're 16 hours, 11 minutes, 12 minutes now. 16 hours and 12 minutes. And time-wise, yes, Rob, you had a 2 p.m. prediction. 7 minutes. Wait, an hour and 7 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. She loves me because she got me my favorite beverage. Milk. It does a body good. Okay, everyone's going to have a heart attack if I put this by my computer. I'll put it by my other computer and make that a little better. I need a sippy cup is what I need. 2 o'clock. I'm curious, Rob, why I think both you and Peter guessed a 2 o'clock deadline. What is that just like a, you've done the math, big data, you've crunched all the verdicts in the history of time, and more are released at 2 o'clock than any other? Dog Lover, there is a link already. If you type !MRS Mrs., it will post my wife's link. Man, it's a good try, but nope. Not going to happen. Thank you, my friend. All right, I'm going to take a quick step away from the timer. I'll be back before it hits Y2K 1000 and 1000 minutes of deliberation. And of course, if anything happens on the burner phone from Jules, I'll be back with that as well. So give me just a minute to eat my sandwich and not spill on my computer. And we'll be back here in just a second. Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. Bye.
Guys, if all I had to do was leave, to have something happen, we do have Zoom audio. I can tell you we do have a feed from the camera from the courtroom now. Okay, if all I had to do was leave to have something happen, I should have left a long time ago. That's what I'm saying. The timer's still going. I have not heard yet if we have news. Let's see. Aaron says, I've been a nurse for 20 years and a parent for 26. Everybody reacts differently emotionally when a child is hurt or injured or a family member. I can't base it strictly after reactions to a situation. See, partial haircut. No, I didn't even have time to start a haircut. Partial lunch is what I had. Sound is fuzzy. Sorry. It's because I've got a mouthful of food. Okay. All right. Here we go. So what we know is that the courtroom has been opened up, right? Because someone has come in to switch the video feed. That's done from inside the courtroom. That's all we know right now. And there might be some people walking around just a little bit. Does anyone have any other information regarding that? I've not heard from Jules yet. I'm going to check the Twitter webs really quickly, see if we've got anything up. I see somebody tell Recovery Addict to get back in his chair. Something's happening. It could be a question. My kids in the background, do you hear yelling? Okay, let's take this feed just a little bit. Go to watch this one. There we go. We hear verdict. Look at Rob's comment. Hang on. Where's Rob's comment? Hang on. Jules just texted me to confirm. She's waiting outside the courtroom. Report is that it's a verdict. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to say verdict is in with a question mark. We're going to make a new live stream. Schedule for later. Upload thumbnail. It's going to start in 15 minutes. That would be at 1:20. I don't want to be the guy that calls this. Fox is saying it's a verdict. Clock is gone. Fox says incoming verdict. Okay, here we go. So this is what we're going to do if you guys are ready. If you haven't been on verdict day before, it gets a little bit intense, and it gets intense quickly. We have waited for this for 9 weeks, and we are hearing now that the verdict is coming very shortly. So what we're going to do is this. For all the people who are not here, we're going to stop and restart the stream. That will send out an alarm to everybody to let them know that hey, it's starting. That we're there. You want to be here for this. So give me just a second. We're going to add a redirect to that other stream. Right here. That is done. So redirect is in place. I'm gonna skip the super chats here. Sorry, Murphy's Law. Amy, you're correct. Big Drama Llama just finished watching a documentary. Wanted to wait until after closing. Man, it was tough. I immediately tuned in, and here it seems like something's happening. Yes, it is for sure. Aaron, thank you very much as well. All right, we're going to wrap up this. We're going to come back through StreamYard. Rob, I'm going to send you a link to this in just a second. Hope this all works. All right, bear with me. We're going to switch over to StreamYard, and everyone who's with us right now should be able to portal over to the new feed, which has not started yet because I need to move laptops and stuff. So give me just a minute. We'll be live in just a second. Guys, this is what we waited for, 9 weeks. 9 weeks. We're finally there. Not that, Nikki. Thank you so much. We're going to see you guys on the flip side, and hopefully with a few of our friends who are waiting for this notification to come from YouTube, but we'll go ahead and put that out now. All right, see you guys on the other side. Just a bit. Bye.